Chapter 1, The Awakened Dragon. Douluo. This is a vibrant planet, with countless humans and soul beasts. In the heart of Douluo star, there is an extremely wide magma space. The magma was rolling and exuding extremely high temperature. At this temperature, I am afraid that the tidal Douluo on the ground would not be able to sustain a breathing time and it would turn into ashes. Inside the rolling red magma, an extremely huge golden body appeared from time to time. On the golden body, the diameter of each scale is extremely shocking. At this moment, the red magma rolled violently, and a huge dragon head suddenly appeared in the magma sea. The dragon head is as big as a house, and the dragon's whiskers hundreds of meters long are like small dragons swimming in the magma. The golden body stretched out, and the giant under the magma was a golden dragon that stretched forever. At the moment when the dragon rolled over, the entire Douluo star began to vibrate. Countless volcanoes ejected hot magma, covering the sky and the earth. The sea roared, forming a tsunami hundreds of meters high and swallowing it towards the only two continents on the planet. The continent shakes, and it seems that it will disintegrate at any time. At this moment, all the creatures on Douluo star trembled in their souls, crawling on the ground. Whether it is an ordinary person, or the extreme Douluo at the top of the pyramid, the soul beast of hundreds of thousands of years, and all kinds of fierce beasts, they all can't help but tremble with fear, feeling as if the end is coming. Angel God, please show your miracles and save your devout believers. In the hall of the elders in Wuhan City, an old and pious voice came out. Great Lord Poseidon, please come to the world and save your billions of people. On Poseidon Island, a plump beautiful woman in palace costume knelt before the altar and prayed devoutly. In the god realm, countless deities with terrifying power immediately felt the senses. In the god realm committee, the clones of the 5 giants of the divine sense projection gathered together, their expressions awe-inspiring the movements that occurred in the Douluo continent. Evil God King said, Sura, you, kindness, and life immediately go to Douluo star. How much can you save? Leave it to us. God Shura is about to go down to the earth to save the world with the kind king and the goddess of life. However, in the next instant, all the disasters on Douluo star vanished in an instant. The sprayed magma disappeared without a trace, the roaring sea was extremely quiet, and the cracked abyss and collapsed houses on the continent were all restored. All lives remain the same as they were at the moment before the disaster. Everything just now was like a passing moment, and it seemed that it had never happened before. No, all this is not an illusion, all the beings on Douluo still remember that kind of soul trembling. The 5 giants of the god realm are also extremely convinced that everything just now absolutely happened. It's just that they don't understand why that kind of world-destroying disaster suddenly disappears out of thin air. Shura Divine Deo, just now the entire Douluo star was close to disintegration, but it was repaired in an instant. What is the cause of this? The 5 giants were shocked like never before, and this power made them feel terrified. The evil king said solemnly, there are too many unknown mysteries in the universe, Shura, this time, please visit the lower realm to find out about the Douluo star incident. Good. In the magma space of the Earth's core, the 10-foot-long golden dragon quickly shrank, and finally turned into a 6 or 7-year-old boy, suspended in the air on the magma sea. The earth elements around surged, and a stone platform with a diameter of 5 meters rose from the magma, and the surface was as smooth as a mirror. The boy fell gently, and fell barefoot on the stone platform smooth as a jade. His entire skin is like white jade glowing with golden light, and his long black hair is draped over his smooth back. His eyebrows are like swords, and his eyes are as deep as a starry sky. Golden lightning flashes from time to time. Although he is only 6 or 7 years old, his appearance is like a natural fit, impeccably perfect. Hey! The little boy exhaled, and the space in front of him instantly shattered in the terrible air current, revealing a dark patch. This planet is still so fragile. The boy murmured, and with a wave of his small hand, the space recovered as before. Feeling a few tyrannical thoughts sweep across the ground, the corners of the boy's mouth slightly raised. After endless sleep, some nice little guys finally appeared. There was a hint of joy in his deep eyes. Finally, human beings were born. It is fun to have a human world. How many years have I been sleeping? The boy closed his eyes and thought, and opened his eyes after a moment. I have spent more than 500 million years in this deep sleep, rounding up, let's just count as 500 million years. 500 million years, once you close your eyes, you just open your eyes. He sighed, his thoughts wandered countless years ago. His name is Aotian, he comes from the earth, and his soul is reborn on this planet, becoming a young dragon. After cultivating endless years, he became the most powerful existence on this planet, ruling many primitive creatures. But he has a human soul, but he is always alone, endless emptiness and loneliness torment him, so he has to choose to sleep. 500 million years later, humans were born on the planet, and Aotianation's lonely heart began to slowly agitate. Then enjoy it. Mysterious fluctuations rippled on the surface of Ao's celestial body, and a piece of clothing similar to the style of Douluo mainland appeared on him. He stepped out and disappeared out of thin air. On the surface, there was no fluctuation in the space, and Aotian's figure appeared. Aotian appeared in Wuhan City, because he found that there were more strong men in this city than in other places. The so-called strong man, in his opinion, is just a slightly stronger ant. Weak, too weak. Aotian kept shaking his head. He looked up at the sky and murmured, when is there another world above? Those divine thoughts come from there. Sensing the intensity of the divine mind that was swept away, Aotian curled his lips, a little disdainful, and most of his interest disappeared at once. Weak, still too weak. Wuhan City is the seat of the Pope Hall of the Wuhan Temple. Although it is not as big as the capitals of the Heaven Do Empire and the Star Luo Empire, the various facilities and strengths are not much better than the capitals of the two empires. At this moment, the enthusiastic shouts rang from the holy mountain in the center of Wuhan City, spreading across the whole Wuhan City in an instant. Long live the Pope, long live, long live! All the people in Wuhan City were all excited, facing the direction of the holy mountain, blushing and shouting with thick necks. Aotian looked up, all the buildings and all the obstacles on the way were empty in his eyes, and his eyes fell on the holy mountain. There is a magnificent hall with a large group of people standing in front of the hall. Headed by was a man in a golden robe, who looked more than 30 years old, was tall and handsome, and his eyes showed a sense of domineering arrogance. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com. The man spoke, and the majestic voice spread throughout the Wuhan city. What happened just now is that the angel of our Wuhan temple faith is showing miracles. Don't be afraid, the angel is the most powerful. His divine light shines on the world, so that the world can eliminate disasters and solve all kinds of diseases. The people in the city became more excited, but Aotian couldn't understand this kind of chirping language. His spirit fell on the Pope, breaking through the opponent's mental defense without any hindrance. Search for souls. The Pope is still eloquently brainwashing ordinary people and even soul masters below, completely unaware that his soul has been invaded, and all his own secrets have been exposed under Aotian's eyelids. Douluo continent? Wuhan Hall? Chahiroji? Aotian instantly understood the identity of the Pope, and his memories of hundreds of millions of years were opened. He had read the novel on Douluo continent in his previous life. There was a trace of fluctuation in his star-like eyes, and he actually came to the book world. One book, one world, there really are too many unknown secrets in this world, even with Aotian's current strength, he still can't understand it. His spirit is strong, and the information he got from Chahiroji's soul is instantly digested by him. Chahiroji want to forcibly occupy Bibidong tonight. Aotian's eyes fell on a beautiful girl standing behind Chahiroji. The girl's face is almost perfect, her eyes are bright, she looks radiant, and she is a little cute and lovely. This is Bibi Dong when he was young, radiant. Ao Tian's eyes lit up with stars. Bibi Dong of Douluo continent was a regret in his mind when he was reading. Now, he appeared before Bibi Dong suffered tragedy by chance. He thought, he knew what to do. Chapter 2, Yu Xiaogang. Not far behind Bibi Dong, stood a young man who looked about 20 years old. The young man has an inch head, thick eyebrows, and big eyes, and looks ordinary. His body is straight, but his eyes sometimes show an inferiority complex. Especially when Bibi Dong smiled back at him, the youth would always lower his head unconsciously. He felt that he was very humble, not worthy of Bibi Dong who was like a fairy. When Bibi Dong turned his head and smiled at the young man, Ao Tian's gaze also fell on the young man. From the memory of Jian Xuanji, Ao Tian knew that this young man was Yu Xiaogang, who later became known as a master. When Bibi Dong looked at Yu Xiaogang, there was a touch of sentiment in his agile eyes, which made Ao Tian very unhappy. The dragons are proud and domineering. They have been dragons for more than 500 million years. This kind of arrogance and dominance have penetrated into Ao Tian's bones. At this time, he has decided to rescue Bibi Dong. In addition to avoiding Bibi Dong being defiled by Chihiroji, Yu Xiaogang's problem has to be solved. Judging from his eyes, Bibi Dong and Yu Xiaogang, one is a high white swan, the other is a humble and weak toad. Yu Xiaogang is not worthy of Bibi Dong at all. Not long after, Chihiroji finished his brainwashing and returned to the Pope's palace. Bibi Dong came to Yu Xiaogang and said happily, "Brother Xiaogang, I heard that you recently developed a theory of the 10-core competitiveness of Wuhan. Can you tell me about it?" Yu Xiaogang looked at the moving girl in front of her, her eyes full of love and deep inferiority. How can the smart Bibi Dong not see Yu Xiaogang's low self-esteem? She smiled and said, "Go to your office, and tell me in detail what your theory is." Before Yu Xiaogang could answer, she had already taken a brisk step towards Yu Xiaogang's office. Yu Xiaogang had no choice but to keep up. In the corner of, a figure came out, it was Chihiroji. Watching Bibi Dong and Yu Xiaogang leave, Chihiroji looked gloomy and clenched her fists without restraint. "Yu Xiaogang, you are a waste material, don't want to get involved in Dong-er. She is mine, her body and her heart should belong to me." At this time, the street where Ao Tian stood was completely congested. The reason for the congestion is him, because he is so handsome. The perfect appearance, the extremely gorgeous brocade clothes, and the lonely temperament exuded, immediately made countless people love. It is human nature to love beauty. Even if this is just a little boy, that kind of beauty cannot be resisted by these people. All men, women, and children, all fall into it. Superficial humans. The corners of Ao Tian's mouth slightly cocked, suddenly making countless people's eyes brighten. There were a few girls and young women who rolled their eyes and fainted with excitement. Ao Tian shook his head helplessly, his body turned into a wisp of blue smoke and disappeared in place. The crowd was waking up like a dream. They were all puzzled. They didn't understand what happened just now. Why did everyone gather together? Ao Tian appeared in Yu Xiaogang's research office. Yu Xiaogang is excitedly telling Bibi Dong about his research results, his proud 10-core competence theories of Wuhan. Bibi Dong sits at the table, with one hand propped on his round chin, listening mesmerized. Ao Tian was standing beside them, the space exuding a kind of fluctuation that Bibi Dong and Yu Xiaogang could not detect, hiding his body. "Holy girl, what is my theory?" Yu Xiaogang looked at Bibi Dong expectantly. Speaking of his theory, his inferiority complex disappeared completely, and the whole person was filled with strong self-confidence. "Xiaogang, you are so talented." Bibi Dong looked admired, and reached out to pull Yu Xiaogang's hand. Yu Xiaogang shrank his hands and stood up immediately in fright. "His Royal Highness, you are so pure and clean, I don't want to dirty your hands." Bibi Dong complained, "Xiaogang, we all understand each other's minds. Your talent is what I admire. Although you have low talent for cultivation, you are the best in my eyes." Yu Xiaogang lowered his head and said nothing. Bibi Dong is like a icy snow lotus in his heart. He really doesn't have the courage to touch or pick it, because he has a low self-esteem and it is difficult to convince himself. Ao Tian on the side of saw this scene, and suddenly became a little annoyed. Bibi Dong would actually like this kind of waste material, and I will cry for this kind of person in the future. It is really worthless. He thought for a while, if Bibi Dong is unfeeling towards Yu Xiaogang, he must start with Yu Xiaogang. Anyway, even if he doesn't make a move, Yu Xiaogang will be driven out of the Wuhan Hall, so it's better to let him push it. He blew a breath at Yu Xiaogang. Yu Xiaogang's drooping head suddenly lifted, his eyes full of aggressiveness, and he looked at Bibi Dong greedily. Yu Xiaogang's eyes were gradually congested, his face flushed, and his breathing was short of breath. "Xiaogang, what's wrong with you?" Bibi Dong exclaimed. Yu Xiaogang stood upright, his spirit power surged, he tore his shirt roughly, and rushed towards Bibi Dong naked. "Bibi Dong, I'm close to you, just want to have with you, I want to get your body now, if you like me, you will get rid of me." Bibi Dong was stunned. Looking at the crazy Yu Xiaogang, she screamed and waved her slender hand forward. At this time, Bibi Dong was already in the realm of the Soul Emperor, much stronger than Yu Xiaogang. The surging soul power came out and hit Yu Xiaogang's chest. Yu Xiaogang spit out a large mouthful of blood, flew out and hit the bookshelf behind. "I want you, I want you." Yu Xiaogang got up with difficulty and pounced on Bibi Dong again. The unbelievable expression on Bibi Dong Qiao's face turned into grief. After knocking Yu Xiaogang back into the air again, she ran out with tears in her eyes. Yu Xiaogang withstood Bibi Dong's 2 attacks. Although Bibi Dong didn't kill him, it wasn't something he could bear, even a great spirit master. When Bibi Dong took the second blow, he fainted on the spot. Ao Tian nodded in satisfaction. "You reading www.youcanshu.com, he will never let Bibi Dong be sad for Yu Xiaogang all his life like in the book. So, it's better to let Bibi Dong completely give up on Yu Xiaogang now. As for Yu Xiaogang, it's just that Bibi Dong's heart was lost in Bibi's original plot." In Bibi Dong's boudoir, Ao Tian appeared. This pink-decorated room was full of the fragrance of a girl, and Ao Tian took a deep breath, feeling a little restless in his heart. He looked at his body, a little helpless. The 9-turn heavenly dragon art he practiced, every time he breaks through, his body will rejuvenate and become a juvenile state. Now he has just broken through to the 9th rank, and the appearance of a human being is just a child. Just as he was thinking about how to help Bibi Dong, the door was slammed open, Bibi Dong rushed in and threw on the bed, crying sadly. She always thought that Yu Xiaogang was different, but she didn't expect it to be a beast in clothing, approaching her only to get to her body, just like those dirty men. Bibi Dong was heartbroken, lying on the bed and sobbing non-stop. Ao Tian thought for a while and showed up. He turned around, his body transformed into an adult appearance. This is what he looks like when he grows up, and it is also impeccably perfect. Walked gently to the bed, he raised his hand and landed on Bibi Dong's shoulder, patted twice. Bibi Dong looked like a frightened rabbit, his body trembled and turned around. "Who are you?" She widened her eyes. When she saw Ao Tian's appearance, the vigilance that had just appeared on her face immediately disappeared, staring blankly at the utterly beautiful man in front of her. Ao Tian smiled softly as jade, and said, "I'm here to save you." Chapter 3, Heartbroken Zero Seeking Disease. Ao Tian's voice is very gentle, and it has a trace of magnetism, which makes Bibi Dong ears about to become pregnant. He stretched out his hand and stroked Bibi Dong's face, gently wiped away her tears, and smiled. "Stop crying, you won't be pretty if you cry again." Feeling the hand of a strange man touch his cheek, Bibi Dong suddenly woke up from the temptation of beauty. She blushed, she shrank into the corner of the bed, and looked at the strange man in front of her vigilantly. "Who are you?" Bibi Dong's voice became colder, the soul power of the Soul Emperor level surged, and a cold light flashed in his hand, and a sharp dagger was added. Ao Tian tried to keep his voice gentle and said, "Trust me, you are about to face danger, and only I can save you." Bibi Dong immediately concluded that the handsome man in front of him had a brain disease. As a saint of the Spirit Hall, she is also in the Pope Hall. There are more than a dozen titled Douluo elders nearby, and there are even more mysterious and powerful worships. Who can hurt her? She didn't feel malicious in Ao Tian's body, otherwise, she would have done it a long time ago. Humph, the Papal Palace is the safest place on Douluo continent. You don't need to worry about my safety. I don't care who you are, and leave as soon as possible. Otherwise, I will call someone. As soon as the words were spoken, Bibi Dong herself was a little surprised. If in the past, a strange man broke into her room, she would definitely do it the first time. But now, she actually chose to let Ao Tian go. Ao Tian was not in a hurry, and smiled, "My name is Ao Tian. When in danger, you just need to call my name and I will appear next to you." After finished speaking, his figure disappeared directly. Bibi Dong was taken aback and climbed out of the bed. She stood where Ao Tian stood just now, her pretty face full of doubts. Is it a teleportation spirit ability? But why is there no spirit power fluctuation in his body? And he hasn't even released his spirit and spirit ring, so how can he use his spirit ability? Bibi Dong is puzzled, such a big person, how can I say nothing is gone? Suddenly, her smooth nose moved, and she couldn't help taking a deep breath. An scent that she had never felt before was sucked into her nasal cavity. At this moment, she has forgotten all her troubles, forgotten the despicable Yu Xiaogang, only happiness in her heart. It took several minutes before she woke up. This is the smell of that man, ba ba ba. Bibi Dong kept spitting out, stomping his feet, and the pretty face involuntarily flew up 2 red clouds. But soon, she couldn't help taking a deep breath. It smells good. She murmured. Ao Tian's peerless face flashed in her mind, and her pretty face turned red. Weird man. Bibi Dong hesitated, walked quickly to the door, opened the door, and looked around. He didn't see Ao Tian's figure, and felt a little disappointed in his heart. What's wrong with me? Bibi Dong rubbed his still hot face with both hands vigorously. Being so troubled by Ao Tian, the sadness in Bibi Dong's heart was immediately washed away a lot. But as soon as she calmed down, Bibi Dong couldn't help but remember the scene where Yu Xiaogang intended to assault her just now. That kind of greedy gaze, can't wait to strip off her clothes, make her heart feel chills. Your Royal Highness! Yu Xiaogang shouted anxiously. Bibi Dong looked up and saw that Yu Xiaogang was stopped outside the palace where she lived. As Yu Xiaogang, it is impossible to enter here. Boom him away. Bibi Dong said coldly. She was a little bit heartbroken, but she was still cruel and ordered the temple guardian to blast Yu Xiaogang away. In the most upscale restaurant in Wuhan City, in the luxurious private room, Ao Tianzheng was eating meat and drinking wine with a face of enjoyment. Since crossing, he has never tasted food again. He still maintains the appearance of a youth, and what he has changed is not a real body, it can be said to be a kind of magical power or dharmakaya. He grabbed the palm of his hand downward, and the gold from the depths of the ground was taken up by him. With the palms spread out, the gold quickly changed its shape, and after a while, a dozen gold soul coins were formed. Eat, drink and have fun, the long life of a dragon should live happily and happily. Ao Tian sighed. After hundreds of millions of years of loneliness, he finally realized a little bit of fun. After eating, he wandered around in Wuhan City, causing serious congestion wherever he passed. Every woman who sees him, the girl is no longer reserved, the young woman is very unrestrained, all blushing, and want to get to know him. Ao Tian had no choice but to lower his handsomeness a little bit, so as not to be so stunning. From the afternoon to the evening, he went back to the hotel where he lived and quietly waited for Bibi Dong's help. The information obtained from Chihiroji's soul memory, Chihiroji will use despicable means to occupy Bibi Dong tonight. Ao Tian would naturally not watch such a tragedy happen. As night fell, Ao Tian, who was in a shallow sleep, opened his eyes. He has sensed that Bibi Dong was called into the secret room by Chihiroji. The secret room is just below Chihiroji's room, where he usually retreats for practice. Bibi Dong is not here for the first time. She wondered, "Teacher, it's so late, what can you do to bring me here?" Chihiroji showed a kind smile, hiding his greed deeply under his eyes. "I heard that Yu Xiaogang bullied you today," he asked. Bibi Dong nodded and shook his head again. Kyungsunji sighed and said, "Do you like Yu Xiaogang?" Bibi Dong shook his head and resolutely said, "I don't like him." Chihiro was stunned for a moment. He called Bibi Dong over tonight for two purposes. One is to let Bibi Dong leave Yu Xiaogang, and the other is to get Bibi Dong. Chihiroji smiled and said, "Since you don't like him, it will be easier. I will have someone blast him out of Wuhan City tomorrow and remove him from Wuhan Hall." Bibi Dong was silent for a few seconds before nodding slowly. She was so disappointed in Yu Xiaogang, she didn't want to see that dirty-minded fellow again. What about talent? She only felt nauseous. Bibi Dong looked a little lonely, and said, "Teacher, if there is nothing wrong, then I will go back to practice first." "Don't leave, the teacher has something to say to you." Chihiroji's eyes fell on Bibi Dong's young and moving body, and it gradually became hot. Bibi Dong has felt too much with this kind of gaze since childhood, so he noticed the abnormality in the first place. "Donger, you are not young anymore, it's time to find a man." Chihiroji did not shy away, staring naked at the young and pretty Bibi Dong. He took a few steps closer, took a deep breath, with a look of perverted enjoyment. The deodorant on this beautiful disciple made him so infatuated, just like a catalyst, that suddenly ignited the fire in his heart. "Teacher, what do you mean?" Bibi Dong's heartbeat gradually increased, and he couldn't help taking a few steps back. Chihiro hurriedly approached and said, "The teacher has raised you for so many years and still teaches you to practice. You never thought about how to repay the teacher. Teacher, what do you want to say?" Looking at Chihiroji's increasingly weird face, Bibi Dong couldn't help being a little scared. Chihiro licked his lower lip and said, "Donger, you are so perfect, and only a teacher can be worthy of you. I want you to be my woman and have children for me." Bibi Dong Mei's eyes widened sharply, and she was completely shocked. Chihiroji's greedy smile gradually widened, and he reached behind Bibi Dong in one step, and a hand knife was cut towards the back of Bibi Dong's neck. Chapter 4, Bibi Dong, what a shame! Qian Suanji's strength had already reached the titled Douluo realm, and it was not at all that Bibi Dong could resist. Even facing Chihiroji's attack, she didn't react. Even if she reacted, all her strength exploded, it was impossible to escape from Chihiroji's clutches. If there were no accidents, Bibi Dong would be knocked unconscious by Chihiroji, brutally defiled by Chihiroji, and then gave birth to a daughter. Bibi Dong felt Chihiroji's attack, and she couldn't dodge this attack, only panic and despair remained in her heart. How did the teacher who cared for him in the past suddenly turned into a demon? Bibi Dong could not accept this fact. Chihiroji's face became more and more ferocious, and his palms cut the back of Bibi Dong's neck. He is determined to get Bibi Dong's body. Yu Xiaogong's kind of waste material, and a member of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family, almost abducted Bibi Dong, which made Kyungsunji extremely angry. He didn't want this to happen. He wants Bibi Dong not only because of Bibi Dong's beauty, but also because of Bibi Dong's amazing talent for cultivation. Combining with Bibi Dong, he will surely give birth to an offspring with extraordinary talent. However, when Chihiroji's palm was cut on Bibi Dong's neck, a small golden translucent shield quickly lit up on Bibi Dong's skin. With a bang, Chihiroji's palm bounced high. With this time, Bibi Dong finally reacted and rushed forward quickly, pulling away from Chihiroji. What ability is this? Chihiroji frowned and stared at Bibi Dong. Bibi Dong neither used his soul abilities nor released his soul power. How could something like a shield appear? Chihiroji's eyes fell on the back of Bibi Dong's neck, and the translucent shield glowing with golden light slowly dimmed, and then disappeared. Bibi Dong is also a little dazed. Although she can't see the back, her mental power can feel that something is giving her a blow. Chihiroji has torn away his disguise, and has no intention of hiding it. He grinned and said, "No matter what it is, you can't escape my palm today. Donger, the teacher has always been so kind to you, don't you like the teacher at all?" Bibi Dong shook his head and kept backing away. "Teacher, please let me go. My disciple won't tell you what happened today." "Leave you?" Chihirojixime smiled, "Impossible. Today, you can't escape." Bibi Dong has no luck, the exit is behind Chihiroji. She knows the strength of the teacher very well, it is impossible for her to escape. Gradually despairing in her heart, a trace of determination climbed onto her face. "Teacher, thank you for so many years of nurturing, I don't owe you anything in my life, Bibi Dong." Bibi Dong raised his slender jade hand, his hand was surging with soul power, and he patted his smooth forehead with a palm. "That's how you repaid me." Chihiroji sneered, and a terrible aura erupted from him, locking Bibi Dong into focus. This is his angel realm, with extremely strong control ability. Under the angel realm, Bibi Dong completely loses the ability to move, and his body is frozen there. "Since you want to resist, then I can only get you when you are sober. Don't worry, the teacher will be very gentle." Chihiroji has no humanity at this moment, and has completely become a demon. The golden light from the domain illuminates the entire underground secret room, and also illuminates Bibi Dong's desperate face. Watching Chihiroji walk towards her step by step, she couldn't help closing her eyes, tears running down her beautiful cheeks. At this moment, the figure of Ao Tian suddenly appeared in her mind, that handsome and incompetent man. There is another sentence, "When there is danger, you just call my name and I will appear by your side." Bibi Dong subconsciously wanted to call out Ao Tian's name, but when the words came to her lips, she couldn't say anything. That man is so young, can he really save her? Her teacher is a titled Douluo, a powerful titled Douluo with an angel spirit. She feels that the man here is only going to die. She couldn't bear to injure an innocent person, and she was still so handsome. And, how could it be possible to call the name and it would appear? Does he think he is a god? Bibi Dong struggled for a while, but finally did not speak. Just as Chihiroji was about to pounce on Bibi Dong, a sigh echoed in Bibi Dong's ears. "Hey, didn't I tell you, is there a danger to call me? Silly girl." The moment this sound rang, Ao Tian's figure also appeared beside Bibi Dong. Bibi Dong's body was shocked, she opened her eyes unbelievably, and at a glance she saw the fairy face that made her unforgettable. This time, she quickly escaped from the temptation of beauty and reached out to push Ao Tian. "Danger, go." However, it was too late. "Dead." Chihiro's furious voice sounded. The sudden appearance of this man made Chihiroji feel a strong threat. He didn't even notice how the other party appeared. And the other person's appearance is actually more handsome than him. It seems that the relationship with Bibi Dong is not simple. How can he accept this? Kyungsunji mobilized all the huge soul power in his body, and patted Ao Tian with a palm. Even if he didn't use his martial spirit and spirit abilities, with his titled Douluo level spirit power, the destructive power would be absolutely terrifying when he slapped him. Ao Tian didn't even look at Chihiroji, and stretched out his hand to hold Bibi Dong's little soft hand. "I'm here, Don't be afraid," he whispered. As he said, he waved his hand lightly towards Chihiroji, as if he was driving a fly away. However, Chihiroji's complexion changed drastically, and his scalp was numb by the sudden pressure of terror. He didn't have time to react at all. With a bang, he felt that his face bones were about to break, his teeth spurted out, his head buzzed, and he fell to the ground and passed out. Bibi Dong was stunned. Beautiful eyes widened, her ruddy mouth opened slightly. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com looked cute. She now seems to be only 17 or 18 years old. It is the time of youth and beauty. Ao Tian chuckled lightly, and squeezed Bibi Dong's tender little hand. Bibi Dong reacted, her pretty face turned red with a brush, and she wanted to withdraw her hand, but found that she couldn't get her hand out of Ao Tian's big hand no matter how hard it was. "I will take you away." Ao Tian smiled. He didn't care about Chihiroji's life and death, took Bibi Dong, and instantly appeared in the hotel room where he lived. Bibi Dong only felt a flower in front of him, and found that he had arrived in a strange room. Her hand was still held firmly by the strange man. Can you let me go?" Bibi Dong blushed, his voice sounded as if mosquitoes, lowered his head, and stared at his toes with uneasy eyes. "Okay," Ao Tian said, letting go of Bibi Dong's hand. A slender lady, a gentleman is so beautiful. Ao Tian is no stranger to Bibi Dong, he sympathized and admired this woman in his previous life. Now I have the opportunity to meet Bibi Dong, since I like it in my heart, then pursue it. Bibi Dong glanced at Ao Tian quietly, wondering who this man was. The secret of Ao Tian has already produced a fatal attraction to her. "Don't move," Ao Tian said. He looked at Bibi Dong's face intently, and gradually approached. Bibi Dong Feng's heart was beating frantically, like a deer bumping into her wildly. Looking at the face that was getting closer and closer, her long eyelashes trembled, she slowly closed her eyes, and her pretty face lifted slightly. "You have a hair on your face." Ao Tian's voice sounded, and then Bibi Dong felt Ao Tian's hand stroking her face. What a shame! Chapter 5, Bibi Dong and number 039, S plan. Bibi Dong at this time really wanted to find a seam to drill in. Is too ashamed, people just wanted to help get a hair, but she thought, and closed her eyes. "What are you doing with your eyes closed?" Ao Tian wanted to laugh, but he resisted. Looking at Bibi Dong's red lips, he was very moved. But he understands that this kind of thing can't be rushed, and he has to take his time. Feelings need to be cultivated slowly, and Ao Tian prefers to be natural, and it's a matter of course. He was also a little surprised. He didn't expect his charm to be so great that even Bibi Dong, a proud girl of heaven, would be willing to give kisses. Hearing Ao Tian's words, Bibi Dong was even more shy, his body was trembling slightly, and the white skin all over his body was coated with a layer of pink, which was truly beautiful. "What's wrong with me? I am the saint of Wuhan Temple, Bibi Dong, who is unparalleled in talent, how can I meet a strange man?" Bibi Dong woke up in shock, broke free of Ao Tian's palm, stepped back, and stared at Ao Tian vigilantly. In one day, after being hurt by the two closest men in his life, Bibi Dong unknowingly hated the men very much. However, he still accidentally fell into the temptation of Ao Tian's mail just now. "Who are you?" This is the third time Bibi Dong asked Ao Tian's identity. But since Ao Tian had just rescued her, her tone was rather gentle. Ao Tian sat down at the table, flipped the teacup, poured 2 cups of tea, one of which was pushed to Bibi Dong. "Drink tea." Bibi Dong looked at the tea in front of her, with some hesitation. After seeing Ao Tian drink it, she took a sip. "I'm just a passerby who sees uneven roads and helps me." Ao Tian smiled. Bibi Dong didn't believe Ao Tian's words, because the other party had a lot of doubts. "Why did you know in advance that I was in danger?" She gradually sharpened her eyes, examining the man in front of her. She wondered, could this also be a conspiracy? I have some ability to predict the future. Aotiendao. Bibi Dong obviously didn't believe it, and the corners of his mouth raised slightly, and said, then you can predict what is in my heart. Aotien smiled brightly, and the fairy-like handsome face immediately attracted Bibi Dong's mind. You must be thinking now, how could there be such a good-looking man in this world? Bibi Dongqiao blushed, and hurriedly retracted her gaze, as if she was really on her mind by Aotien. She plucked up the courage and continued to ask, then what is your strength? How can you defeat me so easily, and Chihiro-ji? Aotien thought for a while, and said seriously, my strength should be better than God. Bibi Dong couldn't help rolling his eyes, looking a little cute. She is a little speechless, such a good-looking man actually likes to lie. She knew that there were gods in this world, and that gods were much stronger than the 99th level title Douluo. Even, she has an unknown secret, a secret related to God, so she knows the power of God more clearly. But this guy named Aotien in front of him actually said that he was stronger than a god. It was really arrogant. Nian, because Aotien saved her, Bibi Dong didn't reveal Aotien's big words. In fact, she already had a guess about Aotien's strength in her heart. Can shoot the 95th level Chihiro-ji into a coma with one palm, and his strength should be close to the 99th level Peerless Douluo. As for whether he has reached the level of Peerless Douluo, Bibi Dong feels unlikely. After all, Aotien looked not much older than her, and possessing the strength close to Peerless Douluo was already very scary. How could it be possible to reach level 99 at a young age? Thinking of this, Bibi Dong suddenly felt that the various auras that had enveloped him for so many years, compared with Aotien, were simply dull. She is a genius who has been praised since she was a child, and she has worked extremely hard in her cultivation, and now she is only close to the realm of Soul Sage. However, the guy in front of him is almost at level 99. I really don't know how he cultivated. The news in the Spirit Hall is the best. Why haven't you heard of such a powerful person on Douluo continent before? Bibi Dong thought. What are your plans in the future? Aotien asked. Bibi Dong was taken aback for a moment, and fell silent. After a while, she said, Chihiro-ji's beast is no longer my teacher. I always regard him as an elder, respect him, and be filial to him. Unexpectedly, he. At this point, Bibi Dong's eyes reddened. After many years of getting along, she has a very deep feeling for Chihiro-ji, and she has even regarded each other as a father. However, all this collapsed today, making her unbearable. If you want him to die, I will kill him now. Aotien said lightly. Killing a pope seemed to him to be a trivial matter. Seeing Aotien stand up, Bibi Dong quickly said, Don't. What? He treated you like that, you still miss the old feelings. Aotien looked at her. He used to be my teacher after all. He has nurtured me for many years, and he also taught me to practice. You can let him go. Aotien looked at Bibi Dong with a little surprise. In his impression, Bibi Dong should be very tough and decisive. But now, some are too kind. But soon, he realized that the reason why Bibi Dong in the book was decisive was because he had experienced too much pain and suffering. Now Bibi Dong, before being hurt by two men today, was still an innocent girl. Aotiendao, well, since you broke with him, where are you going? Bibi Dong was stunned. She and Chihiro-ji had a fallout, where else could she go? If Chihiro-ji doesn't want to let her go, with the power of the Wuhan Hall spreading across the mainland, I am afraid that there will be no place for her in this world. Suddenly, her eyes lit up, she looked at Aotien and said, Can I follow you? For Aotien, this beautiful man, although Bibi Dong has always reminded himself to be vigilant, he still has an inexplicable trust in Aotien. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Aotien smiled and said, of course, I will take you to the mainland. Wait a few years, and then you will come back. What shall I do when I come back? Bibi Dong wondered. Come back to be your pope. Ao Tian had a little expectation in his heart. He felt that Bibi Dong who became the pope was the most beautiful Bibi Dong. Bibi Dong shook his head, but I don't really want to be the pope, and why would Chihiroji make me the pope? He also has an old father who is already a 99th level peerless Douluo. I, an outsider, became the pope. Ao Tian affirmed, don't worry, I say you can be, you can be. Let's talk about it then. Bibi Dong Dao, she glanced around the room, where is this? This is a hotel in Wuhan City. Then where to sleep tonight? Bibi Dong looked at Ao Tian in a panic, and kept pulling his clothes under the table with his hands. Ao Tian pointed to the big bed and said with a smile, you sleep on it. What about you? Bibi Dong blurted out. Ao Tian shrugged and said, you go to sleep, I don't like sleeping. Inside the Pope's hall, Chihiroji returned to his bedroom. One side of his face was swollen, like a purple-black leather ball, his mouth full of teeth was almost lost, a bite of blood. Come on! He roared vaguely. A beautiful-looking maid walked in tremblingly. Chihiroji's eyes were blood red, and the delicate maid in front of him gradually turned into Bibi Dong's appearance. There was a scream, and the girl was thrown onto the bed. The tearing sound continued, accompanied by a begging for mercy. Chapter 6, 16 years later. Although Ao Tian's divine mind is strong, it does not always radiate to observe the surroundings. When his heart moved and wanted to see what Chihiroji was doing, he found that Chihiroji had already harmed another woman. Ao Tian suddenly flashed a bold guess in his heart. Could it be, even if I save Bibi Dong, will the plot follow the original route? Chihiroji will not really make another Qunrengxiu, right? If that's the case, it seems pretty good. I look forward to that angel girl. Ao Tian smiled. Who is his favorite woman in the first part of Douluo continent, that is Bibi Dong and Qianrongxiu. Although the others are good, they should stay a little behind. He had some regrets before, but if he saved Bibi Dong, he would lose Qianrongxiu. But now it seems that Qianrongxiu is likely to appear again. On the soft big bed, Bibi Dong lay there, playing with the corners of his clothes unconsciously with his hands and staring at the ceiling, unable to sleep at all. Is not because of the sad things that happened today, but because of Ao Tian. Although she has some good feelings for this man, and the other person does not seem to be malicious, she has to remain vigilant. Eat a bite, grow a wisdom. From the abnormal behavior of Yu Xiaogang and Kyung Sunji, she understands a truth, knowing people, knowing the face and not knowing the heart. Sometimes, unless the other party tears off the disguise, it is difficult for you to see exactly who he is. Therefore, she has to guard against Ao Tian to prevent the other party from suddenly becoming aggressive. She thought in her heart that going with Ao Tian was just a helpless move. If she had enough strength, she would definitely not trouble this guy. While thinking about it, Bibi Dong occasionally couldn't help but turn his head and watch Ao Tian on the sofa in the distance. Ao Tian sat on the sofa sideways, and from Bibi Dong's perspective, he could only see a slashed face. Ao Tian shook the goblet, the red wine in it dangling. He looked out the window. A kind of loneliness that is unique in the world exudes invisibly. Bibi Dong was attracted by Ao Tian's appearance and unique temperament. Unconsciously, his eyes couldn't move away. What kind of person is he? She asked inwardly. Ao Tian suddenly turned his head, staring at Bibi Dong, smiling brightly. Are you peeking at me? Bibi Dong Fang was upset. Her pretty face turned bright red with a brush, and she quickly pulled up the quilt covering her chest and shrank her head into the quilt. Her heart is pounding, and while being shy, she is angry and makes her foolish at the same time. Ao Tian shook his head and smiled, and said, "You are tired today, go to sleep, we will leave Wuhan City early tomorrow morning." Bibi Dong only felt his eyelids heavier and heavier, and after a while, he fell asleep. Ao Tian walked up and gently pulled down the quilt, revealing Bibi Dong's head. The sharp and pretty face of melon seeds has very delicate features, long and curved eyelashes, smooth and small nose, and very attractive red lips with cherry. Ao Tian pursed his lips and smiled. Bibi Dong, who is a little silly, seems pretty good. Early morning. Bibi Dong's eyelashes quivered, and he opened his eyes slowly, but soon they became rounded. Why did I fall asleep? She felt a panic in her heart, and hurriedly reached out and fumbled for her clothes to confirm her physical condition. She breathed a sigh of relief when she found that the clothes were intact and there was no discomfort in some parts of the body. Since you are awake, don't stay in bed, get up and wash yourself. After breakfast, we should be on the road. Hearing Ao Tian's voice, Bibi Dong turned his head and found that Ao Tian was looking at him with a smile. She couldn't help but flush again. Bibi Dong felt a little embarrassed when he thought of saving a gentleman's belly with a villain. The fragrant, hot breakfast has been placed on the table, prepared by the hotel. Ao Tian sat there, eating slowly. A unique noble and elegant temperament exuded vividly on him, making Bibi Dong look fascinated again. As a saint of Wuhan Temple, she has received many years of aristocratic etiquette education, but in terms of nobility and elegance, no one she has ever met can compare to the Ao Tian in front of her. She didn't know that this kind of noble elegance was born with dragons. Maybe some dragons didn't like it, but Ao Tian enjoyed it very much. Is there a flower on my face? Look at me like this. Ao Tian warmly smiled. Bibi Dong Chiao blushed, and hurriedly got out of bed. I'm going to wash. An hour later, the two got ready to go. Actually, there is nothing to tidy up. A lot of clothing was stored in Bibi Dong's storage soul guide. And Ao Tian, as long as he wants to, he is the richest man on this planet, let alone preparing anything. Where are we going? Bibi Dong asked. Ao Tian looked to the north and said, let's go to the Tiandu Empire first, and then to the Xingluo Empire. I want to take you to eat all the food on this continent. Listening to Ao Tian's bold words and lofty ambitions, Bibi Dong suddenly felt a little sweet in his heart. She lowered her head, blushed, and gave a soft The two spent 10 years traveling freely and happily on the mainland. Ao Tian took Bibi Dong to eat all the delicious food in the world, and even went to the city of killing, giving Bibi Dong a realm of killing gods. As for Ao Tian, he looks down on things like the killing god realm. After playing for 10 years, the two returned to Wuhan city. Came back because they received reliable news that the Pope was violent. Bibi Dong contacted a female elder who had a good relationship back then, and learned that Kyung Sunji had led several elders to ambush Tang Hao, a genius of the younger generation of Hao Shenzong some time ago. Tang Hao's wife is a 100,000-year-old soul beast, and the overbearing Chihiroji will naturally not let go of the news. As a result, the ship overturned in the gutter, and the 100,000-year soul beast was sacrificed to Tang Hao. Tang Hao's strength soared, and Qian Suanji was severely injured by the hammer. Chihiroji made a maid and gave birth to a girl. In the past 10 years, she had a very bad attitude towards that maid, which caused the maid to hold a grudge against Chihiroji. Taking advantage of Chihiroji's serious injury, she drugged and killed Qian. Seek disease. The Pope died, leaving behind a 9-year-old daughter and the Wuhan temple that was about to be chaotic. This time to come back, it was Ao Tian's request. He hoped that Bibi Dong could take over the position of the Pope and become a powerful empress. In 10 years, Bibi Dong had already become a titled Douluo, and with the secret help of Ao Tian, he easily became the new Pope of Wuhan Palace. At this point, the lives of Ao Tian and Bibi Dong have stabilized. 6 years later. UU reading www.ukansha.com. 16 years have passed since Ao Tian's awakening, and Bibi Dong has also grown from a 17-year-old girl to a mature woman in her 30s. At this time, in Bibi Dong's bedroom, Bibi Dong blushed and was breathing fast. Don't make trouble. She patted Ao Tian's restless hands and grabbed Ao Tian's ears. Show me your original form. Ao Tian's figure was blurred for a while, and in the blink of an eye he returned to the appearance of 6 or 7 years old. Bibi Dong banged Ao Tian's forehead, looked at Ao Tian sideways, and smiled softly, just you kid, you don't have the same hair, and you want to be an adult with me. You have that ability. NS. Ao Tian curled his lips and said, is it okay to have a hand addiction? Besides, my practice is about to break through, and in a few years, I will be able to return to the appearance of a teenager. He looked at Bibi Dong's plump and moving body and couldn't help swallowing. Bibi Dong, who is in his 30s, has completely faded from the young girl's youth and turned into a ripe peach. The figure that is protruding and curving, coupled with that rare and beautiful face, is amazingly charming. She is still wearing a gorgeous papal robe, and she has a kind of papal majesty and dignity in her charm, which can easily arouse the desire of men to conquer. Ao Tian made a bitter face and felt a little uncomfortable. Before, I always heard about the dragon character Yin, he just smiled, but now, he truly understands it. The desire that is countless times stronger than that of humans, tortured him quite uncomfortably. Especially there is a peerless beauty next to her, who can only see but can't eat. That feeling is too cruel. Ao Tian shook his head and suppressed with great perseverance. I will set off tomorrow, to Nodding Cheng. Chapter 7, Arrive in Nodding City. Tomorrow, will it be so fast? Bibi Dong suddenly felt a little disappointed. She has been with Ao Tian for 16 years, and she already knows the identity of the Ao Tian Long clan, and she still falls in love with Ao Tian hopelessly. Although Ao Tian still looks like a kid now, in her heart, she has always been so tall and stalwart, and she will always rely on her. Ao Tian turned into an adult, holding Bibi Dong in his arms, and comforted, didn't I tell you a long time ago, there will be a son of destiny in Douluo continent. If I don't take action, the future martial arts palace will be destroyed by this destiny son. Bibi Dong snuggled in Ao Tian's arms and said, then you can find him and kill him directly? Why go to school in such a remote place? Ao Tian stroked the hair of the beauty in her arms, just like petting a gentle little cat, and said, I just want to see what the so-called destiny is and what is it capable of. Well, then you have to come back to see me often. Bibi Dong pouted and said coquettishly. This iron-blooded female pope with fierce methods, the pope who once led people to almost destroy the mainland's first sect, Haoshan sect, can only show this kind of young daughter's attitude in front of Ao Tian. Ao Tian lightly kissed the delicate red lips and said, don't worry, no one will forget you if I forget. Bibi Dong's pretty face became hot and flushed. By the way, I sent someone to check and found that Yu Xiaogang was also in the Nodding City Soul Master Academy. Bibi Dong said suddenly. Do you remember him? Ao Tian glanced at Bibi Dong. Bibi Dong panicked and hurriedly said, don't get me wrong. After that incident, I gave up on him. I heard that after he was kicked out of the Wuhan Hall, he met another man named Lu Er in the upper reaches of the mainland. Long's girl, when they got married, Yu Xiaogang suddenly learned that Lu Erlong was his cousin, so he abandoned Lu Erlong, who loved him so much, and stayed in Nodding City for more than 10 years. I know this. Ao Tian said, if you don't love, then make it clear in person that everyone is still a friend. He doesn't cut off the love relationship with the other party in this way, and keeps avoiding, causing the other party to suffer for more than 10 years, Yu Xiaogang, not as good as a woman. Bibi Dong nodded and said, you are right. I heard that he can't accept the fact that his lover is a cousin, but this kind of thing is not a taboo on the Douluo continent. There are many powerful forces in order to keep the blood of the martial soul pure. There are also some royal families and nobles for their noble bloodlines. As long as they are not brothers and sisters, they will not be too strict in this regard. Poor the woman named Lu Erlong, I heard that she had been searching for Yu Xiao on the Douluo continent for several years. Aotiendao, so, Yu Xiao Gang is very selfish. He only considers his own feelings. If you really want to love Lu Erlong, you won't make the other party suffer for more than 10 years. He doesn't let go, and he doesn't dare to go. Love, what kind of man? Don't talk about him. You are going to the Nodding Soul Master Academy, do you have a spirit? Bibi Dong asked. She has been with Aotian for so many years, and has never seen Aotian release her martial soul. The current soul beast can be transformed into a human in 100,000 years, and the transformed spirit is the original soul beast deity. Although Aotian is an ancient dragon clan, it should be the same. This is simple. Aotian smiled and put Bibi Dong down and stood in front of the bed. The divine power in his body was surging, and a golden dragon was condensed behind him. The dragon was not big, but there were 9 fingers on each paw. A terrifying pressure radiated out, making Bibi Dong's soul tremble. It's too strong. Bibi Dong was speechless and gave Aotian a blank look. If you use such a martial arts spirit to go to a junior spirit master academy, you must not scare the teachers inside. Then make it weaker. Aotian smiled. With his thoughts, the dragon behind him gradually faded, and finally became a little illusory, and the pressure became very weak. Bibi Dong got out of bed and curiously touched the dragon behind Aotian, because it was a little illusory, so the touch was not real. Is this really your martial soul? She curiously asked. Aotian shook his head. I am not a human being, and I don't have a martial spirit. This is just what I condensed with divine power. Said, a spirit ring appeared on him, followed by 2, 3. It didn't take long for him to surround him with 10 spirit rings, and all of them were golden. Bibi Dong's eyes widened and she was shocked. Seeing Bibi Dong's appearance, Aotian couldn't help smiling. This is fake, I can have as much as I want. As he said, the number of spirit rings on Aotian's body skyrocketed, dozens, hundreds. Afterwards, they were too dense to count. Take it away, put it away. Bibi Dong urged. She was stunned by the golden light radiating from the dense soul ring. The two returned to the bed and sat down. By the way, it's been a long time since I saw Zioxiu. Go and see her when you have time. Bibi Dong said. Don't worry, I will bring her back when she celebrates her birthday. Aotian said. Bringing someone back from Tiandu City, for him, it was just a blink of an eye. Qian Rongxiu has been lurking in the Tiandu imperial family for several years. Every birthday, Aotian would bring her back to celebrate her birthday. Bibi Dong suddenly stabbed Aotian and said, that Xiaonazai is also 15 years old. When you brought her back last time, she looked at you a little differently. You said, would she like it too? Fucked on you? She used to treat you as an older brother. As he said, Bibi Dong's lips pouted. She also liked Aotian since she was a girl, so she felt it as soon as Qian Rongxiu showed some signs. Aotian thought it was funny, and pointed his finger on Bibi Dong's lips. You read www.yuyuganshu.com and teased, you can hang a bottle on it. Which girl doesn't have spring? I'm so handsome, it's not surprising that she likes me, you are jealous. NS. Hey, would I be jealous with a little girl? Bibi Dong snorted and said, sleep. The two put on their pajamas and lay together. Aotian recovered his real body, with his head comfortably cushioned on Bibi Dong's chest. Bibi Dong said, when you grow up a little bit, let's do it. Aotian squinted his eyes comfortably like a cat rubbing his head with his head, and gave a soft Early in the morning, a luxurious carriage departed from Wuhan City and drove to the west. Aotian can fly and teleport, but he just likes to ride a carriage and experience human life. He was the only person in the carriage, without any entourage. At the speed of a carriage, it only takes 5 or 6 days to reach Nodding City, a small city on the southwestern border of the Tiandu Empire. Aotian knows the plot of Douluo continent, and he has the ability to prevent all things that are bad for Bibidong from happening. But he wanted to see what his destiny son Tang San had, and whether he was truly destined. He remembered that when he read the book on Douluo in his previous life, he didn't like Tang San very much. So, I took this opportunity to have an unfair contest with Tang San. The carriage bumped all the way, and on the 5th day, it finally arrived in Notting City. A step earlier than Bai Dong passed the news, and the host of the sub-hall of Wuhan Hall in Notting City came out to greet him, and respectfully received Aotian into the sub-hall. Because of Bibi Dong's orders, Aotian, who seems to be only 6 or 7 years old, has become the speaker of the Wuhan branch of Notting City. Chapter 8, Su Yun Tao is very good. In the Notting City branch hall, inside the hall master's office, Aotian leaned back on the comfortable office chair of the palace master, looking at a beautiful plump woman who stood respectfully across from the desk. This woman is the head of the Notting City branch hall. She looks about 40 years old. She wears a pair of black-framed eyes on her face and a tight-fitting professional suit. She looks very smart and capable. She poured a cup of tea for Aotian, and then drew a Wuhan Awakening certificate and a notification letter from Notting College from the table, saying, "Master Ao, this is a certificate issued to you by the Notting City branch hall." Aotian looked calm and nodded slightly. He first looked at the Wuhan Awakening proof, with his name written on it. The Wuhan was a golden dragon, was born with soul power, and his identity was a child from Shangshui village near Notting City. This martial soul type and innate soul power are both what he requires. Although he doesn't like high profile, but he doesn't like being too low-key. In his opinion, the 10th level of innate soul power is just right. As for the identity, it was faked. Otherwise, it would be unreasonable for him to come to this place to go to school as a genius in Wuhan Hall. To go to the Notting City Junior Soul Master Academy to study, you first need the Awakening Certificate of the Notting City Wuhan Branch Hall. Aotian has this certificate, coupled with the admission notice, can successfully enter the Notting Junior Soul Master Academy. While Aotian looked at the information, the middle-aged woman was also looking at Aotian. She was very surprised. Although the little boy in front of her looked only 6 or 7 years old, sitting there made her heart seem to be pressed by a heavy mountain. Originally, she wanted to coax Aotian as an ordinary child, but the pressure Aotian gave her invisibly forced her to dispel this idea. It's worthy of being a genius from the Pope's palace, this kind of tolerance, even my soul sect can't match it. The woman secretly said in her heart. She decided that she must have a good relationship with Aotian, and maybe she will be able to make a big splash in the future. Aotian put down the information and said, "There is Palace Master Lao Li, now arrange a room for me to rest." Young Master Ao is polite. His Majesty the Pope has already ordered that I will meet your needs if you have any. The female palace master said quickly, "Please follow me." Aotian, a short stature, is behind Li Dianzu, his height is only as high as the other's s. This scene immediately attracted the attention of countless deacons in the branch hall. Although the Wuhan branch of Notting City is very small, there are more than a dozen deacons. These people saw the palace master solemnly picking Aotian back, and they didn't know who Aotian was. They were very curious. Li Dianzu suddenly paused, waved to the crowd, and shouted, "Sissy, come here." "Oh!" A girl responded and walked quickly towards Aotian. She looks like she is about 20 years old, tall and hot. She swells the uniform of the Wuhan Hall, and her every move attracts the scorching eyes of many male deacons. "This is Sissy?" The woman who fascinated Su Yun Tao. Aotian's gaze also fell on Sissy. Then, he glanced over the male deacons and said in secret, "I don't know which one is Su Yun Tao." Sissy quickly followed Dianzu Li, and looked back at Aotian. His gaze stayed on Aotian's face, which was difficult to move away for a long time. The look of this little boy is so amazing, she has never seen such a nice little boy. Hall master, who is he? Sissy asked in a low voice. The genius from the Pope's palace. Li Dian said. Her eyes lit up, and she looked back at Aotian deeply again. The genius from the Pope's palace, that's a big shot. People like Notting City can only stay in this small corner for the rest of their lives, but if they can climb the genius of the Pope's palace. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but gratefully glanced at the Lord. After a while, a few people came to a cleaned-up room. Master Ao, Notting College will only start tomorrow. You can rest here tonight. Aotian nodded and said, go down. Li Dianzu said, Master Ao, this is the Sissy girl from our Notting City branch hall. You can find her if you have any needs. Looked at Sissy again and said, Sissy, Master Ao will take care of you. Smiled slightly, with a look of excitement, and said, don't worry, I will take care of young Master Ao. Said, she touched Aotian's head with her hand, and said gently, little brother, you look so beautiful. Li Dianzu was startled and wanted to stop, but it was too late. Aotian raised his head, looked at the woman who was nearly 1.8 meters tall, and snorted coldly. The temperature in the entire room dropped sharply, and a terrible chill invaded the two women's bodies, penetrated into their bones and souls. They found that they couldn't move, and they couldn't help but feel a big fear in their hearts. It is as if a fierce dragon is staring at them, and it will tear them to pieces in the next moment. The tigers cannot be touched, and the dragon's head cannot be touched either. The chill only lasted for half a minute, but the two women were almost unable to support them, and they were about to fall into a coma. Only then did Aotian withdraw his murderous aura. Hey, hey! The two women fell softly to the ground, gasping for breath, looking at Aotian in shock, as if they were looking at a demon. Do you like Su Yun Tao? Aotian glanced at him. Sissy doesn't know why Aotian would ask such a question. Just when she was considering how to answer, her mouth opened uncontrollably. No, I don't like him. That guy is pursuing me desperately. I think he has some value, so I kept hanging him. Otherwise, I would have refused him. You can go now. Aotian said. The two women only felt their bodies loose, only to realize that their clothes had been soaked in cold sweat. Li Dianzu's soul sect cultivation base, barely stood up, his feet still a little soft. She pulled up Sissy and said with a strong smile, Master Ao, take a rest, we won't bother you. By the way, Su Yun Tao is very good, let him send me to Notting College tomorrow to sign up. Aotian said. Li Dianzu was surprised, but still smiled and said, okay, I will arrange it. The two girls left, and Aotian sat down. The reason why he called Su Yun Tao to send him there was because he had a little sympathy for Su Yun Tao. Whether he was reading in his previous life or now, he felt that this young man was not easy. Because of his roll call this time, Su Yun Tao's position in the Nyachin Wuhan Hall should have improved a lot. The feeling of going to school, I really miss it. The Lord, that kid. Shut up. Li Dianzu whispered, that's an adult from the Pope's palace. Remember, you must not offend him in the future and call him young Master Ao, or an adult. She pulled Sissy and walked away quickly, and after leaving Aotian's room, she noticeably relaxed. The strength of that adult is definitely much stronger than me. Li Dianzu said, his face full of shock. How is it possible? He is so young. Sissy exclaimed. Nothing is impossible. Li Dianzu said coldly, do you know that your stupid behavior just now almost killed us both? Simple cold sweat came out again, and I was afraid for a while. Hall master, I know it was wrong. Sissy lowered her head. It's fine if you know what you're wrong. You should inform Su Yun Tao and ask him to take Master Ao to Notting College tomorrow morning, or I will tell him in person. You go back first, and remember, don't talk too much about Master Ao's identity. After finishing speaking, Li Dianzu left in a hurry. Su Yun Tao. SISI instantly felt that Su Yun Tao, who was around her all day, was so handsome. The next day, early morning, when Ao Tian walked out of the room, Su Yun Tao was already waiting respectfully at the door. "Good morning, Master Ao." Su Yun Tao shouted. Chapter 9, See Tang 3 for the first time. Ao Tian nodded slightly, and said yet. He looked at the young man in front of him. He seemed to be in his 20s, about 1.8 meters tall, strong, and handsome in appearance. "Are you Su Yun Tao?" Ao Tian asked, his tone as if the superior was asking the subordinate. Su Yun Tao was already mentally prepared, and replied respectfully, "Yes, Master Ao." Last night, Li Dianzu personally found Su Yun Tao and asked him to take a great figure from the Pope's palace to Notting College today. Moreover, Li Dianzu also speculated that the true age of this young man might not be 6 years old, and his strength is even more unfathomable, so Su Yun Tao must not offend young man Ao. Therefore, Su Yun Tao did not dare to relax in the face of Ao Tian, and behaved very respectfully. "Master Ao, I will take you to have breakfast first, and then go to Notting College, please here." "Good." After breakfast, Su Yun Tao called a carriage and drove for Ao Tian in the direction of Notting Junior Soul Master Academy. "Su Yun Tao, I heard you are pursuing Sisi." Ao Tian's words came from the carriage. Su Yun Tao hesitated for a moment, and said, "Yes." He didn't know why Ao Gongzi asked this question, but he answered honestly. "This is no secret, everyone in the Notting City branch hall knows it. I asked Sisi last night, she doesn't like you, but thinks you have some value, so she didn't refuse you for the time being." "Master Ao, are you kidding me?" Su Yun Tao smiled, his face a little ugly. "Li Dianzu was also there last night, you can ask her if you don't believe me." The smile on Su Yun Tao's face disappeared, and he fell silent, his chest was very tight and uncomfortable. A small white hand stretched out from the carriage, and on the palm was a white bead the size of a thumb. "This is the spiritual energy bead, you bring it by your side, and you will increase your cultivation speed when you practice. With your aptitude, it will be very difficult to break through to the soul sovereign in this life. With this bead, you can become at least 50 plus. Soul King." Su Yun Tao was shocked, and hurriedly said, "Master Ao, this can't be done, I can't ask for such a valuable thing." Said, he pushed Ao Tian's hand back, but his eyes were nostalgic for this spiritual bead. "Take it." Ao Tian ordered. Su Yun Tao involuntarily opened his hand, and the beads fell on his palm. "This is my reward for you, as a reward for you to send me to Notting College. With it, you will no longer have to be blinded by others in the Wuhan Hall in the future. You have a chance to become the head of the sub-temple, and even more. High-level sub-temples are possible." Su Yun Tao squeezed the spiritual energy beads, took a deep breath, suppressed the excitement in his heart, and said gratefully, "Thank you, Master Ao, what is your need in the future? Don't hesitate." Ao Tian said, he also thought that Su Yun Tao was good, so he gave a small reward. The place where he used to sleep is the most aura on this planet. The aura beads are insignificant to him. Some women are not very capable but have great ambitions. You can do it yourself. Ao Tian said again. "Master Ao, I understand." Su Yun Tao replied. The two did not speak any more. After half an hour, they finally came to the gate of Notting College. "Master Ao, we are here." Su Yun Tao said, got out of the car, and opened the curtain. Ao Tian got out of the car. The gate of Notting College is quite atmospheric, with a width of 20 meters and a height of more than 10 meters. The arches are all made of hard rock. Right above the arch, there are 4 characters Notting College. Below the arch, there are 2 iron doors, and a young man is sitting in the corner on one side of the door dozing off. "Let's go in." Su Yun Tao said. Ao Tian nodded, and followed Su Yun Tao forward. Was walking a few steps, suddenly his heart moved, and said, Su Yun Tao, I can go in by myself, you can go back to the Martial Soul Palace, if you need anything, I will find you. Su Yun Tao stopped and turned around and said, Master Ao, I graduated here before, and I am still an excellent student here. Many teachers have a good relationship with me. I can say hello to you. No need. Ao Tian raised his hand to stop. I can go in alone, you can go back. Well, if you need help in the future, you must come to me so that I can repay your great favor. Su Yun Tao said seriously. Ao Tian waved his hands a few times and said, Go, go. Su Yun Tao did not stop, and left Notting College in a carriage. Ao Tian did not enter Notting College immediately, but stood on the edge of the open space in front of the college gate, looking at one end of the street outside. There, two figures, one old and one young, are coming here. Ao Tian heard their conversation just now, so he let Su Yun Tao leave first. The old and the young, with white hair and snow-white beard, holding a cane and wearing brand new clothes, are in good spirits. The small person looks about 6 years old, his body is thin, his complexion is a little sallow, but his eyes are extremely energetic, and his footing is extremely calm while traveling. Compared to the old man, the clothes on this child are poorer, washed almost white, and there are several large patches on them. The child's eyesight is very good, and he saw the 4 characters of Notting College a few hundred meters away. These two people are the old Jack and Tang San from Shengun village. Can see the protagonist in the original work, how could Ao Tian miss it? He stood in an inconspicuous place on the edge, looking at Tang San. He knew that after a while, there would be a show. Grandpa Jack, we are here. Notting College is in front of you. Tang San pointed to Notting College and said. Oh, you reading www.yuyugonshu.com? It's finally here. Old Jack laughed. After a while, Tang San and Old Jack came to the gate of Notting College, but they were stopped by the young man at the gate. The young man saw how Old Jack looked like a hillbilly. He felt like a bully, so he wanted to make some money. Old Jack, a simple countryman, how can he understand the deep routines in the city? Especially the young man still satirizes the Holy Soul village with a weird yin and yang, and the old Jack became angry all at once. The young man was also aroused by the ignorance of the old Jack, and reached out to push the old Jack. At this time, Tang San made a strong move. Tang San was a disciple of the outer sect of Tang sect in his previous life. Because he liked it, he stole a variety of unparalleled skills in the inner sect. Each of them belonged to the top martial arts. The tall young man was thrown into the air by Tang San, who was only 6 years old. Smelly boy, you are looking for death. The young man was furious, and was pushed down by a little bit. His face and dignity were lost. He got up from the ground and rushed towards Tang San. The anger had already dazzled his head. He wanted to teach Tang San a profound lesson. Tang San's eyes gradually became cold, his left hand was slightly raised, and the safety of the silent Shijian hidden in his sleeve had been opened. As long as the muscles on his arms move slightly, the youth's throat will have a short arrow. Tangman Suane Shanbailu General Outline, Article 3, make sure the opponent is the enemy, as long as the opponent has a way to kill, you will never show mercy, otherwise it will only add trouble to yourself. In Tang San's eyes, with this young man's mean temper, coupled with his disrespect to old Jack, what a cruel boy! Ao Tian said secretly. He watched this scene with a smile, and already had a preliminary understanding of Tang San in his heart. Chapter 10, The Shock of Yu Xiaogang and Tang 3. When the old Jack was arguing with the young gatekeeper, a middle-aged man stood not far away from Ao Tian, frowning, watching in silence. This middle-aged man is Yu Xiaogang, with short hair and a very ordinary appearance. He has not changed much from the beginning, but has experienced a lot of vicissitudes. On him, he still has a somewhat lazy and decadent temperament. When he saw the goalkeeper get up and rush towards Tang San, Yu Xiaogang finally said, "Okay, stop it." The young man heard the sound, his forward body stopped, and angrily looked at the person who stopped it. He was about to swear, but when he saw that the person was a master, the anger on his face disappeared, and he immediately put on a flattering smile. "Master, it was you." In front of the master, the young concierge never dared to do it again. Tang San stared at the youth coldly, and lowered his arm. If someone hadn't come over suddenly, this young man would have become a corpse. Tang San turned to look at the visitor, without speaking. If this middle-aged man who just arrived is just like that young man, he doesn't mind sending them to the west. Master glanced at the young man, snorted coldly, then looked at the old Jack, and said, "Old man, can you show me the proof of Wuhan Hall?" Old Jack quickly handed over Tang San's awakening proof. Master looked at the proof, and looked at Tang San from time to time, his look a little surprised, and then turned into a hint of joy. Tang San frowned, the eyes of this middle-aged man made him very uncomfortable. The master owed and said, "The proof is true, old man, just now the concierge collided with you. I apologize to you on behalf of the college. Leave the child to me, and I will take him in to sign up." Old Jack hurriedly said, "There is no need to apologize, there is something wrong with us." Then, he gave Tang San a few words before leaving. Master glanced at the young man in the concierge, and said lightly, "If there is another next time, you will get out." The young man looked terrified, he didn't even dare to say, and flashed to the side. Master looked down at Tang San, his stiff face forced a smile, as if he hadn't smiled for a long time. "You wait a moment," he said. Then, he looked at Ao Tian not far away, beckoned, and said, "Child, come here." This beautiful-looking child, the master noticed when he first approached here. It is really that Ao Tian's looks and temperament are too eye-catching, and even the masters who have seen strong winds and waves, have experienced the vicissitudes of life are amazed. He guessed that this child should have come to school too, with such an extraordinary appearance and temperament, which made him very curious, what exactly is this child's martial arts? Ao Tian was a little puzzled when he heard the master call him, but he still raised his foot and walked over. With a stiff smile on his face, master looked at Ao Tian who came in front of him, and asked, "You are also here for enrollment, right?" Ao Tian nodded and did not speak. "Can I see your proof of martial arts awakening?" the master asked. Ao Tian took out his own certificate and handed it over. He wanted to see what Yu Xiaogang wanted to do and whether he wanted to guide him. When Ao Tian walked over, Tang San's gaze stayed on Ao Tian. He had noticed this kid before, and he was surprised. Now, observing Ao Tian up close, Tang San felt a sense of inferiority in his heart for no reason. The other party's clothes were bright and beautiful, and they looked like nothing. When the two stood together, Tang San felt that he was just a foil, so dull. When will I care about a stinky skin? Strong strength is the root of everything, no matter how good it looks, it's useless. Tang San was startled, and quickly warned himself. When the master saw Ao Tian's proof, he was shocked. Another congenital full of soul power. He couldn't help exclaiming. Seeing Tang San's proof just now, he was already very surprised, and now another innate soul power appeared, which made it difficult for him to remain calm. According to his research, the Heaven Do Empire and the Star Luo Empire have only seen 19 innate soul powers in the past 100 years. However, today he met two at once. The population of the whole continent is so large that it is unimaginable that he can meet two children with innate soul power at the same time, which is almost 1 in a billion. Is this God's will, God's mercy for my unfair destiny, and compensation for me? The master couldn't help but look up at the sky. He has secretly decided in his heart that in any case, he must put these two children under his family. With such a good aptitude, he must not be violent. When the master exclaimed, Tang San also looked at Ao Tian in shock. The child in front of him was not only outstanding in appearance, but also not weaker in talent than him. At this moment, Tang San felt a sense of frustration. Compared with this handsome kid, he is really dull. When will I compare with a little kid? I have other advantages. Second Wuhan, Tang Sek's unique learning, Tang San is not weaker than anyone else. Tang San woke up. As soon as the master finished exclaiming, his brows frowned, staring at Ao Tian's martial arts, with some doubts. Wuhan Jinlong, he had never heard of this kind of Wuhan. He used to work in the Wuhan Hall for many years. Originally, with his low strength and wasteful talent for cultivation, he was destined to be only a little deacon at the bottom, but he came into contact with Bibi Dong by accident and relied on his own knowledge of Wuhan. The unique insight gained Bibi Dong's favor. Later, with the help of Bibi Dong's power, he was able to access various research data of the Wuhan Temple, so that he could summarize his 10 core competence theories from the huge data collected by the Wuhan Temple. There are hundreds of martial souls he knows. You read www.yuyuganshu.com, but he has never heard of such martial souls as Jinlong. The top of the dragon spirit is the blue lightning tyrant dragon spirit, and it is also the strongest beast spirit. Yu Xiaogang guessed that this golden dragon spirit should not be comparable to the blue lightning tyrant dragon spirit. Your name is Ao Tian, child, can you let me see your martial arts? The master looked at Ao Tian expectantly. He has been obsessed with research all his life. Now that a new martial soul has appeared, how can he not be excited? Sorry, my spirit will not be shown to people casually. Ao Tian refused. He didn't come to learn from Yu Xiaogang, why should he follow Yu Xiaogang's words? He guessed that Yu Xiaogang almost always wanted to accept him as a disciple. Master was stunned, and the atmosphere suddenly became a little embarrassing. Don't worry, I live in Notting College, and others call me a master. The master quickly explained that he felt that the kid was a little more vigilant. I care about you, master, I don't want to show it to you, even if the Pope comes, it's useless. Ao Tian said unceremoniously. You kid, why are you not polite at all? This is the teacher of the academy, you will study here in the future. Tang San couldn't help but teach. Okay, I don't want to watch it. The master hurriedly said. It depends on Ao Tian's martial arts soul. There will be opportunities in the future, and there is no rush for it. It is not good for everyone to make trouble. I'll take you in, he said, and reached out to pull Tang San. His other hand stretched out towards Ao Tian, but Ao Tian did not stretch out his hand. Master didn't care either, retracted his palm, and led Tang San to the front. Ao Tian walked behind, with a smile on the corner of his mouth, and if nothing else, Tang San would be seen kneeling down to apprentice. Chapter 11, Master and Number 039, S Ambition. Ao Tian, who followed behind, suddenly paused, turning his head and looking back. On the far corner of the street, a burly figure was shrouded in black robe, staring at Notting College. Ao Tian also felt a psychic power belonging to title Douluo radiating from the black robe figure, and swept it through the Notting Academy. Ao Tian retracted his gaze, and continued to follow the master and Tang San. He knew that the person staring at them was Tang Hao, the first genius of the Clear Sky School in 100 years, and the title of the strongman of Clear Sky Douluo. Teacher, thank you. Tang San said gratefully. Master lowered his head and smiled. You are wrong, I am not a teacher at Notting College. Didn't you just say that you represent the academy? Tang San was puzzled. Master smiled and shook his head, and said, it is not necessarily the teacher who can represent the college. I am just a guest here, and others call me master. Then why do they call you a master? Because I have studied martial arts for decades. On the Douluo continent, in terms of cognition of martial arts, I call it the second, and no one dares to call the first. The master's voice was raised a little higher, and he was invisible. After a glance, he found that Aotian was following, and he was a little satisfied. Originally, according to his temperament, he would not speak so madly. But today's situation is a little different. He has already made up his mind to accept these two children as disciples. It's just that the kid behind is a bit awkward, so he can only show his profound knowledge. It is easy for children to admire powerful people. He behaves a little better. Maybe these two children will obediently worship him as a teacher. Such a good talent, if taught by other teachers, it would be a misunderstanding and a waste of this peerless talent. He is the only one who is qualified to be the teacher of these two children and trains these two children to become peerless powerhouses. The master clenched his fists involuntarily. Others called him a master, but he knew that this was just a mockery. Except for the woman of the year, no one recognized his theory and often regarded him as a joke. He held a breath in his heart. He had been holding it for more than 10 years. Today, he finally saw the hope of raising his face. As long as these two children can be accepted as disciples and used his theories to train them into superpowers, then those ignorant who laugh at him will shut their mouths in shame and show no self-confidence. Bibi Dong, you didn't even give me the opportunity to explain. One day, my hall will stand upright in front of you. Tang San frowned. Master's words, no matter how he listened, he seemed to be bragging. I dare to say that my knowledge of Wuhan is the first in the mainland, which is too arrogant. Tang San's soul is already an adult in his 30s, but he is not a 6-year-old kid who doesn't understand anything. He is not so foolish. For a while, some of the goodwill he had just developed towards the master quickly disappeared. Aotian was watching the theater behind, smiling without saying a word. The three of them walked to the shade of the trees on the side of the road, and the master saw that Tang San and Aotian had not spoken, suddenly a little strange. Don't you believe it? He asked. Tang San pulled out the hand held by the master, and said, Master, thank you for helping me just now and bringing me in. I think I'm going to report now. Master was stunned. This is not like a 6-year-old's reaction, shouldn't it be worshipping him? He turned his head to look at Aotian, only to find that Aotian had a faint smile on his face, which seemed to be somewhat mocking. Seeing that Tang San was about to leave, the master was anxious and said quickly, Tang San, how can you say, you are also the third twin martial arts soul in the mainland in 100 years? If you don't get the correct teaching, you will make many detours. It will also waste your great talent. Tang San, who had just lifted his foot and was about to leave, immediately retracted his foot and turned to look at the master in amazement. He also quietly raised his left hand, ready to launch a fatal blow at any time. Master didn't know that he was already standing in front of the ghost gate. He saw Tang San attracted back by his words, and he smiled immediately and said, Are you wondering why I knew the secret of your twin martial arts? Tang San didn't speak, staring at the master closely. Only Aotian could feel the killing intent hidden deep in his eyes. As long as the master shows a trace of evil intentions, Tang San will launch an attack without hesitation. His father told him that the secret of the clear sky hammer must not be revealed. The location of Tang San station is very clever. It just used the master to block Aotian's eyes from behind. Even if the master is killed, no one will find out that he killed it. How can a 6-year-old kid kill an adult, and this adult is still a spirit master? Seeing Tang San not speaking, the old master said, I said that in terms of knowledge of martial arts, no one can compare to me. I can infer that your twin martial arts are only based on your proof. The secret of my life, otherwise I don't deserve to be called a master. I once investigated. According to the 10 core competencies of Wuhan that I researched. The master talked about a lot of professional knowledge, analyzed his own inference, and spoke the truth. Tang San lowered his arm, his eyes calmed, and said, There are exceptions to everything, maybe I am the exception outside of your theory. The master shook his head, impossible. Over the past 100 years, there have been 19 innate soul powers in Douluo continent. I have carefully studied all of their martial arts, and they are all powerful souls. And your blue-silver grass. Martial souls are very ordinary, and it is impossible for you to meet the conditions of innate full soul power, so I conclude that you must have another powerful martial soul. Tang San looked at the master's gaze. Yu reads www.yuyuganshu.com gradually became respectful. Suddenly, he took a step back, knelt on his knees with a bang, and slammed his head 3 times to the master. The master was stunned, not understanding why Tang San suddenly knelt down and kowtowed to him. What are you doing? He hurried to pull Tang San. Tang San looked firm and respectfully exclaimed, Master, I am willing to learn from you, you can accept me as a disciple. In just a few minutes, he has been overwhelmed by the master's rich theoretical knowledge. He already has a strong talent, and what he lacks is the knowledge of cultivation. With such a wise man as his teacher, he will avoid many detours. Master smiled very satisfied, and pulled Tang San up, saying, Going is the etiquette to worship the emperor and his parents, you just have to bow. Tang San looked serious, and said, being a teacher for 1 day and a father for life, I should give you this great gift. Master suddenly looked moved, and laughed, Okay, very good, I really accepted a good disciple. Tang San also smiled. Originally he was still a little confused about the next college life. Now that I have worshipped the master as a teacher, I suddenly had a direction. Master suddenly remembered that there was another little genius, and turned around quickly, looking at Ao Tian expectantly. Tang San frowned slightly, wondering if it was because of Ao Tian's refusal to show Wuhan to the master before. He didn't like this good-looking child a little. Regarding the master's desire to accept Ao Tian as a disciple, Tang San also guessed it. Ao Tian smiled, staring at the master. Master said, Ao Tian, if you also want to become a powerful soul master, then learn with Tang San and follow me. Ao Tian shook his head and smiled, and said, Sorry, I refuse. Chapter 12, Bet. The smile on Master froze, and after a few seconds he asked, Why? He was very puzzled. Didn't the awesome theories he just said made this child a little admiration at all? Ao Tian's expression suddenly became serious, and said, In this world, no one is worthy of being my teacher. Arrogant. Tang San couldn't help but pop out this word in his heart. The master furrowed his brows deeply and said, Children, the cultivation of a soul master is not easy. If there is a master to give guidance, it will be twice the result with half the effort. And a soul master can only worship one master in his life, otherwise he will be intolerable by the world. No one can be better than me. Ao Tianxiao looked at the master and said, How do you prove that your theory must be correct? Master said, You have also seen just now. I can infer the fact that Tang San twins martial arts spirits with just one proof. Isn't this enough to prove that my theory is correct? Ao Tian shook his head and said, The journey of cultivation is full of endless possibilities. Your theories are only suitable for people with mediocre aptitudes to practice, and they are useless to me. It's a big tone, but it's innately full of soul power. It sounds like it's unique in the sky and the earth. Tang San couldn't help saying. Ao Tian glanced at Tang San, and said lightly, My innate soul power wants to clean up you, it's easy. Really? Do you want to practice? Tang San was unwilling to show weakness. He had long been unaccustomed to Ao Tian's arrogance. Especially since he has now worshipped the master as his teacher, Ao Tian is disrespectful to the master. He, as a disciple, has the responsibility to help be fair. Ao Tian shook his head and said, I will give you 100 years, and you can't be my opponent. Okay, don't make a noise, you will still be classmates in the future. The master said to make a round. He looked at Ao Tian and said, It's better that I make a bet with you. If you lose, you will willingly worship me as a teacher, how about? Ao Tian came to be interested, and said, then if you lose, you admit that your theory is inadequate. Okay, it's a deal. The master smiled happily. How to bet? Ao Tian asked. The master said, you and Tang San are both innate 10th level spirit power. Within 1 year, Tang San will accept my teaching. After 1 year, as long as your spirit power and actual combat ability exceed Tang San by the same amount, you will win. Otherwise, I will count as a win. Master had full confidence in his heart, and he had even figured out the direction of Tang San Lan Yinko's development. In the case of heads up, the controlling spirit master was the strongest. Therefore, he feels that with his own theory, he has made himself invincible. Even he still feels whether this is a bit bullying. But think about it, this is also for the good of this arrogant child, and he will feel relieved. This bet is interesting, Ao Tian took it, so be prepared to give in. Ao Tian said. Humph. Tang San couldn't help but snorted coldly. This child has been deceived many times, and his tone is even more shocking. He does not understand what kind of tutoring can teach such an impolite child. Master is in a good mood. Today is his happiest day in many years. Not only has he accepted a genius disciple Tang San, but even another young genius is destined to become his bag. Let's go, I will take you to the Academic Affairs office to report. The master smiled and took Tang San's hand. Ao Tian Yuze followed behind, his eyes flashed across the academy, and the students chasing the scenes of playful scenes made him feel touched. How many years have passed, but I didn't expect to return to campus one day. Notting College is not very large. The main areas inside are teaching buildings, playgrounds, and dormitories. The rest of the area is relatively small. The college stipulates that all students must stay on campus, even if their home is not far from the college, and must accept unified management. Not long after, the master brought Tang San and Ao Tian to the front of the teaching building. The office of the Academic Affairs office is on the first floor of the teaching building, and there are already teachers in it to receive this year's new students. Master knew the reception teacher inside. He handed Tang San's certificate to a teacher who seemed to be in his 60s, and said, Director Su, please register this child. Tang San, I have something to do, so I'll leave first, and I will look for you later. Good teacher. Tang San nodded. After the master left, Director Su reminded, my child, that is not the teacher of our college, so please don't bark in the future. Tang Sandao, I have already worshipped him as a teacher. Director Su, as well as 2 other teachers in their 20s, all looked weird and seemed to be holding back a smile. You actually worship Master as a teacher? Director Su couldn't help asking. Is there any problem? Tang San asked back. No, just be happy if you are happy, I will help you with the formalities now. Director Su said. A young teacher still couldn't help saying, Tang San, I kindly remind you that if you apprentice a teacher, each student can only worship one. The master is not a teacher in our college and has never taught students. I think you should think about it carefully. I have already considered it. Tang San said lightly. He has seen the master's erudition, so naturally he will not give up just because of these few words. Director Su glared at the youth who had just spoken, and said, Your martial arts spirit is Lan Yinko, and it is appropriate to worship Master as a teacher. This is your thing, you can go to the dormitory, where the teacher will arrange it. Thank you. Tang San took the newborn items, turned and walked out. Ao Tian did not go in, and kept standing at the door watching. Tang San glanced at Ao Tian faintly, and was about to leave, but the faint voice from the Academic Affairs office stopped him. Unexpectedly, the master can also receive disciples, ha ha ha, it's so funny. That kid was deceived by him, right? Follow him, the kid from UU reading www.yunsha.com was originally a waste of martial arts, and he fits well with the invincible master of theory, ha ha ha. I just want to laugh when I think of the 10 core competences of martial arts of the master, he thought. He who is it? A clown. Director Su scolded, shut up, the master is a friend of the principal, but you can't comment on it at will. Suddenly became quiet inside. The corners of Tang San's mouth raised slightly, revealing a trace of sarcasm and disdain. In his opinion, the few people inside are real clowns. Master can see the secret of his twin martial arts with just one proof. Would it be simple? Tang San glanced at Ao Tian lightly, preparing to leave. His appearance obviously doesn't put Ao Tian in his eyes. Ao Tian immediately became happy, and said, Tang San, the master's theory is not necessarily correct. And I heard that the master used to work in the Wuhan Hall, but because of the intention to defile the saint, the Pope today, and he was driven out of the Wuhan Hall. Tang San stopped, turned his head fiercely, his eyes were staring at Ao Tian, 2 purple lights flickered from his eyes, a kind of unrelenting oppressive force pressed towards Ao Tian. Apologize. Tang San stepped forward, raging, and his words were full of commands. I'm telling the truth, why should I apologize? Ao Tian looked at Tang San with interest. Insulting a teacher is like insulting a parent. If you don't apologize, I will hit you to apologize, so that you can discipline your uncultivated child for your parents. Tang San vigorously agitated, his eyes were like 2 sharp swords, extremely deterrent. If it were an average child, it might have been trembling with fright. Ao Tian was not moved, and smiled, then you can try it. Chapter 13, Meet Xiao Wu for the first time. What's the matter? Director Su, who was in his 60s, walked out. Tang San and Ao Tian didn't intentionally lower their voices when they spoke. Director Su's cultivation level was not low, and he heard all the rattling words in his ears. As soon as he left the house, he saw Tang San and a child with his back facing him. Tang San, you just want to break discipline on your first day of school? Do you want me to call your father? Director Su's voice is severe. Tang San could only give up the idea of teaching Ao Tian, took a deep look at Ao Tian, then turned and left. This kid is too rude. Director Su muttered. He lowered his head, looked at Ao Tian's small figure, stretched out his hand to touch Ao Tian's head, and said, You are here to report, right? Come in. Ao Tian seemed to have eyes behind, avoiding the big hand, and turned around. You. Director Su was speechless for a moment, and was shocked by Ao Tian's appearance. He has lived for more than 60 years and has never seen such a beautiful child. After Ao Tian walked into the office, Director Su reacted and hurriedly followed up. The 2 young teachers who were chatting inside saw Ao Tian coming in, and suddenly forgot to speak, and their eyes focused on Ao Tian. How come there are such beautiful children? One of them couldn't help but said. Director Su bent down and said with a smile, My kid, give me your proof. His attitude is obviously much warmer than when he received Tang San just now. Ao Tian handed over his Wuhan Awakening certificate. Director Su took it, returned to his seat and sat down, his eyes fell on the proof in his hand. 2 other young teachers who are very interested in Ao Tian also came over. The moment they saw Ao Tian's innate soul power, all 3 of them couldn't help taking a breath, and their eyes were shocked. Congenital full of soul power, turned out to be another congenital full of soul power. Moreover, Wuhan is still a kind of Wuhan called Jinlong. They don't know what kind of spirit the golden dragon Wuhan is, but it is definitely not common with the dragon character. The most powerful dragon spirit is the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus spirit, known as the strongest beast spirit. There are several other dragon spirits. Although they are not as good as the blue lightning dragon spirit, they are all powerful. The teachers of the several dragon martial souls on the Douluo continent knew about them, but they had never heard of the golden dragon martial soul. They guessed that this should be a mutant martial soul that had never appeared before. Thinking of this, the three teachers couldn't help getting excited. Ao Tian, can you show us your martial soul? Director Su asked. Ao Tian nodded, his divine power condensed an illusory golden dragon behind him. The eyes of the three teachers were shining, and their bodies were trembling with excitement. Sure enough, it is a powerful beast martial soul. I never thought I could see such a powerful martial soul. A young man said excitedly. In a small place like Notting City, there are few strong people and few powerful spirits. This is the first time that they have seen such a powerful spirit in person. The faint coercion from that illusory golden dragon shocked them. One of the teachers suddenly wondered, "Look, Director Su, why doesn't this Wuhan named Jinlong look like a dragon, but like a snake with claws? Hey, it really doesn't look like a dragon." Another young teacher said. Although they haven't seen dragon martial arts with their own eyes, they generally know the characteristics of dragon martial arts. They generally have wings and look more like lizards. Director Su said, "Since this Wuhan Hall certificate says it is a golden dragon, it should be a dragon-type Wuhan. I think this is likely to be mutated, so the appearance is biased towards snakes." Ao Tian is a little speechless. He is the pure dragon, and those big lizards with wings are also worthy of comparison with him? When he came to this planet, he grew up from the weakest to the strongest. He had never seen those lizards with wings. Thinking about it, he should only appear after he fell asleep. The eyes of the three teachers looking at Ao Tian were shining, especially Director Su, his saliva almost came out. "Ao Tian, you don't have a teacher yet, why don't you worship me as a teacher?" Director Su expected. If he can accept Ao Tian as a disciple, and Ao Tian will become famous in the future, he can also go down in history with the famous. And, as long as Ao Tian becomes famous, Director Su will also get a lot of benefits. No one can resist this temptation of fame and fortune. Ao Tian shook his head and said, "Sorry, I don't plan to apprentice at Notting College." "Why?" Director Su asked unwillingly. "Ao Tian Dao, you just said that a soul master can only worship one teacher in his life. With my talent, I can definitely go to an intermediate college or a high-level college. Why should I not go to a high-level college to go to another teacher? It will help me even more in my future cultivation." Ao Tian didn't plan to apprentice at all, and no one was qualified to let him apprentice, so he could only make up a reason to fool it. I believe that after he said this, there should be no more teachers to bother him. Director Su sighed and said, "You are right, I am selfish." He handed the freshman information and school uniform to Ao Tian, and said, "This is your thing. You will live in room 7 of the dormitory building. Go, there will be a teacher who will welcome you and arrange work-study jobs for you." Ao Tian took the things and said thank you. Just then, a crisp and sweet voice came from outside, "Excuse me, is this the place to sign up?" Ao Tian turned around to look, only to see a cute and lovely girl standing at the door, looking inside curiously. She looks about the same size as Tang San, but a little shorter than Ao Tian, and her small face is red in the egg white, as delicate as a peeled egg. A long scorpion braid fell to the hip, and his big eyes were watery. The clothes she wears are simple, but very neat. The 4 people in the academic affairs office, including Ao Tian, were all refreshed and surprised at the cuteness of this little girl. "Little girl, this is the place to sign up. Are you here to sign up too?" Director Su said kindly. Ao Tian's eyes showed a strange color, and he could tell at a glance that this little girl was not a human, at least, not a real human. Under his gaze, the little girl's spirit beast breath could not escape. "Xiao Wu," Ao Tian secretly said. He didn't expect to meet Xiao Wu here. Ao Tian left in no hurry, and stood aside. "Yes, Grandpa, I also came to sign up." Xiao Wu walked in briskly. Director Su laughed and said, "Give me your proof." Xiao Wu obediently handed her martial spirit certificate, and she didn't know where she got it. When the three teachers saw Xiao Wu's proof clearly, they couldn't help taking another breath. Turned out to be innately full of soul power again. The three people were dumbfounded. After a long time, one of the young teachers exclaimed, "What happened today? 3 consecutive congenital soul powers came here. Are you hell?" Director Su said regretfully, "Unfortunately, the martial arts spirit is a rabbit. Although it is stronger than the blue-silver grass, most of the attack power of the rabbit martial arts spirit is average." Xiao Wu didn't care about the discussion of the three teachers, blinking her big watery eyes and looking back and forth in the office. When she saw Ao Tian holding her school uniform standing on the edge, her eyes lit up and she walked over quickly. Chapter 14, Xiao Wu, I and number 039, LOL help you beat Tang 3. Xiao Wu came to Ao Tian, with her hands on her back, her head tilted, her big eyes staring at Ao Tian's face without blinking. Ao Tian couldn't help but touched his face, and asked, "Is there a flower on my face?" Xiao Wu smiled and said, "You are so funny and beautiful. You are the best looking human I have ever seen." Ao Tian jokingly said, "Listen to you, aren't you human?" Xiao Wu was taken aback for a moment, then spit out her little pink tongue, and said, "You are not a human being." Then, she asked, "Are you also a freshman who came to sign up?" Ao Tian nodded, and said, "I just signed up and am going to the dormitory." At this moment, Director Su helped Xiao Wu complete the procedures and said, "Xiao Wu, come and get your things." Xiao Wu turned around, and a few jumped in front of Director Su, and took over the school uniform. Director Su smiled and said, "It just so happens that you two are working students, both of you live in the 7th dormitory building, so let's go there together. You will be classmates in the future. You need to help each other, you know." "I see, Grandpa." Xiao Wu replied sweetly. Ao Tian nodded gently. He was about to walk out, and Director Su's voice sounded again, "By the way, Ao Tian, don't fight with Tang San, otherwise you will be penalized and your parents will be notified." Ao Tian paused, did not look back, and said, "I won't take the initiative." After finishing speaking, he carried his school uniform out of the Office of Academic Affairs. Xiao Wu hurriedly followed out. "This kid really has a personality." Director Su shook his head and smiled. "Hey, wait for me!" Xiao Wu shouted from behind, chasing after her with her school uniform. Ao Tian kept his footsteps, and glanced at Xiao Wu faintly. Although this little girl is dressed in ordinary clothes, she looks like a porcelain doll, very cute, and a beautiful embryo. Especially the long braid, which is slapped on the hips when walking. It has a special personality. "Your name is Ao Tian." Xiao Wu turned to look at Ao Tian's profile. She just heard Director Su call Ao Tian's name. She discovered that Ao Tian's profile is also very beautiful, giving her a pleasing feeling. Ao Tian let out a "Since we are in the same dormitory, shall we go together?" Xiao Wu said. Ao Tian said again. "Do you know how to get to the dormitory?" Xiao Wu asked. "Knowledge. This campus is too small. Ao Tian doesn't even need spiritual thoughts. He looks through all kinds of obstacles. He sees the dormitory building, Kishi, and Tang San who is fighting with his roommate. Ao Tian remembers the rules in the dormitory of work-study students, whoever can be the best can be the boss of the dormitory. When the boss usually has to do all the work-study students, it is decided by force." Xiao Wu saw that Ao Tian didn't pay much attention to her, and couldn't help but said, "Did you not eat breakfast? How do you say 1 word, 2 words?" "I have eaten it." Ao Tian said. "Xiao Wu." Xiao Wu was lively and active, and soon asked, "Who is that Tang San? Why are you fighting with him? He is also a freshman in this year. He is in the same dormitory with us. I had a dispute with him just now." Ao Tian replied. Don't worry. Xiao Wu raised a hand, slapped her chest, and said, for the sake of you taking me to the dormitory, I will help you beat him. No need. Ao Tian glanced at Xiao Wu and shook his head. You look down on me. Xiao Wu glared at Ao Tian, and said, don't listen to the old man saying that the rabbit spirit is not good. I'm fighting hard. You won't necessarily be able to beat me. Okay, let it go to you. Ao Tian said. That said, we are friends, and you are my first friend. Xiao Wu was quite excited. Somehow, from the first glance she saw Ao Tian, she felt that Ao Tian was pleasing to her eyes. At this time, the academy was already lively, and there were students returning to school everywhere. When they saw Ao Tian and Xiao Wu, they were immediately attracted, and they pointed their opinions. Xiao Wu also noticed the anomaly and asked, why are those people talking about us? They are talking about me. Ao Tian said. Why? Xiao Wu asked. Because I look good. Xiao Wu suddenly realized that, I also think you look good. Then, she said, this girl is not bad, why didn't she talk about me? There are two, but it's a lot less than me. Xiao Wu. It didn't take long before they arrived at the dormitory building. Ao Tian Road does not need to ask, and walks directly to Kishi. Hey, Ao Tian, have you been here before? Xiao Wu curiously asked. I haven't been here. Then why are you so familiar with here? Ao Tian didn't answer Xiao Wu's question, and pointed to a room at the end and said, there is Kishi there. I'll take a look first. Xiao Wu said, and rushed over with her school uniform. Ao Tian shook his head and smiled, and thought, I wonder if this little girl will ask Tang San to fight together. He felt that he had inadvertently obtained Xiao Wu's friendship in advance. Perhaps Xiao Wu would choose him instead of Tang San. This is fun, I am a little looking forward to it. Ao Tian smiled confidently and quickly followed. Xiao Wu came to the door of the dormitory and asked politely, excuse me, is this Kishi? A group of male students in the dormitory looked out, their eyes straightened suddenly. The little girl outside the door can be said to be the best-looking girl they have ever seen. A few older people, Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com looked at the beautiful and delicious Xiao Wu, and began to swallow. All of their work-study students are boys. It has been a long time since there have been girls, and they are still such a beautiful little girl. No wonder they gaffs. The oldest Wang Sheng in the dormitory said quickly, yes, yes, this is the 7 shelter. Including him, many male students are beginning to get excited. Hello, my name is Xiao Wu, Dancing Wu. Xiao Wu smiled sweetly. Hello. Hello. The boys kept responding. Even the mature Tang San couldn't help but look at Xiao Wu a few more times, and had no choice but to admit that this little girl was cute. At this moment, Ao Tian came behind Xiao Wu, and everyone's eyes suddenly shifted to Ao Tian. Hiss! There was a sound of inhalation in the room. Why is he so handsome? Someone couldn't help but speak, and his voice was full of envy and jealousy. Someone who was thinking about how to get close to Xiao Wu just now, seeing Ao Tian, suddenly loses confidence. There was a smile on Tang San's face. Ao Tian had good luck just now, and a teacher helped out. I'm here now, but I won't be so lucky. It happens to be able to use the rules of the 7 houses to teach Ao Tian. Such defiant and self-righteous children must be beaten and educated, otherwise, they may grow into a scourge in the future. Before Ao Tian and Xiao Wu came, Tang San had already defeated the strongest Wang Sheng and became the boss of the dormitory. Wang Sheng quietly stretched out his hand and stabbed Tang San, and said, Boss, it's up to you to behave. Give them a good start. Tang San nodded and strode out. Chapter 15, Challenge of Dawn 3. Tang San stepped forward, stood in front of everyone, face to face with Xiao Wu. Hello, My name is Tang San. He had been obsessed with hidden weapon research for more than 20 years in his previous life, and had never communicated with a girl. At this time, facing such a beautiful Xiao Wu, he was a little nervous. What is your martial soul? He continued to ask. Xiao Wu glanced at Ao Tian beside her, and said, My martial soul is a rabbit. Tang San smiled and said, That's a coincidence, my spirit is blue silver grass, it happens to be your spirit's food. Xiao Wu couldn't help but smile, and said, You are like Ao Tian, it's really interesting to talk. Tang San then looked at Ao Tian and said, Ao Tian, the previous things are endless, you still owe my teacher an apology. Ao Tian leaned on the door frame and lazily said, What if I don't apologize? Then I will fight until you apologize. It happens that our 7 houses has a tradition. Newcomers have to accept the challenge of the boss of the dormitory. If they win, they can become the new boss. And I just defeated Wang Sheng and became the boss. Now, I want to challenge you. Tang San looked at Ao Tian provocatively. He already roughly understood Ao Tian's temperament, that kind of arrogant character, and he would definitely not refuse. He challenged Ao Tian. Besides wanting Ao Tian to apologize, there is another reason. The master wanted to take Ao Tian as a disciple, and he had already made a bet with Ao Tian. Tang San believed that he had Xian Tiangong and the master's guidance, and the master of the bet was set to win. Therefore, Ao Tian will definitely become the second disciple of the master in the end. As a senior, Tang San feels that he has an obligation to discipline this future junior. Can you become the boss if you win? It seems fun, I accept your challenge. Xiao Wu said excitedly. After, she turned her head and blinked at Ao Tian, showing 2 shallow dimples on her face, which was very cute. Tang San was taken aback, and said, I challenged Ao Tian. Xiao Wu said, Didn't you just say that? This is the tradition of the dormitory, the newcomer must accept the challenge. I am also a newcomer, why can't I accept your challenge? I don't beat girls. Tang San said, he still feels pity in his heart, such a beautiful and cute girl, it's not good to be beaten and cry. Do you look down on girls? Xiao Wu was angry, and her eyebrows were almost erect. She threw her school uniform into Ao Tian's arms, akimbo her hands, and stared at Tang San angrily. No. I didn't mean that, Tang San was trying to explain, but saw that Xiao Wu had already rushed up. Since you look down on girls, let you see how great ants are. The voice fell, Xiao Wu had already rushed to Tang San, a high kick with her right foot, and her toes kicked towards Tang San's chin. This movement fully showed the flexibility of Xiao Wu's body, and the speed at which her right leg kicked out was very fast, which shocked Tang San. His face instantly became serious, and as soon as the girl made her move, he realized that it was not easy. Faced with Xiao Wu's kick, Tang San grabbed his left hand and brought it into his arms. At the same time, his right shoulder slammed into Xiao Wu's chest. This trick used the skills of leveraging force and sticking to the mountain. As a boy, he has been training since he was a child, and he has followed his father for several months of iron. Naturally, his strength is not comparable to Xiao's. As long as he is hit by his Tai Shan, the opponent will definitely lose. However, when he just grabbed Xiao Wu's right foot with his left hand, he realized that things exceeded his expectations. He originally caught Xiao Wu's trousers, but Xiao Wu's skin was so slippery that he couldn't grasp it at all. Tang San also reacted extremely quickly, his head deflected, avoiding Xiao Wu's kick. The corner of Xiao Wu's mouth was slightly raised, and the kicked right foot landed on Tang San's left shoulder, and the other left foot also flew up, locking Tang San's neck together with her right foot. The tender skin on her feet touched Tang San's neck, causing Tang San's mood to fluctuate. It is because of the fluctuation of mood at this moment that he did not respond in time. Xiao Wu locked Tang San's neck with her feet, put her hands on the ground, and threw Tang San out with the help of her unique waist bow. Tang San was thrown out a few meters away, and fell to the ground, feeling a little embarrassed. He has the Xian Tiangong body protector, but he didn't suffer any injuries, but his face was a bit ugly. I actually lost. Tang San was a little helpless. He knew that Xiao Wu had been merciful just now. He stood up, patted the dust on his butt, and said, I lost, now you are the boss of our dormitory. The other male students were completely shocked, especially Wang Sheng. He had just experienced Tang San's terrifying combat effectiveness. However, such a terrifying Tang San didn't even have the power to resist in the hands of this girl, and he was defeated by just a face-to-face encounter. There was already a trace of fear in the eyes of these boys looking at Xiao Wu. He, I make you look down on girls. Xiao Wu stuck her tongue out at Tang San, then looked at Ao Tian, raised her white chin, and said as if asking for credit. How's that? I said I'm going to help you beat Tang San. Ao Tian smiled and stretched out his thumb, not bad. Tang San couldn't help but fall on Ao Tian, frowning, Ao Tian, you let a girl help you out, don't you blush? Ao Tian touched his cheek and said, not red. You. Tang San pointed at Ao Tian, too angry to speak. He found that Ao Tian was not only arrogant, but also shameless. The eyes of the other boys looking at Ao Tian are different. Just now they were envy and jealous of Ao Tian, but now, there is more contempt. Actually relied on women to make their heads. What they look down on most is this kind of little white face. Wang Sheng's eyes rolled and he came to Xiao Wu's side and said, Boss, according to the rules, Ao Tian will accept your challenge. Oh? Really? Xiao Wu looked at the 11 or 12-year-old boy. Wang Sheng scratched his head and affirmed, yes, this is the tradition of our dormitory. The other boys also nodded and said in unison, yes. Xiao Wu looked at Ao Tian with innocent eyes, as if saying, I'm sorry, it's none of my business. Just when she wanted to challenge Ao Tian, Tang San spoke. Xiao Wu, boss, if you don't want to do it, let me do it. After finishing speaking, he looked at Wang Sheng and said, is this compliant? Wang Sheng from the conversation between Tang San and Ao Tian just now, Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com has understood that the two people have friction, and he sees Ao Tian's little white face also a little uncomfortable, so he nodded. In accordance with the rules, if Ao Tian loses to you, then there is no need to let the boss take action. Let me do it then. Xiao Wu said. If she and Ao Tian start their hands, they can put some water and be merciful. If Tang San and Ao Tian were to fight, I still don't know what the fight would be. She just felt that Tang San's strength was very strong, and she was worried that Ao Tian could not cope with it. Boss, let Tang San take action, so I don't have to bother you. The others agreed. Xiao Wu looked at Ao Tian helplessly. Ao Tian shrugged, walked in, handed the school uniform to Xiao Wu, and said, then I will fight Tang San. Are you all right? Xiao Wu's mouth was attached to Ao Tian's ear and asked softly. Haha, don't worry. Ao Tian thought Xiao Wu was very cute, and couldn't help but raised his hand and rubbed her head a few times. Xiao Wu blushed, and her body shrank back, giving Ao Tian a strange look. Ao Tian smiled slightly and stood in front of Tang San. Aren't you trying to teach me? Then do it. Tang San said, Ao Tian, you may think that you are innately full of spirit power and beast martial arts souls are very powerful, but you should not be arrogant. You must know that there are heavens outside the world, there are people outside the world, your personality will suffer a big loss one day. Ao Tian said indifferently, I am proud because I have proud capital. Tang San shook his head with a look of disappointment, and said, you bet with the teacher, you will definitely lose, and you are destined to become the teacher's disciple. In this case, then I have the responsibility to discipline you. Ao Tian was a little annoyed, and said, don't be too long, let's do it. Chapter 16, Tang 3 was abused. Tang San was choked in his throat before he finished speaking. Okay. Tang San replied in a deep voice. He decided that today he must let Ao Tian taste the pain of failure, and let Ao Tian lower that arrogant head. You take action first. Tang San looked at Ao Tian calmly. Just now I was fighting against Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu's weird soft skills, Tang San had never met him, so he suffered a big loss by surprise. If you do it again, he is confident to defeat Xiao Wu. Facing Ao Tian, Tang San didn't feel any pressure in his heart. If even a 6-year-old child can't win, then he will be a Tang sect disciple and will live 2 lives in vain. Ao Tian didn't talk nonsense, came to Tang San in a few steps, and hit Tang San's face with a straight punch. He didn't use the earth-shattering energy in his body, and he had also suppressed the physical strength and speed to the lowest level, but the strength he exerted was still much stronger than that of children of this age. His physical body is even harder than the hardest metal in the world. He controls his power as much as possible, but he doesn't want to blow Tang San with a punch. The corners of Tang San's mouth slightly cocked, and he had never been afraid of anyone in the competition. Although he is thin and small, for the past 3 months, he has wielded the casting hammer thousands of times every day, and his strength has already been very amazing. Because of this, he faced Ao Tian's punch, and did not choose to use other techniques. He also punched Ao Tian's fist. He believes that only by defeating Ao Tian by the same means can Ao Tian's proud heart be hit the hardest. The rest of the boys watching the game clenched their fists uncontrollably, expecting Ao Tian to be defeated by Tang San with 1 punch. Ao Tian was not so handsome, Tang San was ordinary looking, and under psychological influence, these people stood on the side of Tang San, who was just as ordinary as them, without any hesitation. Xiao Wu stared at Tang San and Ao Tian tightly with big eyes, with some worries in her heart, worried that the friend she had just met would be harmed. Tang San was full of confidence, his fists collided with Ao Tian's fists. With a bang, the faint smile on Tang San's face solidified, and the whole person flew backwards. And Ao Tian, still maintaining the posture of punching, his body didn't even shake, just like a big mountain. This. Everyone including Xiao Wu was shocked. The oldest Wang Sheng opened his mouth unconsciously, he knew Tang San's power best. When he was fighting Tang San just now, he used his martial spirit, and with the power of the tiger, he still lost to Tang San's power. And now, Tang San was blown away by this Ao Tian with a punch. Wang Sheng couldn't imagine what would happen if he faced this punch. It turns out that he not only looks good, but he is also so powerful, which makes me worry for nothing. Xiao Wu thought. Among all the people, Tang San was the most shocked. In the process of flying backwards, he was completely stunned, and his entire arm almost lost consciousness. With a bang, Tang San smashed into a bed, which made him wake up. He immediately stabilized his body, sat on the bed, and looked at Ao Tian, who was standing there calmly and briskly. At the moment when he collided with Ao Tian, he could feel Ao Tian's terrifying power, which was not something a 6-year-old child could possess. I am afraid that even an adult man may not have such great power. Also, his punch seemed to hit the hardest piece of fine iron, and Ao Tian's fist was harder than he imagined. He finally understood that Ao Tian's pride is really emboldened. The numbness from his right arm forced Tang San to use the Xian Tian Gong with all his strength, only then slowly regaining consciousness. What? Do you still fight? Ao Tian smiled and looked at Tang San. Tang San's face blushed, he just kept saying a lesson to Ao Tian. However, he was blown away with just 1 move, and he completely lost to Ao Tian in strength. He got off the bed and said, "You only have some advantages in power. The battle can't be won by strength alone." Ao Tian nodded and said, "You are right. Fighting cannot rely on strength alone. So, are you planning to beat me in skill?" Tang San shook his arm and said, "It was just a warm-up. The battle has just begun. Even though he fell in the first round, Tang San was still full of confidence at this time. He has lived for more than 20 years in his previous life, and he is still in a top school like Tang sect. Naturally, his fighting skills are not comparable to that of a 6-year-old. No matter how powerful Aotian was, it was nothing but brute force in Tang San's eyes. It was not that he had never faced such an opponent in his previous life. "Let's do it, I don't have so much time to play with you," Aotian said lightly. Tang San also stopped talking nonsense, walking bizarre steps with his feet, not in a straight line, making it hard to figure out. This is exactly his unique style, ghosts and shadows. Ghost Shadow is not good at straight acceleration, but it is weird and varied. It is very suitable for close combat and makes opponents hard to defend. In the blink of an eye, Tang San was already close to Aotian. He did not attack from the front, but turned around Aotian. Tang San's speed is very fast, even I can't tell when he will attack and where he will attack from. Wang Sheng exclaimed. He finally understood that Tang San had hidden so much strength when he fought him. "Why didn't Aotian take the initiative to attack?" another person asked. "You think too much." Wang Shendao, Aotian doesn't even know where Tang San attacked from, so how could he hit Tang San? As soon as Wang Sheng finished speaking, everyone heard a bang, and a figure flew out backwards. In the battlefield, Aotian still kept his punching posture, but Tang San had already hit a bed. He suffered a blow from Aotian in his chest, and he coughed violently. His face was blank, and he didn't understand how Aotian captured his trajectory. After coughing for a while, Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com. Tang San relieved his breath, squeezed his hands, the whole person jumped up, and rushed towards Aotian again. His hands have turned into the color of white jade, Tang Sec's unique skill Mysterious Jade Hands. Profound Jade Hand Cast, Tang San's hands will be invaded by water and fire, and the hardness is comparable to that of gold and iron. Tang San's face was unprecedentedly dignified. He was blown away by Aotian twice, and his face could no longer be maintained. The Xian Tiangong internal force in his body was secretly circulated, and he went all out. This time, he will beat Aotian to the ground. With the blessing of Xian Tiangong's internal strength, Tang San's speed has increased a lot compared to before, and his whole person has almost turned into a phantom. "So fast," someone exclaimed. Xiao Wu's face was solemn. With Tang San's current speed and weird posture, even she was not sure that she could attack Tang San. "Tang San, is this your full strength?" Aotian's voice sounded. Tang San didn't say a word, and when he came behind Aotian again, all his internal and whole body strength gathered in his right hand, and patted Aotian's shoulder with a palm. His spirit is highly concentrated, guarding against Aotian's attack. Tang San patted Aotian's shoulder with a muffled sound, and Aotian's body did not move. This was Tang San's first time hitting Aotian's body, and it was also his full blow. However, it failed to shake Aotian's body. Tang San was shocked, and he would retreat as soon as he moved. However, it was already too late. The hand he patted on Aotian's shoulder was already grasped by Aotian, and he was pulled hard by Aotian, and a strong force came and his body rushed forward. Under everyone's gaze, Tang San was thrown to the ground by Aotian. Even though he had the Xian Tiangong bodyguard, Tang San felt that his whole body bones were almost falling apart. Chapter 17, Rich Son. "Do you still fight?" Aotian asked with a smile. Tang San was thrown to pieces, and his heart was at a loss. How could this Aotian be so perverted in strength, speed and defense? Every aspect far exceeds him. Even if he stood there and let him fight, he couldn't move. The more Tang San thought about it, the more he was lost. The other party didn't have any skills. Just relying on strength and speed made him unresistible. He always thought that Aotian was a guy who was arrogant because he had some talent and not good strength. However, the facts slapped him severely. As Ao Tian said, pride is because of confidence. Tang San's face was hot, he wanted to teach Ao Tian, but he was taught. He got up, patted the dust on his body, and looked at Ao Tian with complicated eyes. After a few seconds of silence, he said, Ao Tian, I lost this time. Ao Tian looked at Tang San, who was ashamed, and smiled, you were right. There is a sky outside the sky, and there are people outside the world. I will return these words to you now. Tang San's face was even redder, and he almost felt complacent. Wang Sheng saw the atmosphere a little embarrassing, and quickly changed the subject. Ao Tian, since you have won Tang San, then you can fight against Xiao Wu boss next. Ao Tian turned to look at Xiao Wu, and said, no, let Xiao Wu be the boss. He didn't bother to be the boss, a lot of shit. Besides, Xiao Wu is very interested in this boss, he simply looks like an adult. This isn't so good. Wang Sheng said in embarrassment. What's wrong? Xiao Wu looked at Wang Sheng, and said, is there any rule not to admit defeat? This is not true. Then it will be such a happy decision. From now on I will be the boss of Kishi. Xiao Wu announced loudly. However, you will call me Sister Xiao from now on, the boss, you will call me old. A group of people looked at each other, and finally called out Sister Xiao Wu one after another. At this moment, a teacher who appeared to be in his 30s appeared at the door and shouted, the new work student, come out. Ao Tian, Xiao Wu and Tang San stood up. The teacher was holding 2 quilts in his hands, and his eyes swept over the 3 of Ao Tian. When he saw Ao Tian and Xiao Wu, he was amazed. His eyes stayed on Ao Tian's face for a moment, before he asked, who are you Tang San and Ao Tian? Tang San raised his hand and said, teacher, I am Tang San. Ao Tian Dao, I am Ao Tian. The teacher said, you can call me Teacher Mo, Tang San, Ao Tian, this quilt is given to you by the master. Tang San took the quilt, feeling a little moved, he didn't expect the master to even prepare these items for him. Ao Tian stood there still. He had nothing to do with the master, and he didn't want to have anything to do with him, so naturally he would not accept the other party's things. Seeing Ao Tian not moving, Teacher Mo frowned and said, Ao Tian, this is your bedding. Ao Tian shook his head and said, Teacher Mo, you have worked so hard, please send the quilt back to the master, I don't need it. Do you have a quilt? Teacher Mo asked. I have money, I will buy it later. Let's do it. Teacher Mo nodded, I will tell you about the work that needs to be done every day. After finishing, he looked at Wang Sheng and said, Wang Sheng, you are the old fried dough stick here. Tell them about the rules of the college. Remember, don't bully the newcomers. Wang Sheng nodded and agreed. Teacher Mo took the remaining quilt and left. Tang San glanced at Ao Tian, did not say anything, hugged the quilt back to his bed and spread it out. Xiao Wu looked at Tang San's quilt, a little envious. The eyes of those boys suddenly lit up, and they picked up their own quilt and ran over. Boss, use my quilt. Boss, use mine. Xiao Wu looked at these quilts. They were tattered and had a weird smell, sour, fishy, moldy. No need, no need. Xiao Wu shook her head repeatedly, getting goosebumps on her body. She glanced away and found that Ao Tian was already sitting on an empty bed inside, with 2 sets of school uniforms next to her. Xiao Wu walked over quickly and sat beside Ao Tian with her hands on her sides, her 2 slender legs dangling. She looked at Ao Tian's perfect profile and said, Ao Tian, discuss something with you. What's the matter? Ao Tian turned to look at this little Lolita. Didn't you just say that you have money, can you lend me a little first? I want to buy a quilt too. Don't worry, Teacher Mo just said that we have 10 copper soul coins in our daily work, and I will be able to pay them back soon. For you. Xiaowu blinked her big watery eyes and looked at Aotian expectantly. At this time, the weather has entered autumn, and the night is already very cold. If there is no quilt, it will be very sad. I lied just now, but I don't have any money. Ah, Xiaowu exclaimed, attracting everyone's eyes, then why didn't you just want the quilt that the master gave you? Tang San, who was making his own bed, quietly pricked his ears, and wanted to hear what Aotian said. Aotian shrugged, and said, you heard Tang San say just now that the master wants to accept me as a disciple, but I don't want to worship him as a teacher, so how can I accept his things? Xiaowu nodded, it makes sense. But then, she shrank her mouth and said, what if there is no quilt? It's very cold at night. Aotian glanced at Xiaowu's delicate skin and chuckles and said, well, let's hold it together for warmth for 2 nights. Xiaowu blushed and jumped out of bed. You, rascal! She stamped her foot, picked up her school uniform, and ran to the next bed. She occasionally looked at Tang San who was laying on the bed diagonally across from her, a little envious. Aotian smiled at the corner of his mouth, stood up, raised his hand and stroked it gently on the bed. A soft and gorgeous mattress appeared on the bed, and everyone who saw this scene couldn't help but exclaim. Everyone's eyes were once again attracted by Aotian. Xiaowu leaped forcefully from her bed and jumped onto Aotian's mattress. Aotian, where did you get the mattress? Ah, it's so comfortable. Xiaowu could not help lying on it. Yu reading www.yuukanju.com rolled around, screaming excitedly from time to time. Tang San, who was making the bed, was taken aback there, completely dumbfounded. He just looked at Aotian and saw that Aotian had conjured a mattress like magic. This is the first time he has seen such a thing as a mattress. He always sleeps with a mattress directly on the bed. I heard that a mattress is a luxury that can only be enjoyed by the rich. Wang Sheng and others couldn't help but swallowed their saliva, looked at the gorgeous mattress, and wondered what Aotian was. This kind of thing, they can't afford to work study students. Aotian, did you use the soul guidance device just now? Wang Sheng asked tentatively. Aotian made a mattress just now, and Wang Sheng felt that this should be the legendary soul guidance device. Soul guidance device? What is that? Tang San had a big question in his mind, but he didn't ask. He planned to ask again when he saw the master. You said yes, then so be it. Aotian curled his lips imperceptibly. Soul guidance device is such a low-level thing, he doesn't know how to use it. Hearing what Aotian said, there was another inhalation sound in the dormitory. Storage soul guidance device, the price is scary and expensive, you may not be able to buy it if you have money. At least, in Notting City, there is no place to sell soul guides. Wang Sheng hesitated for a moment and asked, Aotian, then your family should be rich, right? Why do you want to work as a student? I like it, nothing more. Wang Sheng and the others looked at each other, their expressions were extremely complicated. It turned out that Aotian turned out to be a rich young man. Are handsome, strong, and rich, they suddenly feel extremely unbalanced in their hearts. Why? Chapter 18, Bed Sharing. Everyone is human, so why do some people win at the starting line when they are born? These people originally wanted to get closer to Aotian because of Aotian's strength. But now, after learning that Aotian is a rich man, he immediately gave up his thoughts. It's not that they haven't been in contact with rich children. There are many rich and powerful students in Notting College. They are not less bullied and suppressed by those rich students. Tang San stared blankly at Xiaowu who was jumping on the mattress, and at Aotian who was standing by the bed and smiling. There was also an imbalance in his heart. Thinking of his miserable life from childhood to life, his clothes were tattered, he drank porridge every day, and he hadn't seen meat a few times throughout the year. Tang San couldn't help but feel a little sad. Why? He asked inwardly. Now Aotian seems to be better than him in everything, and Tang San felt frustrated in front of a child for the first time. Suddenly he clenched his fists, his eyes were firm, and he thought, no, I still have a hidden weapon. If it is a real matchup, Ao Tian will never be my opponent. Money and appearance are all clouds, and strong strength is the root. Tang San comforted himself, the imbalance in his heart slowly disappeared, his eyes calmed down. He retracted his gaze and continued to organize his things. Is there enough jumping? Come down. Ao Tian said. It's so comfortable, I can't bear to come down. Xiao Wu said lazily, lying on her stomach. Ao Tian was not used to her, and slapped Xiao Qiaotun with a slap. With a slap, Xiao Wu screamed and jumped back to her bed, looking at Ao Tian with big eyes aggrieved. Ao Tian ignored the little girl, took out a brand new bedding from her storage space, and quickly laid it out. When he was in Wuhan City, Bibi Dong prepared it for him, worrying that he might not be used to living here. Although it doesn't matter if Ao Tian sleeps or not, he still enjoys it. Xiao Donger is really a good wife, everything is thoughtful for me. Ao Tian was very satisfied. Seeing Ao Tian's soft and gorgeous big bed, the grievances in Xiao Wu's eyes disappeared instantly and became shiny. She jumped hard, jumped over again, hugging Ao Tian's quilt hard, with a look of enjoyment, and said, "It's so soft, so fragrant, and so comfortable. This is a good silk quilt, of course it is comfortable." Ao Tian said. Xiao Wu glanced at her bare bed, her eyes suddenly rolled, looked at Ao Tian pitifully, and said, "Ao Tian, can I discuss something with you? Do you want to use my quilt?" Ao Tian saw through Xiao Zhizhu in Xiao Wu's heart. Xiao Wu blushed and said, "Our beds can be put together. Your quilt is so big that you can't cover it by one person. We are not friends." Director Su still said, "Let us help each other." As soon as Xiao Wu finished speaking, there was a bang in the dormitory. The male students all looked at Ao Tian enviously, and they wanted to replace him. Although Xiao Wu is still young, she is already a beauty. The students in Douluo continent are more precocious and have more ideas. Xiao Wu is small, but she can train for several years, and then she will be a great beauty. There are a lot of people who have such thoughts. Although Xiao Wu's previous strength has made them feel a little bit scared, there is still a hint of illusion in his heart. But now, their dream is shattered. The girl who imagined in her heart actually wanted to sleep in a bed with other boys. Although they were put together, they thought that it would be no different from a bed. Sure enough, they are still inferior to the handsome, rich, and capable people. They can't help feeling discouraged and can only sigh weakly. Tang San had never dealt with a girl before, and today he suddenly met such a beautiful girl, and now he heard that Xiao Wu wanted to fight with Ao Tian. He was also a little bit disappointed. What do I think? She is just a little girl. Tang San patted his head. Xiao Wu, sitting as a duck, slowly moved to the bed, looked at Ao Tian eagerly, and said coquettishly, "Ao Tian, is it okay?" Ao Tian squeezed his chin, looked up and down Xiao Wu, then glanced at Tang San not far away, and then said, "There is a little girl who warms the bed, it looks good." For Ao Tian, who knows the plot and the roles, it is very interesting to watch the development of the plot from the perspective of God and intervene occasionally. Invincible is too lonely, he doesn't have much quest for Longsheng, now he just wants to have fun on the Douluo continent. "Oh yeah Ao Tian, I announce that from now on, you will be Xiao Wu's best friend." Xiao Wu rolled over on the bed happily. She has lived for so many years since she was young, and she has never slept in such a comfortable and soft bed. This feeling is like lying in my mother's arms. Cheered for a while, Xiao Wu got off the bed and returned to her side, trying to push her bed over. It's a pity that the wooden bed is still too heavy for her. Ao Tian pushed his bed over with a gentle push. In this way, their bed was a little farther away from the other people's bed, and it was still at the innermost point. Wang Sheng and others looked at it, and felt a little uncomfortable in their hearts. The beds were put together, and the width increased a lot. Ao Tian simply turned the mattress and the quilt horizontally. With their height, the quilt was more than enough to cover it horizontally. Xiao Wu put her package in the middle, and said, "From now on, this will be the border. When you sleep, you are not allowed to cross the border." After thinking about it, she was a little embarrassed and said, "Since this is your quilt, then I will help you do more for the work of working students in the future." "Well, yes, yes." Ao Tian nodded. It seems that there are some benefits to helping this little girl, and it is also good to be a beacon. Seeing that Xiao Wu and Ao Tian were finished, Wang Sheng coughed twice and said, "Sister Xiao Wu, it's almost noon. Let's go to the cafeteria for dinner." When he heard that he was about to eat, Xiao Wu jumped out of the bed with bright eyes. "What's delicious?" She quickly put on her shoes. Wang Sheng smiled bitterly, "Our work-study students are all children of poor families. Where can I eat delicious food? We can only go to the cafeteria to eat some of the cheapest meals." "Ah, is it money to eat? That's the soul coin?" Xiao Wu asked cautiously. Including Tang San, everyone looked at Xiao Wu in surprise. Wang Sheng said patiently, "You must have money for meals, boss. After 2 days you start working, you will get your salary." But I don't have any money now." Xiao Wu was very tangled, her stomach was already groaning. Wang Sheng wanted to say that he was a treat, but when he saw Ao Tian behind Xiao Wu, he stopped talking as soon as he reached his lips. "There is the rich man here, and he can't get a treat. It just so happens that you can save a lot of money." Wang Sheng raised his chin, motioning Xiao Wu to look behind. Xiao Wu was taken aback, turned and looked behind, and understood what Wang Sheng meant. "Ao Tian, can you lend me some money? I will pay you back if I make money in 2 days." "Okay." Ao Tian nodded, flipped his palm, and took out a gold soul coin. Chapter 19, School Bully Xiao Boss. Wang Sheng and others looked at the glittering golden soul coin, their eyes straightened. They grew up so old that they hadn't touched golden soul coins. They usually touched copper soul coins, and they rarely even touched silver soul coins. "You deserve to be a rich man. As soon as you get it, you will get a gold soul coin," they secretly said in their hearts. Originally, after they knew Ao Tian's identity as a rich man, they were a little bit resistant to Ao Tian, but now, while surprised Ao Tian's profligacy, they have already thought about whether to have a good relationship with Ao Tian in the future and make some profit. Xiao Wu still doesn't understand many things in the human world, and has no idea about money, so she is not surprised. Ao Tian Gang wanted to give the golden soul coin to Xiao Wu, but after thinking about it, he put it away again. "Forget it, I'll go eat with you." He got out of bed. Wang Sheng smiled at Ao Tian and said, "That's right, let's go together." Then, he looked at Tang San and said, "Tang San, let's go together." Tang San shook his head and said, "Go ahead, I have had breakfast not long ago and I am not hungry yet." Actually, he was already hungry, but he had no money. All the money in the family was used by the drunkard father to buy wine, and there was not a single point left. Fortunately, he had already made some biscuits before he came. "If you save a bit of food, it should last 2 or 3 days. After I work the day after tomorrow, I can get my salary." Wang Sheng looked at the large and small patches on Tang San's clothes. How could he not understand Tang San's suffering? Everyone is a child of a poor family, and Wang Sheng has encountered many situations like Tang San. As the boss of the dormitory before, he still has a sense of responsibility, so he said, "You haven't worked, the food for these 2 days will count as mine. When you get your salary, you can invite me back." Xiao Wu just reacted and asked, "Tang San, don't you have any money?" Tang San nodded helplessly. "Let's go together," Xiao Wu said. She feels that she is the boss of the dormitory and has the responsibility to take care of everyone. Tang San was silent for a few seconds, nodded slowly, and stood up. Wang Sheng smiled and said loudly, "Go." Including Ao Tian, 12 people left the dormitory and walked in the direction of the cafeteria. When it's time for dinner, the campus is more lively, and many students go to the cafeteria. The cafeteria is very large, divided into 2 floors. The meals on the first floor are more common. They are all ready-made fast foods at affordable prices. It is a place where many shy students choose to eat. Is made to order on the second floor. The price is very expensive, and only the school teachers and those wealthy students can afford it. Most students at Notting College can only eat on the first floor. At this time, there was already a long line in the first floor of the cafeteria, and Wang Sheng took the lead and was at the end of the line. He turned around and said helplessly, "Sister Xiaowu, we are late, and we have to wait." Xiaowu touched her belly, smiled and said, "It's okay, I'm not very hungry yet." Ao Tian looked up at the second floor, thinking about whether to go up to eat or take Xiaowu with him. The little girl looked pretty good, at least it didn't make him feel annoying. Ao Tian took a cursory glance just now, and found that the food on this floor was too ordinary, and the chef was so good that he couldn't satisfy his picky mouth at all. Just as he was thinking, a voice far surpassing the noise in the cafeteria sounded, "Oh! Isn't this the group of poor ghosts like Wang Sheng? You have to suffer for all meals, why bother?" Ao Tian looked up and found a group of brightly dressed students standing on the stairs between the first and second floors, looking down at them condescendingly. Today is the first day of enrollment. Classes have not yet started, and the college has not mandated to wear school uniforms. Judging from the clothes of these people, they know that they are a group of rich children. Was headed by a young man who looked about the same age as Wang Sheng, a little handsome, about 11 or 12 years old, holding the railing with both hands, looking at Wang Sheng jokingly. "The poor ghost is the poor ghost. It will never be possible to eat on the second floor." After finishing speaking, he sneered and turned and kicked upstairs. The rest of his companions also laughed. The laughter was extremely harsh to Wang Sheng and other engineering students. Wang Sheng's face was extremely ugly, clenched his fists tightly, but dared not speak. Those people above, he can't afford to offend. But he can swallow his anger, but Xiaowu can't. As the boss of the dormitory, she encountered this kind of thing on the first day. How could she bear it with her straight character? "What are you? Is the second floor amazing?" At this time, the first floor was already quiet, and Xiaowu's crisp anger clearly reached the ears of the group of people above. The group of people who were just about to set foot on the second floor stopped, and the head of the group looked back and looked for it in the work-study team. Only then did they see Xiaowu, a short figure. "Oh, there is such a beautiful little Lolita, I really want to hold it in my arms and play with it, Tusk." The boy scanned Xiaowu with aggressive eyes. The group of teenagers suddenly laughed unkindly. Xiaowu was stared at by such colored eyes for the first time, panicked for no reason, and subconsciously grabbed Ao Tian's arm. The eyes of those teenagers also shifted to Ao Tian. "What a beautiful child!" The headed boy couldn't help but exclaimed, and then smiled, "I don't know if I will cry for a long time with a punch in the face, haha." After finishing, he touched his stomach and said, "I am going to eat now, and I will pack you next time." His gaze stayed on Xiaowu again, took a deep look, and then stepped onto the second floor. "Too much bullying!" Xiaowu yelled with anger, and was about to rush forward. "Boss, don't be impulsive!" Wang Sheng hurriedly shouted. Xiaowu stopped, turned to look at Wang Sheng, and said dissatisfied, "This way you can bear it, or are you not a man?" Wang Sheng smiled bitterly, and said, "Sister Xiaowu, it's not that we want to endure, it's the group of people that we can't afford." The one who took the lead just now is called Xiao Chenyu, known as Xiao Boss, and his father is the city lord of Notting City. In Notting College, Boss Xiao can say that we can't beat him. We have duel with them many times, and we were beaten badly every time. Another said. Forget it, we are here to eat. Tang San also said. After said, he walked to the back of the line alone and began to line up. In his opinion, the so-called boss Xiao is just a child, and it is not worth his fight. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Tang San, anyhow, you are also the third master in our dormitory, why are you so awkward? Xiao Wu said dissatisfied. Tang San shook his head, ignoring Xiao Wu. Mistress, why are you here? The master's voice suddenly sounded. Tang San turned around and found the master and several teachers walking in. Teacher. Tang San hurriedly walked over. Master touched Tang San's head, and said with a smile, come with me to the second floor for dinner, the food on the second floor will be much better. Tang San looked back at Ao Tian and the others, shook his head, and said, no, I'd better stay here to eat with my roommates. Master looked a little appreciatively, and said, then after you finish eating, wait for me at the entrance of the cafeteria, and I will take you to my dormitory. Yet. Tang San nodded. Master glanced at Ao Tian and found that Ao Tian didn't look at him, and he didn't care, and went upstairs with the teachers. Wang Sheng looked strange and asked, Tang San, do you worship Master as your teacher? Tang San nodded. Wang Sheng stretched out his hand and touched Tang San's forehead, with an expression of your madness, and exclaimed, you were not fooled by him, I heard that he stayed in the academy only because of the dean, and the talent for cultivation is extremely poor, and he is still in the realm of a great soul master when he is almost 50 years old. I study the theories of those who fool you all day. I advise you. Shut up. Tang San interrupted Wang Sheng's words, and said with a serious expression, he is my teacher. If you continue to speak rudely, don't blame me for not being affectionate. He slowed down and said indifferently, thank you for your kindness, I don't need your treat. After speaking, Tang San turned around and left. Wang Sheng was stunned there, and it took a few seconds to react, cursing, what's the matter, this guy is sick. Chapter 20, Conflict. Tang San walked very resolutely, without a trace of nostalgia. Although he is very hungry, and although it is difficult to eat crude cakes, since he has worshipped the master as a teacher, he has regarded the master as a father and will never allow anyone to insult. Forget it, brother Sheng, ignore that kid, he has a weird temper, let's eat first. Someone persuaded. Ao Tian took Xiao Wu's hand and walked to the stairs. Xiao Wu screamed, her small face quickly turned red, and her heart throbbed. It was the first time she was held by a boy like this. She pumped hard, but couldn't get it out. Where are you taking me? She couldn't help asking. Go to the second floor for dinner. Ao Tian didn't look back. We stay here to eat with them. Ao Tian stopped, looked back at Wang Shenju, and said, I'll treat you, and whoever wants to eat will come. After said, he took Xiao Wu up the stairs. The remaining 9 people looked at each other, all couldn't help swallowing, and they were very excited, and finally all looked at Wang Sheng. Holy brother, are you going? Someone asked. Wang Sheng hesitated for a moment, looked at the unattainable second floor, gritted his teeth severely, and said, since Ao Tian is a treat, then we will go up to meet the world. He thought to himself, if he doesn't go up this time, he will have the opportunity to step on the second floor and taste the various delicacies. When deciding to go up, Wang Sheng was already ready to owe Ao Tian the favor. A few teenagers walked up the stairs quickly. Ao Tian will be our friend in the future, do you know? Wang Sheng whispered. Understood, what will happen to Ao Tian in the future will be ours. Ao Tian didn't look back, but the corners of his mouth curled up, and he bought people's hearts with only a small amount of money. There are a few younger brothers in Notting College, so they don't need to do everything by themselves in the future, saving a lot of troubles. For example, the daily cleaning of the campus by working students can be completely entrusted to Wang Shenji. I don't want to go to class anymore, you can also ask Sheng Wang to help answer. The second floor of canteen is not only a hall like the first floor, but is divided into independent private rooms. Ao Tian, you let me go. Xiao Wu twisted. Although she feels that Ao Tian's hands are warm and comfortable, she still has to be reserved by a girl. Ao Tian let go of Xiao Wu's tender little hands and took the lead and walked into one of the private rooms. Big villain. Xiao Wu grumbled blushing, and then walked in. Look at the boss, I just got together with Ao Tian on the first day. Someone joked from behind. Wang Sheng glanced at the few guys behind him, and said, I will take pictures of myself when I go back, so I don't want to make any other decisions about the boss. A few people did not enter the private room immediately, but stood at the door and looked at the environment on the second floor curiously. The second floor is not as crowded and noisy as the first floor, it looks very elegant and quiet, but Wang Sheng and others can't help but feel nervous when they come here. This is the first time they have come to such an upscale place. Xiao Wu suddenly poked her head out of the door and asked, You guys are not coming in yet, why are you stuck there? Wang Shenjiren hurriedly entered the room. Ao Tian almost chose the dishes, and basically ordered all the signature dishes here. Although he treats the guests, it is impossible for others to order the dishes. Wang Sheng and a few people probably have never eaten like this. It is impossible to expect them to order. He ticked more than a dozen dishes in one go, then pushed the menu to Xiao Wu next to him, and said, Order what you want. Xiao Wu shook her head and said, I don't understand, you can help me see if there are carrots. Ao Tian is a bit speechless, rabbit, he really likes carrots. He looked for it and found that it was really there, so he added another dish. After ordering, he threw the menu to Wang Sheng, who was opposite, and said, Let's take a look again. Just order what you want. You don't need to save me money. Wang Sheng and several people gathered together and looked at the menu curiously. The price was also marked behind the name of the various dishes. When they saw the price clearly, Wang Sheng and the others almost took a cold breath again, and one of the dishes here could be enough for them to eat for several days. But, it's okay. Wang Sheng's words trembled. Although it was not he who paid, but it was the first time to experience this kind of thing, it was unavoidable to be nervous. At this moment, a waitress who seemed to be in her 20s opened the door and said with a sweet voice, Hello, I'm ready. Before she could finish her sentence, she saw the children inside. Basically all of them were dressed in plain clothes, and there were even patches on a few of their clothes. She frowned slightly and reminded, Are you sure you want to eat here? Ao Tian is so old and good, there is no way to see what the girl is thinking. He was too lazy to say, took out a golden soul coin and tossed it, and said, The dishes are already ordered, hurry up and make them for us. The girl looked at the golden soul coin in Ao Tian's hand, and then at the cute and handsome Ao Tian, and it took more than 10 seconds to react. Oh, good, you guys wait a moment. The girl picked up the menu and went out. Since these kids can afford to pay, she doesn't need to worry about anything. But that kid is really pretty. It didn't take long for the dishes to come up one after another. Wang Shenji were still a little bit unwilling to let go at first, but after tasting the delicious food, they couldn't bear the temptation anymore. The appetite of the young people is amazing. A dozen dishes ordered by Ao Tian were finally wiped out, and there was not even the soup left. Wang Shenji people had round belly, hiccups one after another, making Ao Tian couldn't help smiling. Their eyes remained on the empty plates. Ao Tian felt that if he were not here, it is estimated that these guys would have done licking the plates. There was also a box next to Wang Sheng, which was some food he packed for Tang San after obtaining Ao Tian's consent. Now when he thinks about it, he feels that his previous act of saying bad things about teacher Tang San in front of Tang San is a bit too much, so he wants to apologize to Tang San. Xiao Wu dried her mouth and said, Ao Tian, thank you for taking me to eat such a delicious thing. I have lived, For 6 years. I have never eaten such a delicious thing before. She patted her chest and exhaled, thinking that she almost missed her mouth. Wang Sheng stood up, pulled the others up, and said loudly, Ao Tian, let us leave the work of your work students in the future, and Sister Xiao Wu, all of them will be packaged to us. Ao Tian smiled and said, yes, if you want to come here for dinner in the future, you can call me anytime. Wang Shenglian said no, he was very satisfied to be able to eat such an expensive meal. Just then, the door of the room was slammed open, and a group of teenagers with toothpicks in their mouths walked in. Oh, it really is you, Wang Sheng, I heard your voice outside. When are working students eligible to eat here? Isn't this downgrading us? Boss Xiao's nostrils were upturned, his eyes swept over Ao Tian and others, and finally stayed on Xiao Wu. Boss, it seems that we have to teach them a little lesson, otherwise they will come here in the future, so how can we have an appetite to eat? A younger brother of Xiao Boss said. It makes sense. Old Xiao laughed loudly, and said, hand over all your money. If you don't have the money, you won't come to the second floor to eat. Wang Sheng slapped the table and said angrily, Xiao Chinayu, don't deceive people too much. Oh, it's the opposite. Boss Xiao raised his hand and patted Wang Sheng's face, and asked, I'm just deceiving people too much, what can you do with me? Wang Sheng squeezed his fist tightly, and the veins on his forehead jumped wildly. Bah, piss. Xiao Lao Dadao, I now give you 3 choices. First, hand over all your money. Second, let that little lowly accompany me for 2 days. Third, the little girl behind the academy see you on the hillside, if you lose, hand over the money and little Lolita. Chapter 21, Accident. Xiao Wu's face flushed with anger, if it weren't for Ao Tian to press her shoulder, she would have jumped up. Want me to accompany you? No way. Xiao Wu said angrily. Oh, I like this kind of chili pepper. If you refuse to accompany me, then take the money. Xiao Dada joked. The little brothers behind him all stared at Wang Sheng and others naked, with an arrogant smile on their faces. I want money, no. Xiao Wu was so angry that her nostrils were about to smoke. Hehe, then you are choosing the third one. Boss Xiao cracked his fists, his eyes lit up cruelly, it just so happens that my body is about to rust without you being a meat shield for 2 months in the summer vacation. N.S. Ao Tian let go, Xiao Wu stood up all of a sudden, and said angrily, if you want to fight, I will stay with you to the end. Papa. Boss Xiao clapped his hands, then looked at Wang Sheng, and said, you are really getting more and more crap. You actually want a little lowly to come forward. I am now the boss of Kishi. Xiao Wu said. Xiao Chinayu glanced at Xiao Wu in surprise. He knew the rules in the work-study dormitory. Since this little lowly has become the boss of Kishi, it shows that her strength is stronger than Wang Sheng. Boss Xiao's interest in Xiao Wu grew stronger. He patted his hands and laughed and said, that's all, the hillside behind the academy, you don't even want to run away. Wang Sheng was very angry at first, but suddenly he remembered the strength of Xiao Wu and Ao Tian, especially Ao Tian. The strength he showed when he was competing with Tang San obviously surpassed Xiao Chinayu. Thinking of this, the anger in his heart disappeared, an endless hatred and a hint of happiness surged. Soon, they will get revenge. Ao Tian stood up, threw the golden soul coin in his hand to Wang Sheng, and said, you go to check out. Wang Sheng gave Boss Xiao a cold look, then smashed a path very hard and walked out. Looking for death, said Boss Xiao's younger brother. Don't worry, they will suffer later. Xiao Lao Dadao. His eyes fell on Ao Tian, very surprised. As a work-study student, Ao Tian's originally gorgeous clothes have become ordinary. Boss Xiao thought that Ao Tian was just a good-looking poor boy, but he didn't expect to be able to come out with gold soul coins. Quack, boy, you are quite rich. Yes, I am very rich. Ao Tian smiled. He stretched out his hand and waved on the tabletop, and a bunch of sparkling gold soul coins appeared on the tabletop, to mention a few hundred. At this time, everyone in the room had their eyes straightened, looking at the little golden mountain incredible. Boss Xiao and several people, even their saliva is about to flow out. Although they have money, it is impossible to have so much pocket money. A few hundred gold soul coins is a very large sum for them. Ao Tian smiled faintly, waved his hand, and collected all the money. Boss Xiao had a greedy face. He looked at Ao Tian's face, but he couldn't think of any elder brother in Nodding City who looked so beautiful. Do you recognize him? He turned around and asked. A group of younger brothers all shook their heads. Boss Xiao sneered, relieved. In Nodding City, he is the prince, no one is more noble than him. If you are from other big cities, how can you come to study in a place like Nodding City? And also a working student. Boss Xiao had already decided Ao Tian in his heart. Not long after, Wang Sheng came back with a handful of silver soul coins in his hand and stuffed it to Ao Tian. Ao Tian waved his hand and said, "Since you have covered my work, then these are your rewards." Wang Sheng glanced at Boss Xiao and several people, thinking that it is not easy to refuse now, so he accepted it. "Let's go, everyone." Boss Xiao gave a sneer, turned and walked out. Wang Shenji followed Ao Tian and Xiao Wu, and they had already regarded Ao Tian as the backbone. Xiao Wu worried, "Wang Sheng, will we be punished for fighting?" Wang Sheng shook his head and said, "No, as long as you don't get caught by the teacher." Then, he asked, "Should we go back and notify Tang San? With him, our chances of winning would be much greater." While he was speaking, he looked at Ao Tian. He knew that the relationship between Ao Tian and Tang San was not very good. Ao Tian shook his head and smiled, "No need." As soon as he finished speaking, an ouch came from the front, followed by rolling crashes and screams. Boss Xiao and those few people actually rolled down the stairs. Xiao Wu and Wang Sheng, all of them stared at the place dumbfounded, their brains a little confused. "What are you doing, watching a good show?" Ao Tian smiled. Xiao Wu and several people reacted and followed Ao Tian to the stairs. Under the stairs, 8 people were stacked on top of each other, and Boss Xiao was pressed at the bottom. Ouchie screams continued, and all the students who were still eating in the cafeteria were attracted. "What the hell, you suppressed Lao Tzu!" Boss Xiao kept yelling from the bottom. Several of his younger brothers hurriedly got up and pulled him up. The screams and inhalations continued to sound. All the 8 people had blue noses and swollen faces, and several extremely exaggerated large packages were bulging on their foreheads, like eggs one by one. Xiao Chinayu, who was still handsome, suddenly turned into an ugly monster. He kept sucking in cold air, the pain on his face made him doubt life, and his whole body was trembling with the intense pain. In the lobby on the first floor, bursts of laughter continued to sound, and everyone who saw this scene couldn't help but laugh. The 8 Boss Xiao looked at each other's miserable face, they all understood, and their faces flushed with shame. "Go!" He gave a low drink and rushed out of the cafeteria. A group of younger brothers rushed out. Now they just want to go to the school doctor for treatment, where they can control Ao Tian. "Let's go, if you're full, go back and take a nice nap." Ao Tian smiled and walked on. "Look, that kid is so handsome, so cute." I don't know which girl screamed, and everyone's eyes focused on the stairs. Ao Tian smiled and walked down gracefully. Although he wears ordinary clothes, his looks and the temperament he exudes instantly become a lot of fans. www.readaloud.com. The boys' eyes shoot thick jealousy, and the girls keep screaming. Vulgar. Ao Tian shook his head and sighed. Wang Sheng and the others followed Ao Tian, and they all smiled bitterly, only then did they understand how attractive Ao Tian was. Even after leaving the cafeteria, there are still many brave girls following. Boss Xiao was thrown like that, it's really relieved. A work student sighed. This is retribution. Wang Sheng also looked cheerful. Thinking of the appearance of Boss Xiao, he couldn't help but want to laugh. Immediately afterwards, his face became serious again, and said, "There are soul healing masters in the school doctor's office. They will recover soon. We can't relax. I'm afraid this battle will be unavoidable." Talking, he looked at Ao Tian and Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu squeezed her fists fiercely, and said, "Don't worry, I will hit them until their mother can't recognize them." Ao Tian smiled and did not speak. How could he waste his time on such trivial matters? The boss named Xiao, within a few days, would not be able to recover. It would be useless even if the most powerful soul healer on the Douluo continent was invited. Several people returned to the dormitory, only to find that Tang San was not there. Wang Sheng put the food packed for Tang San on Tang San's bed and said, "He should be looking for the master," the master said before. Ao Tian lay down on the bed, closed his eyes and started to rest. Xiao Wu thought about it, and lay down on the other side. Wang Sheng shook his head, returned to his bed, and started sitting cross-legged and meditating. The same goes for the others. They are naturally talented, and only by diligent practice can they get ahead. Tang San didn't come back until the evening, when it was getting westward. Chapter 22, Xiao Wu and number 039, S Challenge. When Tang San came back, except for Ao Tian who was sleeping in the dormitory, everyone else was cultivating. He walked lightly, and when he returned to the bed, he found the lunch box beside the bed. Tang San was puzzled, opened it and took a look. There were a few chicken drumsticks inside, which were fragrant, but it was cold. "Tang San, are you back?" Xiao Wu's voice sounded. Tang San turned around and found that Xiao Wu had opened his eyes. The other people in the dormitory also woke up from cultivation, only then did they find Tang San. "This is?" Tang San asked. Wang Sheng walked down and said, "Tang San, I apologize to you for what happened at noon. This is a treat by Ao Tian at noon. I packed it back for you, but it was cold." After a long time, Tang San's anger almost disappeared, and said, "Forget the past." He looked at the lunch box and said, "I have eaten with the teacher just now, and I am still full." Xiao Wu jumped out of bed, touched her stomach, and said, "I'm hungry, Wang Sheng, let's go eat." Since Tang San has already eaten, don't waste these dishes, let's take them over and eat. Wang Sheng nodded, and said, "Okay." Xiao Wu frowned while looking at Ao Tian who was still curled up comfortably on the bed. Ao Tian has been sleeping since he returned from eating at noon and has not practiced. She came to Ao Tian and shook it gently. "I got up to eat." Ao Tian turned over and mumbled, "You go eat, I'm not hungry." The food in the cafeteria looked delicious to Xiao Wu, Wang Sheng, and others, but Ao Tian thought it was very ordinary and had no appetite. He and Bibi Dong have been wandering for 10 years, and they have almost eaten all the dishes from the mainland, and their mouths are very difficult. Okay then. Xiao Wu had to go to the cafeteria for dinner with Wang Sheng. Only Tang San and Ao Tian remained in the dormitory. Tang San stared at Ao Tian for a while, went to bed, and lay down to rest. He drove a few hours in the morning and studied with the master for a few hours in the afternoon, and he was already tired. Not long after, Tang San was already asleep. More than half an hour later, several people from Xiao Wu came back. Seeing Ao Tian still asleep, Xiao Wu couldn't help but shake a few more times, and said, "Ao Tian, is your martial soul a pig? From day to night, I don't see you practicing." Ao Tian sat up helplessly. He doesn't need to deliberately practice, the Dragon Clan inheritance technique has been running automatically in his body. And at his level, cultivating in Douluo continent, the effect is equivalent to nothing. I am afraid that absorbing the aura of the entire Douluo star will not be able to improve his cultivation. If you want to make faster progress, you can only go to more advanced worlds, such as the God realm, or venture into the universe. But he slept for 500 million years, and now he just wants to enjoy it, and decides to wait until he gets tired of playing before going to practice. No one here can threaten his life anyway. Xiao Wu just had a meal and didn't want to practice right away. Seeing Aotian got up, she said, "Let's go out and go around." Aotian frowned suddenly. He felt a tidal Douluo level mental power coming from outside, covering Xiao Wu's body. He is a little familiar with the fluctuation of mental power. Xiao Wu and others couldn't sense it because of their strength, but they couldn't hide it from Aotian. He stared, his gaze passed through numerous obstacles, and he saw a figure in a black robe standing in a dark corner not far from the dormitory building. "Tang Hao! Have you found it?" Aotian glanced at Xiao Wu. "Quickly put on your shoes and walk outside with me," Xiao Wu urged. Aotian smiled, "Okay." Wang Shenji looked envious. They were of average talent, and they had to cultivate hard after eating, but they didn't have so much time to play. Tang San suddenly sat up and said, "Xiao Wu, I have something to tell you." Xiao Wu, who was walking out with Aotian, stopped, turned to look at Tang San, and asked, "What's the matter?" Tang San said, "My spirit power has reached level 10, and the teacher will take me to get the first spirit ring tomorrow. It may take a few days." Because Xiao Wu is the boss of Qi Shi, Tang San would say hello to Xiao Wu. After all, he is a work student, and school starts tomorrow, and then he needs to work. He is not in college, and his job has to be arranged. Xiao Wu's expression was a bit complicated, and said, "For you, is the spirit ring really that important?" The complexity on her face can only be understood by Aotian. Tang San nodded, and said, "Yes, only by hunting and killing the spirit beast to obtain the spirit ring, can the spirit master continue to practice." Wang Sheng said, "Tang San, you are worried about the work of the work student. Don't worry, you will leave it to me these days when you are away." Tang San nodded and said, "Thank you, I will help you back when I come back." "You are welcome, anyhow you are also the first soul master in our dormitory." Wang Sheng envied. He has been practicing at Notting College for several years, and he has not yet reached the 10th level of spirit power. And Tang San just entered the academy on the first day. He was going to get his first spirit ring. Can he not envy it? Except for Aotian and Xiao Wu, everyone else is envious. Tang San looked at Aotian and said, "Aotian, the teacher asked me to ask you, if you want to get your first spirit ring, you can go with us tomorrow." "No need." Aotian refused. "Let's go." Xiao Wu was in a bad mood, and took Aotian out. At this time, the sky was completely dark, and only the cold moonlight and stars brought some light to the earth. There are very few teachers and students walking around on campus. Soul masters usually practice at night, so the campus is a bit deserted. Xiao Wu dragged Aotian to the playground and sat down on a smooth boulder. Yu reading www.yunsha.com. Aotian, why do you say that people must hunt down soul beasts? Xiao Wu lay on the big rock, looking at the stars in the sky, and asked this question again. A person's cultivation is inseparable from the spirit ring. This is the law of nature. No matter how much you want, it's useless. Aotian said. He remembered that before he fell asleep, the law was not like this. There was no soul beast on Douluo that would appear after death. Presumably, the soul beast appeared later. That nature is really unfair to the soul beast. Xiao Wu looked sad. Aotian stretched out his hand and squeezed her face, and said, "Why do you think so much? Could it be that you are a soul beast?" A trace of panic flashed in Xiao Wu's big eyes, and she hurriedly said, "You nonsense, people are so cute, how can it be a soul beast?" Aotian smiled, not entangled in this question. "You pulled me out to talk about this?" he asked. Xiao Wu jumped down and said, "Of course not. I pulled you out, but I actually want to fight you. Why? Didn't I give in? Ao Tian asked. Xiao Wu said, it's a compelling thing during the day. I want to be the boss. If I lose to you, I won't be. And if you lose, I am afraid that you will not look good. I actually want to fight with you. Field. So, you pick it at night when there is no one. Xiao Wu nodded and said happily, in this case, I won't lose the position of boss if I lose, and you won't lose face if you lose, right? Come on, let me see how strong you are. Xiao Wu pulled Ao Tian off the rock. Ao Tian glanced at the dark corner not far away, and smiled, okay, let's have a good discussion with you. Chapter 23, titled Douluo Xian. Ao Tian suddenly became interested, and hooked his finger towards Xiao Wu, and said, come on, let me see what you can do. My ability is great, don't cry if you lose later. Xiao Wu walked over with a smile, a sly flash in her eyes. Ao Tian stood there, motionless, letting Xiao Wu approach. No matter what tricks Xiao Wu plays, he is not afraid. I'm here. Xiao Wu blinked at Ao Tian, 2 dimples appeared on her face, smiled and raised her hands, pushing towards Ao Tian's shoulders. From today's battle between Ao Tian and Tang San, Xiao Wu understood that Ao Tian's power and speed were very abnormal, much stronger than Tang San. Therefore, she understands that she can only be surprised if she wants to defeat Ao Tian. She pushed her hands toward Ao Tian's shoulders. As long as Ao Tian raised her hands to block, her hands could take the opportunity to wrap Ao Tian's hands. If Ao Tian doesn't block, her hands can also take the opportunity to grab Ao Tian's shoulders. At the same time, she flicked her head, and the long scorpion braid drew an arc, wrapped around Ao Tian's neck, blocking Ao Tian's retreat. Ao Tian remained motionless. Ren Xiaohu's attack fell on him, and the moment his braids were wrapped around his neck, he felt a little itchy. Xiao Wu looked excited. She grabbed Ao Tian's shoulders with both hands, jumped up, her feet retracted, and then she slammed into Ao Tian's stomach. Haha, the rabbit kicked the eagle, you lost. Xiao Wu laughed triumphantly, her feet exploded with violent power, kicking on Ao Tian's stomach. Ao Tian's upper body was pulled by Xiao Wu's hands and braids, and his lower body was kicked by Xiao Wu's feet. In Xiao Wu's imagination, Ao Tian's lower body would be kicked up by her, and then he would fall into a dog and eat shit. However, after stepping on Ao Tian's body, her triumphant laughter stopped abruptly, and her body stopped there. It's not that she doesn't want to move, but that she can't move. Her feet seemed to be pedaling on a big mountain, she couldn't move at all. Her complexion changed and her reaction was extremely quick. After letting go of her hands and pushing her feet hard, Ao Tian still didn't move, but her body flew back. The long braid was still wrapped around Ao Tian's neck, and Xiao Wu was like a swing. The rabbit kicks the eagle. With the acceleration of falling, she kicked Ao Tian's belly again. However, there was only a muffled sound, and Ao Tian's body remained motionless. Xiao Wu used all her strength to breastfeed, and her face flushed red, but she couldn't move Ao Tian's body any minute. The power of the massage is still a little weaker. Ao Tian laughed, and put his hands to Xiao Wu's feet. Xiao Wu screamed, the legs of both legs were hugged by Ao Tian, and her suddenly hit Ao Tian's body. Her braids were still on Ao Tian's neck, and her legs were hugged again. This posture was extremely inelegant. As a 100,000-year-old soul beast, she has been well protected by her mother since she was a child, and she has never had such close contact with other creatures of the opposite sex. At this time, she was hugged by Ao Tian, and she was immediately embarrassed and unbearable. Asshole, you let me go. Ao Tian let go of his hand obediently, and Xiao Wu suddenly sat on the ground, being thrown hot. Regardless of the pain in her butt, she sprang up, her feet wrapped around Ao Tian's neck. After her feet wrapped around Ao Tian's neck smoothly, her body fell backward, her hands resting on the ground, in an inverted state. Waist bow skill was activated, and a force of strength was emitted from her hands, passed to her waist, and then to her feet, slamming Aotian forward. In the daytime, she used this trick to defeat Tang San. However, no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't eject Aotian with this bow. Hehe, are there any other tricks? Aotian asked. Xiao Wu left Aotian's body, aggrieved, and said, "You bully! Why did I bully you? I didn't move." Xiao Wu stomped her feet with anger. "Ignore you, you are a monster. No wonder Tang San can't beat you. Can you show me your martial spirit?" she asked. She was very curious about what martial soul it was that gave Aotian such a perverted strength. Although the beast spirit cannot be possessed before the spirit ring becomes a spirit master, some characteristics of the beast spirit can affect the human body. She felt that Aotian's martial arts soul should be a powerful beast martial arts soul, so that Aotian had abnormal physical qualities. When she was at the academic affairs office, she came a little late, and did not see the scene where Aotian released her martial soul. Aotian's heart moved, and said, "I suddenly want to pull she, you will wait here for a while, and I will tell you when I get back." After finishing talking, Aotian ran out of the playground without looking back. "Okay." Xiao Wu jumped back on the big rock, lay down, and looked up at the sky full of stars. At this moment, Xiao Wu moved her ears and heard slight footsteps. She turned her head, and suddenly saw a tall figure draped in a black robe coming out of a corner not far away. She was startled, and sat up instinctively, staring at the mysterious person approaching her vigilantly. For no reason, she actually felt a panic, as if something undesirable was about to happen. Did not ask, Xiao Wu immediately jumped off the boulder, ready to slip away. www.readaloud.com. At this moment, a figure of Shensu in white came from the direction where Xiao Wu was escaping. Xiao Wu was stopped, and stared at the handsome man in white clothes with vigilance. She was a little surprised. The appearance and temperament of this white man were very similar to Aotian. "Don't panic, I am Aotian's brother, and the man in black will give it to me." A voice rang directly in Xiao Wu's mind. Xiao Wu inexplicably trusted the white-clothed youth who appeared, and her anxious mood instantly stabilized. Aotian smiled, crossed Xiao Wu, and walked towards Tang Hao hidden in the black robe. It is really rare for titled Douluo to appear in this little nodding academy. Aotian sighed. Tang Hao stopped, his face hidden in the black cloak changed slightly. This youth who seems to be in his 20s can actually see through the strength of his title Douluo. How can this be? He did not reveal a trace of title Douluo's breath, and only people with similar cultivation bases could discover his hidden cultivation base. How did this young man discover it? Xiao Wu heard Aotian's words, and her expression was even more horrified, and her body couldn't help but retreat trembling. As a soul beast, the most feared is the titled Douluo of human beings, and the most hated one is also the titled Douluo. "Who are you?" A hoarse voice came from the black robe. "I am someone you can't afford to offend." Aotian smiled. He has a peerless appearance and a fairy spirit, just like a banished fairy who does not stain the dust of the world. His voice fell, and an aura that suffocated Tang Hao pressed towards Tang Hao. This momentum was condensed and not scattered, only aimed at Tang Hao alone. Tang Hao was shocked and blurted out, "How is it possible?" Chapter 24, Long Xiu. Facing the terrifying pressure of Aotian, Tang Hao actually had a feeling that his soul was about to tremble. He has never felt this kind of feeling before. "I am afraid that the 99 level in the legend is nothing more than that." Realizing that something was wrong, Tang Hao turned around and fled without hesitation. Even if he still thinks he has the power to fight in his heart, he doesn't want to stay. After all, this is in Nodding College. If there is a war here, I am afraid it will hurt the innocent. The most important thing is that Tang San is also here. Furthermore, to fight a terrifying opponent, he must use his housekeeping skills. In this case, his identity and whereabouts cannot be hidden, and it is bound to attract a rigorous investigation by the Wuhan Palace. The terrifying power in Tang Hao's body erupted. With every step he stepped on, the ground would vibrate and split obviously, and he could jump dozens of meters away with a single bounce. Although he can fly, his flight consumes too much and his speed is not as good as running. If you run on the ground, there is also building cover. He doesn't believe that the white-clothed young man will be frantically shot. After all, there are still people in those buildings. Ao Tian didn't chase him out, but his aura has always been shrouded in Tang Hao, making Tang Hao like a thorn in his back, not daring to stay for a while. Xiao Wu, who had just run a few steps, found that the man in black had suddenly left, and she stopped in confusion. However, a terrible thought flashed in her mind for an instant. This good-looking white-clothed youth can scare a title Douluo away, wouldn't it also have the strength of title Douluo? Wouldn't it be a glance through her identity? Thinking of this, Xiao Wu's cold sweat suddenly broke out, and her heart was enveloped by a great sense of fear. She has turned into a human, and she has not had a soul beast cultivation base for 100,000 years. Facing a human strong, she is really just a weak little white rabbit. 100,000-year-old rabbit, what are you afraid of? Ao Tian smiled and stared at Xiao Wu with interest. I don't know what you're talking about. Xiao Wu couldn't help backing up, her little head shook like a wave. 100,000-year-old soft bone charm rabbit, am I right? Ao Tian approached step by step. A look of despair appeared on Xiao Wu's face, and she was recognized by the human powerhouse. Is she still alive? Suddenly she regretted her heart, regretted not listening to her mother, and insisted on going out and making trouble. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning flashed across her mind, and her eyes suddenly lit up. You just said that you are Ao Tian's brother, and I am Ao Tian's good friend. After finishing, she trumpeted her hands and yelled at the surroundings with all her strength, Ao Tian, where are you? Your brother is here, come out soon. She understood that now only Ao Tian can save her. Come on, come on. Ao Tian waved his hand and decided not to tease Xiao Wu anymore. He felt that under his awe, Tang Hao had already escaped from Nodding City and was heading away quickly. He has to go to meet this legendary figure of the Clear Sky School, Douluo with the title of Vast Sky for a while. Xiao Wu stopped calling for help and looked at Ao Tian dumbfounded. Only Ao Tian's figure flickered and disappeared out of thin air. Gone. Xiao Wu murmured, is it teleport? But why didn't I see his spirit and spirit ring? Two terrifying powerhouses left, Xiao Wu ran away in no hurry. She understands that with her current strength, if title Douluo is really eyeing her, she will not be able to escape no matter what. After thinking about it, she returned to sit on the big rock. She is very confused and needs to think about whether she should stay at Nodding College or not. After the soul beast transforms into a human, it must be close to humans and feel the breath of humans in order to grow up quickly. But before reaching the maturity stage, the spirit beast aura remaining on her body could not be concealed from title Douluo, and even some powerful spirit Douluo could see through her identity. After entering the mature period, I am not afraid of being seen by others. If she leaves here, then she will go to other human places. Outside Nodding City, in just a few minutes, Tang Hao had rushed out 5 kilometers away. The aura that made him feel a lot of pressure still hung over him. When he ran out of Nodding City, he found that the man in white had not followed. But the aura has been looming over him, which shows that the man in white does not intend to give up. It's far enough. Tang Hao stopped and turned to look at Nodding City in the distance. He became titled Douluo when he was in his 40s, and was hailed as the youngest titled Douluo by the Soul Master world. However, now there is a young man who seems to be in his 20s, and his strength may be even more terrifying than him. This is simply incredible. How can a person reach the titled Douluo realm in his 20s? Tang Hao feels that his cognition has been subverted. He has cultivated to title Douluo in his 20s, unprecedented in history. Therefore, he has a keen interest in the white-clothed youth, and wants to know whether the opponent really has the power of title Douluo. How did you practice? What is the origin? Tang Hao stood quietly on the dark night earth, silently adjusting his own state, waiting for the arrival of the white-clothed youth. He was sure that the other party would come, because the breath locked in him had not yet recovered. At the same time, he was shocked again that the other party could lock him at a distance of 5 kilometers. Tang Hao asked himself, with his current mental strength, it was impossible to cover such a large area. His judgment on the strength of the white-clothed youth once again reached a new height. Suddenly, Tang Hao's pupils shrank suddenly, and a figure in white clothes appeared out of thin air about 50 meters in front of him. What is this? Tang Hao was a little confused. The moment the opponent appeared, he didn't even feel any fluctuations. Even if it was teleporting, there would be slight spatial aura fluctuations. Moreover, the other party didn't have a spirit ring on him, which made Tang Hao puzzled, and he was deeply jealous. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Who are you anyway? Tang Hao asked first. Should I ask you first? What do you want to do when you come to my site? Your Excellency Haoshan. Ao Tian smiled. Tang Hao was startled, and said, how do you know my identity? He understands that since the other party can call out his identity, then he has no need to hide it. Ao Tian pointed to his eyes and said, no one can hide his identity in front of my golden eyes. Since your Excellency has seen through my identity, according to the rules of the Soul Master world, you should also report your name. Tang Hao said. Ao Tian thought, what name should be given to himself? As an ancient dragon clan, he is a unique existence in this Douluo world. After thinking about it, Ao Tian said, you can call me Longziu, the ancestor of the ancestor. With a big tone, Tang Hao said inwardly. Since your Excellency has such strength, why have I never heard of your name? He asked. Ao Tian Dao, I have lived in seclusion for countless years. You are the first to hear my name. It turns out to be a strong man in the hidden world. Tang Hao nodded. The Douluo continent does not only have big sects and big forces, there are strong people. There are some strong people who do not care about the world and focus on cultivation. He guessed that the strong man should be living in seclusion in Notting City, and he was offending this person by arbitrarily releasing his mental power in Notting City today. It's okay if you don't belong to Wuhan Hall. Tang Hao heaved a sigh of relief. Now, I have come to ask you. Ao Tian took a few steps forward, and his majestic aura radiated like a sacred mountain of ancient times, suppressing Tang Hao. You appeared in Notting College, do you want to hit the little soul beast? Ao Tian's voice was cold, his eyes staring sharply at Tang Hao. Chapter 25, Shooting Tang Hao. Feeling that Ao Tian's aura has become more terrifying, Tang Hao was shocked. His whole body's spirit power is flowing quickly, and only then can he resist the terrible pressure oncoming. He said solemnly, no soul master will be unmoved after discovering a transformed 100,000-year-old soul beast. You have become a titled Douluo. If I am not mistaken, you are either trying to use her spirit bone, or you want to imprison her and leave it to others to absorb the spirit ring in the future. Ao Tian said. Tang Hao sneered, don't you think so? Who doesn't want to have a 100,000-year-old spirit ring and spirit bone? Not all soul beasts are harmful to people's hearts, so must they be killed? Ao Tian asked. The soul master kills the soul beast, absorbs the soul ring and soul bone, it is natural and righteous, it has been like this since ancient times, what's wrong? Tang Hao asked back. That's good. Ao Tian applauded and sarcastically said, if I remember correctly, you were chased by the Pope of Wuhan Temple a few years ago because of your soul beast wife. My wife is a soul beast, but said it's ridiculous that the soul master kills the soul beast is justified. Tang Hao's complexion changed, gloomy, and yelled, "Ian is not a soul beast. In my eyes, she is a real human being. She is kind, beautiful, and virtuous, and everyone in the spirit hall deserves to die. As for the life and death of other spirit beasts, what is it to me? If it was Tang San who became friends with Xiao Wu in the first place instead of me, I'm afraid you wouldn't think so," Ao Tian said secretly. Tang Hao had a swelling aura, his robe hunting, the cape and hat on his head opened, revealing his gloomy face. "Long Xiu, since you also fell in love with that soul beast, then a battle between us is inevitable. If I lose, I will never step into Notting College in the future. If you lose, that soul beast let me take it away, how about?" "Good." Ao Tian agreed. Tang Hao nodded, his mind moved, and the clear sky hammer was summoned. A huge black hammer appeared behind him, floating in the air. The two ends of the black hammer are densely covered with complicated patterns, exuding a terrible killing aura. One by one spirit ring rose from his feet, and every time a spirit ring appeared, the aura on Tang Hao's body became stronger and stronger. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 red. The last spirit ring on Tang Hao's body was 100,000 years old. His aura reached its peak, his eyes opened and closed, and a terrible light burst out. Tang Hao's eyes were like electricity, and he shot at Ao Tian, saying, "Tang Hao, Wuhan Haoshan Hammer, the titled Douluo of the 95th level assault system, please advise. Dragon Ancestor, Wuhan Jinlong, do it." Facing the majestic Tang Hao, Ao Tian was still calm and calm. Tang Hao frowned and said, "Where is your martial soul?" Ao Tian said lightly, "You don't deserve to let me use martial soul. Arrogant." Tang Hao was angry, thinking that Ao Tian was completely humiliating him. "Then let you see if I am arrogant." Ao Tian chuckled, raising his right hand and squeezing his 5 fingers to the center. Rumbling. The earth shook, and 5 extremely huge stone pillars suddenly sprang out from the earth around Tang Hao. Like Ao Tian's 5 fingers, they surrounded Tang Hao at extremely fast speed. How can this be? Tang Hao was horrified inexplicably. He didn't even use his spirit ring, and he could cause such an attack out of thin air. Is this young man named Long Xiu still a human? Although he was very shocked in his heart, Tang Hao had rich combat experience and reacted immediately. The 5 stone pillars bent like fingers, trapping Tang Hao in the cage in the blink of an eye. Tang Hao waved the clear sky hammer frantically, hitting the surrounding stone walls. However, the cage shook, but it was not smashed by his clear sky hammer. Tang Hao's heart is getting more and more shocked. The other party can actually trap him here by moving his fingers. This kind of method is simply not something mortal can have. The clear sky hammer's moves suddenly changed, and the chaotic cloak hammer method unfolded, hitting the stone wall with hammer after hammer. Tang Hao's chaotic cloak hammer technique has reached the realm of Dachan, and he has swung a dozen hammers in the blink of an eye, and his power has risen in a straight line. From the outside, the cage formed by the 5 stone pillars is like a huge cocoon, vibrating violently and making rumbling noises. Ao Tian waved his big hand, and his divine power formed a transparent enchantment within a kilometer. The sound that sounded like muffled thunder was completely sealed in the barrier. No matter who it is, there is no way to sense the battle fluctuations inside the barrier. Ao Tian could clearly see Tang Hao in the cage. The power of the chaotic cloak hammer method increased extremely fast, and within a few breaths, Tang Hao had already smashed 72 hammers. Cracks gradually appeared on the stone wall of the cage, like a spider web, becoming denser and denser. Ao Tian nodded, "Well, yes, there is still some power. The chaotic cloak hammer method is indeed a soul ability that can threaten the gods." His thought just flashed past, and this simple prison created by his thought had already been broken by Tang Hao. "Long Ancestor, take me a hammer." Tang Hao had an incomparably violent aura. He stepped on his feet, brandished the clear sky hammer, and ejected towards Ao Tian. The chaotic cloak hammer technique has been used to the 76th hammer. Tang Hao firmly believes that even if it is a 99th level title Douluo, facing his 76th hammer, he dare not care. At this time, he faced Ao Tian without any contempt anymore. The other party's methods are amazing, enough to make him go all out. Tang Hao leaped, straddling a distance of more than 50 meters, and the black giant hammer in his hand smashed towards Ao Tian's head. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Ao Tian didn't respond, letting Tang Hao's clear sky hammer hit his head. With a clang, the mighty and overbearing clear sky hammer seemed to hit a piece of immortal gold, and did not cause even the slightest harm to this piece of immortal gold. The clear sky hammer bounced high in Tang Hao's shocked gaze. The huge counter-shock force made Tang Hao's hands numb, and the clear sky hammer almost broke out. The strength is okay, I can barely give me a massage. Ao Tian grinned. Tang Hao was so startled by this sentence that his heart was about to jump out. His body rotated, the huge counter-shock force was resolved by him and transformed into the power of the next hammer, hitting Ao Tian's head again. The voice like Huang Zongda Lu kept ringing within this kilometer. In the end, Tang Hao's shocked heart was almost numb. He even wondered if he had an illusion. There was no opponent like Long Xiu at all of this was just an illusion. But he then thought about it, his mental power is already extremely powerful, how could he have hallucinations? The 80th hammer, those complicated patterns on the clear sky hammer light up, that is the Killing God realm attached to it. The Killing God realm is released, your own strength is improved, and the enemy's strength will be suppressed. An icy murderous aura spread. You are too weak. Ao Tian has lost interest. Tang Hao, the legendary figure in Douluo continent, is nothing more than that. Facing the hammer, he finally attacked. When the clear sky hammer fell, he lightly waved his right hand and slapped it on the hammer head of the clear sky hammer. Tang Hao's earth-shattering blow was flew out by Ao Tian's light and fluttering hammer. Chapter 26, Clear Sky Hammer, broken. Tang Hao's body plowed a deep gully in the ground, and it continued to spread for 100 meters before it stopped. In the huge shock, he forced himself to remain calm, the seventh spirit ring on his body instantly lit up, the clear sky hammer in his hand suddenly soared, and in the blink of an eye it became a huge hammer that was 100 meters long. The pitch-black hammer head, like a hill, exudes an extremely oppressive atmosphere. The seventh spirit ability, the real body of the weapon soul. Red lines lit up from the hammer head of the clear sky hammer, the red spirit ring on Tang Hao's body flickered, and the entire black giant hammer instantly turned red. The void around him was distorted, as if unable to withstand the pressure of the clear sky hammer. Long Xiu, take my last hammer. Tang Hao roared, and displayed the 81st hammer of the Chaos Cloak Hammer with the soul of the Clear Sky Hammer. Just now, his body was photographed flying 100 meters away, but the injury was not serious. He knew that the other party had been merciful. Chaos Cloak Hammer technique is the sole ability created by the ancestor of Hao Shenzong, that is, Tang Hao's grandfather, Tang Chen. The complete 81 hammer is enough to be called the top soul ability in the world. For some reasons, this is already the strongest blow that Tang Hao can perform. If this young man could not be defeated with this blow, Tang Hao could only give in. Looking at the red sledgehammer falling from the sky, like a burning meteorite hitting downwards, Ao Tian smiled and raised his right hand. The hill-like clear sky hammer hit Ao Tian's palm and was easily supported by him. The ground within 100 meters of his body trembled fiercely and collapsed, forming a huge crater with a diameter of 100 meters. The dust is flying, but Ao Tian, who wins snow in white, is not stained with the slightest dust. He was floating in the air, holding the clear sky hammer in his right hand, and the picture seemed to be still. There was a bit of bitterness at the corner of Tang Hao's mouth. He was defeated after all, and the opponent's strength was as unfathomable as an abyss. A terrible thought faintly occurred in his heart. I am afraid that even the 99th level title Douluo may not have such strength. You have to pay a price to fight with me. Ao Tian said calmly, his right hand shook, and an irresistible force erupted from his hand and spread to the entire clear sky hammer. Click, click, click. The dense cracks instantly covered the entire clear sky hammer. With a bang, the huge clear sky hammer burst into pieces like a firework. A terrible energy current swept the earth. Tang Hao spewed a big mouthful of blood, and his body was blasted hundreds of meters away by the energy stream. The martial spirit was shattered by someone, and with the energy impact of the explosion, Tang Hao's injuries were extremely serious. Originally, after the battle with Chihirochiji that year, his body had been suffering from some hidden injuries that were difficult to recover. Now the injuries have been increased, and his strength has almost been abolished. He wanted to return to the state before the battle with Ao Tian, but he couldn't do it in a few years. His clothes were torn and he was lying on the ground, looking very dazed. Ao Tian stepped out, his body disappeared, and then appeared in front of Tang Hao. You lost. He looked at Tang Hao and said. Tang Hao nodded bitterly and stood up with difficulty. Thank you for your mercy, I won't step into Notting College in the future. He said weakly. I take the liberty to ask, have you reached the legendary 100 level? He looked at Ao Tian with expectation, shock, and surprise in his eyes. 100 levels, that is the realm of the legendary god. At that time, his grandfather Tang Chen, a 99th level peerless Douluo, left the Clear Sky School because he was looking for the legendary 100 level becoming a god. There is no news so far. Ao Tian looked at Tang Hao with a trace of pity flashing in his eyes. He didn't say a word. He turned around and stepped out and appeared thousands of meters away. Taking another step, the white figure disappeared in Tang Hao's eyes. Ao Tian didn't kill Tang Hao, and Tang Hao had no threat in his eyes. Secondly, Tang Hao still has some role in the future. Back in the academy, Ao Tian's body shrank rapidly, and once again became 6 or 7 years old. Coming to the playground, Xiao Wu was still lying on the big rock, but her cute face was full of complicated expressions. When he caught a glimpse of the walking figure from the corner of his eyes, Xiao Wu suddenly sat up, jumped off the stone, and looked at Ao Tian nervously. Ao Tian, a big brother appeared here just now, he said, it's your brother. Ao Tian looked serious, and said, I know, he saw me just now. Xiao Wu screamed, and hurriedly asked, then what did he say to you? Xiao Wu's heart pounded faster. Ao Tian's eldest brother will tell Ao Tian the identity of my soul beast? What will Ao Tian do to me after learning my identity? Xiao Wu was extremely nervous, her small fist was clenched tightly, waiting for Ao Tian's answer. My elder brother said to me, you are not a human being, but 100,000-year-old soul beast. Hearing what Ao Tian said, Xiao Wu was flustered. Sure enough, Ao Tian still knew the identity of her soul beast. Are you really leaving here? She thought sadly. Notting City was the first place she chose to integrate into human society after she left the Stardow Great Forest. Now, her classmates already know the identity of her soul beast, it is no longer possible for her to stay here. The human world is really dangerous. At this moment, Xiao Wu's heart is a little desolate. Then your brother is going to kill me. She looked at Ao Tian and asked. Ao Tian shook his head, and said, the title Douluo who wanted to disadvantage you has been beaten away by my brother and dare not come again. My brother is already titled Douluo, and your spirit ring is useless to him. But my spirit bone is useful for him, and my spirit ring is useful for your future. Xiao Wu looked at Ao Tian with big eyes seriously www.readaloud.com to see if Ao Tian was really right. She is not interested. Seeing Xiao Wu's uneasy look, Ao Tian smiled, and took Xiao Wu's shoulders and walked towards the dormitory. Xiao Wu's body was stiff, and she was almost taken away by Ao Tian. My brother is so powerful, how could he lack a few bones in your body? As for your spirit ring, I still don't like it. Hearing that Ao Tian didn't like her spirit ring, Xiao Wu was a little unconvinced, and said, "Mine is a 100,000-year spirit ring." 100,000 years, is it very powerful? Ao Tian turned to look at her. "I heard that there are still many soul beasts hidden in Douluo continent, hundreds of thousands of years old, even close to 1 million years old. How is it possible?" Xiao Wu rolled her eyes and said, "My home is in the Star Do Great Forest. There are only 100,000-year-old soul beasts. I have never seen one that exceeds 100,000 years." After finishing talking, Xiao Wu realized that something was wrong, and she actually confessed all her old friends. She closed her mouth tightly and didn't want to speak again. Although Ao Tian didn't care about her identity, how could she think that nothing happened in her heart? Humans and soul beasts have always been mortal enemies, and Xiao Wu is still a little skeptical about Ao Tian's strange attitude after knowing her identity. Ao Tian didn't care about Xiao Wu's attitude, and said to himself, "There are still many secrets hidden in the Star Do Great Forest. Since you don't believe it, then I won't talk about it. I'll talk to you about the ocean. I'm leaving the Douluo continent. In the ocean not far away, there is a hegemony-level soul beast, the demon whale king of the deep sea. Its cultivation base has reached 1 million years, and it can break through the god level with only 1 foot. Million-year soul beast." Xiao Wu's eyes widened, and Ao Tian easily aroused her curiosity. Chapter 27, Xiao Wu and number 039, S choice. How is it possible that a million-year-old soul beast really exists, and it will take a lot of hardships to grow into 100,000 years? Xiao Wu shook her head, a little disbelief. Xiao Wu has a deep understanding of how difficult it is for spirit beasts to grow. Although 100,000 years refers to cultivation base, not age, but to have 100,000 years of cultivation base, at least tens of thousands of years of cultivation are required. The existence of soul beasts is full of crises, and every day it is possible to be eaten by more powerful soul beasts. If you want to successfully cultivate for 100,000 years, it is simply impossible. But if you have to persist until 1 million years of cultivation, the difficulty is even more terrifying. Ao Tian smiled and said, "If you don't believe me, I will take you to see if you have a chance someday." Xiao Wu gave Ao Tian a blank look, and said, "There are soul beasts that are millions of years old. Who dares to look at them? They only have to be eaten. Wait someday when you return to the Star Do Forest, I will go back with you, and let you see the real secret of the Star Do Forest." Ao Tian said. "Okay." Xiao Wu replied subconsciously, but immediately reacted and said, "No. Her family and friends are all in it, how could it be possible to bring a human in, let alone Ao Tian has such a powerful brother, what if she kills her family?" Then, she said again, "What secrets can there be in the Star Do Great Forest? Can you still understand better than me?" Xiao Wu looked disbelief. An outsider said that there are secrets in her family. If this is a joke, it is not funny at all. The two returned to the door of the dormitory. Xiao Wu quickly broke free from Ao Tian's embrace. She is still entangled in her heart. Should she leave here? Can you believe what Ao Tian said? Wang Sheng, Tang San, and others were still cultivating. They heard Ao Tian and Xiao Wu coming back, opened their eyes and took a look before continuing to practice. Night practice is the tradition of soul masters, but meditation consumes mental power. After the spiritual power is exhausted, it needs to be supplemented by sleep. Therefore, Wang Sheng will only practice for a few hours at most before sleeping. Ao Tian returned to the bed and lay down directly. Xiao Wu hesitated and sat down on the edge of the bed. She was silent, wondering whether to leave or not, and looked at Ao Tian from time to time. After sitting for a few minutes, she suddenly picked up her package and stood up. Ao Tian opened his eyes and asked, "You can't believe me, you want to leave here?" "I'm going to take a bath in the bathhouse," Xiao Wu said gruffly, and strode out carrying the package. Ao Tian's gaze followed Xiao Wu, until he saw that Xiaowu was really walking in the direction of the bathhouse, and then he withdrew his gaze. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth and closed his eyes. If Xiaowu really wants to leave, he wouldn't force it to stay, at most it would be a pity. After all, there is such a cute little girl to accompany you, and you can call it out. Such days are still good. In a daze, Ao Tian fell asleep, and it was almost an hour later that he woke up after Xiaowu came back. Wang Sheng and others also woke up from the practice, holding a bathtub, and preparing to take a bath. Xiaowu lay on the bed, pulled the soft and comfortable silk quilt to cover her body, looked at Ao Tian on the other side, and asked, "Aren't you going to take a bath?" "No, my body is not dirty." Ao Tian replied. His body has already reached a state of dirt-free, no impurities will be discharged, even if it is dust, it will not stick to his body. Xiaowu looked disgusted and moved away from Ao Tian. Seeing her look like this, Ao Tian smiled and said, "Don't you think my body is very fragrant?" Xiaowu nodded and said, "There is a very special fragrance. Actually, I haven't had a bath for years." Xiaowu was stunned, remembering that she had secretly inhaled Ao Tian's scent before, and she suddenly felt a little uncomfortable in her stomach. "Ignore you, I will practice." Xiaowu sat up and began to practice daily. However, after sitting quietly for a few minutes, I couldn't calm down, and I couldn't help but think of what happened tonight. I was found out, which is a very dangerous thing for her. She didn't feel any danger or malice in Ao Tian and that brother Ao Tian, which is why she finally decided to stay. But she is still worried whether her choice is wrong. Tried to practice for half an hour, but still couldn't enter the state. Helpless, she had to give up her practice and lay down. Lying on the bed, she quietly removed a bit of the package she had placed in the middle of the bed, secretly watching Ao Tian's sleeping side face. Looked at it, she fell asleep in a daze. I don't know how long it took, Ao Tian suddenly opened his eyes, and he sensed something rolling towards him. He turned his head and saw that Xiaowu, who was sleeping, didn't know when he had already rolled over to him. Xiaowu's sleeping posture is extremely inelegant, Ao Tian has no package, and her small package obviously can't stop her rolling body. Ao Tian pushed her back with a slight force. But not long after, the little girl rolled over again, trying to rub him. Ao Tian had no choice but to give up after pushing a few times. Fortunately, everyone else is asleep, otherwise it might cause a commotion again. Early in the morning, Xiaowu woke up amidst whispering discussions. She rubbed her sleepy eyes, wondering why Wang Shenjiren looked at herself with that weird look, and made a few weird laughs from time to time. Ao Tian? Xiaowu turned to look. Her small mouth slowly grew up, her pretty face sluggish. She found that she actually slept on Ao Tian's side. Turned his head fiercely and looked back, only to see that the package with her clothes had been kicked to the corner of the bed. Her face became flushed from scratch, and Limara got on the quilt and hid inside. Wang Sheng laughed a few times and said, "Sister Xiaowu, it's time to get up for breakfast, and the opening ceremony will begin later." Xiaowu still shrank under the quilt and did not dare to come out. "If you are shy, let's go first, and later you go by yourself, hehe." Finally, Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com. Wang Sheng and several other students couldn't help but laugh. After Wang Sheng and the others left, Xiaowu got out, gritted her teeth and said, "Oh God." She was completely unaware of her restless sleep, so she blamed all this on Ao Tian. Ao Tian was the first to get up. Not long after he got up, Tang San got up too. Then, Ao Tian saw Tang San and Master leave Notting College, and bought a lot of white radishes and some field supplies in Notting City. He knew that Tang San was going to the soul hunting forest with Master. If there is no accident, Tang San will acquire a mandala snake soul ring that is nearly 400 years old in a few days. There was a surging head in the wide playground, and it was slowly divided into several areas according to the class. Before the opening ceremony, Xiao Wu finally rushed over. The principal is an old man. He gave a speech for half an hour, and then the dean. Almost an hour later, the beautiful host teacher shouted, "Next, I have invited our outstanding students from Notting College last semester, Xiao Chinayu, to give a speech." Amidst the roar of laughter, the famous boss Xiao of Notting College, with a blue nose and swollen face, with a few horns on his forehead, walked onto the podium with a flushed face. Wang Shenji laughed so much that his stomach was about to cramp, and it was a relief in his heart. 3 days later, at noon, after class, Boss Xiao, who had almost recovered, once again challenged the working study students. On the hillside behind the academy, Xiao Wu took Wang Sheng 9 people, and was confronted with more than 20 people on the side of Xiao Bo. Ao Tian stood lazily at the back, watching with interest the group of primary school students making an appointment. Chapter 28, Dawn 3 Return. In the woods on the hillside, there was a quiet area, and the 2 groups of engineering students and Mr. Xiao were confronting each other fiercely. All the work-study students stood behind Xiao Wu, staring angrily at the opposing Boss Xiao team. Xiao Boss team is composed of more than 20 senior students, with strong strength. On the work-study side, the grades are uneven. Except for Xiao Wu and Ao Tian, only Wang Sheng can handle it. It's no wonder that the former working students were bullied so badly by Xiao Boss. Boss Xiao is tall and tall, he is already 1.7 meters tall when he is only 11 or 12 years old. Originally handsome face, but also a little bruised, people can't help but keep their eyes on it. Xiao Wu took the lead. "Boss Xiao, you still remain unrepentant. Didn't you wake up after a fall? People like you will have retribution." When Xiao Wu mentioned the pain, Boss Xiao hated him and said, "You did what happened that day. Otherwise, why would all 8 of us roll down the stairs? You must be behind you." Xiao Wu was taken aback for a moment, and said angrily, "You don't want to spit people, at that time we are still some distance away from you, how can we push you down?" Boss Xiao looked back at the 2 younger brothers and asked, "You 2 were the last ones that day, did anyone push you?" The 2 younger brothers nodded quickly, and said, "Yes, yes, we felt that our back was pushed hard, it is Wang Sheng and the others." The 2 younger brothers stretched out their hands to Wang Sheng, looking very sure. A triumphant expression appeared on Boss Xiao's face, and said, "In this case, then count the new hatred and old hatred together. If you lose today, the kid behind, all your gold soul coins will belong to me, and this little girl will also make me a pet rabbit." Xiao Wu's pretty face is pink, her left hand is akimbo, and her right hand is raised to point to Boss Xiao, trying to pretend to be fierce, but she looks a little cute, saying, "Boss Xiao, since you are so shameless, let you see how good working study students are today. If you lose, you will have to take a detour when you see us in the future." "No problem." Boss Xiao readily agreed, "I don't bully you either. I think you happen to have 11 people. Then we will only have 11 people. We will fight one-on-one. As long as we win, you can fight the next opponent until everyone on one side is defeated." Wang Sheng knew very well about Boss Xiao. After a little thought, he thought of Boss Xiao's insidiousness. He quickly said to Xiao Wu, "Sister Xiao Wu, don't agree to him. He is full of senior students. One person can almost crush everyone except me, you, and Ao Tian. The 3 of us will definitely be fought by them in the end. We are at a disadvantage. We'll fight. I like it the most. I want to beat them all down." Xiao Wu didn't have any worries. Instead, she showed excitement and said loudly, "That's it. Don't do it, let's start." Boss Xiao had a deep smile and looked like a tricky trick, and shouted from behind, "Lu Long, you go first." "Yes, boss." A young man named Lu Long came out. He is tall and tall, he is already a 6th grade student, and a powerful man of Xiao Boss. Wang Sheng's complexion changed slightly, and he gritted his teeth and said, Sister Xiaowu, let this person go to me. Xiaowu was surprised, and asked, you have hatred with him? Wang Sheng nodded. This Liaolong and his classmate, the two had fought many times, each time Wang Sheng was defeated and beaten very miserably. The reason is that the opponent's martial arts spirit is a stick, and Wang Sheng's war tiger martial arts spirit has not been able to possess the body yet, and can't beat Liaolong who holds the weapon. Xiaowu nodded and said, okay, you can go with ease. If you lose, I will avenge you. Wang Sheng came to the front, and Lu Long who was on the opposite side also came out. Why do you have to humiliate your defeated general? Lu Long mocked. Wang Sheng's face was solemn. Without saying a word, he directly used the power of Wuhan. He roared, his body glowed with soul power, and his breath became more fierce, like a tiger. Seeing that Wang Sheng didn't answer his own words, Lu Long felt that he was underestimated. He looked cold, and he already had a 2-meter-long stick in his hand. The two did not speak anymore, and they fought together. Ao Tian came up and stood beside Xiao Wu, watching the battle in the field. As soon as the battle was fought, Wang Sheng was at a disadvantage. Liaolong's long sticks were impervious to the wind, making Wang Sheng unable to get close at all, and each stick was so heavy that when hitting Wang Sheng, blood stains and bruises would appear immediately. Wang Sheng kept roaring tigers and fought hard, but the disadvantages became more and more obvious. Xiao Wu was worried, and asked, Ao Tian, do you think it is possible for Wang Sheng to win? Ao Tian didn't worry at all, and smiled, how can it be impossible? As long as you want him to win, he can win. Xiao Wu glared at Ao Tian dissatisfiedly, and said, when is it, you are still in the mood to make a joke? If this goes on, it is impossible for Wang Sheng to win. Tang San's voice suddenly sounded, and Xiao Wu turned to look and found that Tang San was already on her other side. Wang Sheng wants to win, so he can only break through the opponent's defense and attack me close. But with his fighting skills, he can't break through the opponent's defense. Tang San spoke loudly, making it easy for people to believe his judgment. He glanced at Ao Tian, then looked at the opponent's lineup, and continued to say to Xiao Wu, you are going to duel with them today. It's too rash. You should wait for me to come back. This will be more certain. Fortunately, I will come back. NS. You mean www.readaloud.com? If you don't come back, we will lose. Ao Tian asked. Tang San didn't look at Ao Tian, and said lightly, the possibility of losing is very high. Although you have strong strength and speed, there are many strong opponents. Boss Xiao has already become a soul master. The power of soul skills is beyond your imagination. Yes, becoming a soul master and not becoming a soul master are basically people of two worlds. Ao Tian smiled and said, really? In my opinion, the soul master is nothing but this, and Wang Sheng may not lose. Xiao Wu said angrily, when is it, you two are still arguing? Tang San ignored Xiao Wu, shook his head, and said, Ao Tian, in terms of vision, you are inferior to me. After losing to Ao Tian last time, Tang San always unknowingly wanted to win the game back to Ao Tian. Really? I said that if Wang Sheng can win, he can win. Ao Tian still smiled confidently. Seeing that Wang Sheng would lose at any time, a small stone appeared in Tang San's hand, ready to help Wang Sheng secretly. But when he heard Ao Tian's words, he suddenly couldn't help but compete with Ao Tian, and took away the stone in his hand. Then I will wait and see how Wang Sheng wins. Tang San said lightly. Tang San, how can you say this kind of aspiration to others and destroy your own prestige? Someone behind was dissatisfied. The three old gods of Tang were standing there, and Wang Sheng would lose if he lost, and he and Xiao Wu would be there. Ao Tian should also take the shot. In this duel, they will win in the end. He just wanted to blow Ao Tian's arrogance to see how frustrated Ao Tian looked. On the battlefield, Wang Sheng was already scarred, and it became increasingly difficult to withstand Lu Long's attack. Within 5 moves, Wang Sheng will lose. Tang San said firmly. Ao Tiandao, within 5 moves, Wang Sheng will win, I said. Chapter 29, Unbelievable Dawn 3. At first, Ao Tian planned to use some small means to make Wang Sheng win. After all, in such a small scene, he is not interested in doing it, and he does not want Xiaowu to do it. Because when Xiaowu fights, it is easy to have close contact with others. Since Tang San was sure that Wang Sheng would lose, Ao Tian suddenly had fun, so he had a few linguistic battles with Tang San. Hearing what Ao Tian said, Tang San's mouth showed a trace of disdain. Without the help of his hidden weapon, Wang Sheng would undoubtedly lose. What would he take to win? Xiaowu's complexion was very ugly, and she also felt that Wang Sheng was about to lose. After all, Wang Sheng was beaten so badly, but the opponent's momentum is getting stronger and stronger. This situation cannot be reversed. In the battlefield, Lu Long's face was full of disdain. Wang Sheng's power was stronger than him, but it was just a brute force, and he could only play with him. It's time to end. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and he shouted, "Kneel me down." As he said, he swept the bend of Wang Sheng's leg even more fiercely. If this stick hit Wang Sheng's leg, if there is no accident, Wang Sheng would really kneel down. Lost. Tang San said silently in his heart. However, at this moment, Wang Sheng suddenly burst into a strong energy fluctuation. The stick Lai Oolong hit on Wang Sheng's leg was actually shot out. Roar! Wang Sheng let out a deafening tiger roar, and the skin all over his body appeared faint lines, like tiger skin. Wang Sheng was overjoyed. He felt a huge energy suddenly appeared in his body, running around in his body, bringing him a powerful force. If there are people with strong mental power here, you will definitely find that the aura on the top of Wang Sheng's head is astonishingly strong, pouring from the top of his head. Wang Sheng kept roaring, the energy in his body was getting more and more, which made him feel like he was about to burst. He just wanted to find a target to vent. What's wrong? Except for Ao Tian, everyone was shocked. Although they didn't feel the huge spiritual energy injected into Wang Sheng's body, they could feel the soaring breath of Wang Sheng. Tang San's eyes widened slowly, and his face gradually became dull. He had previously predicted that Wang Sheng would lose within 5 moves. However, the situation has changed before the 5 moves. Pretend to be gods and fools. Lu Long's long stick was shaken by Wang Sheng, and he suddenly felt a loss of face. Regardless of Wang Sheng, he forcibly carried this stick and successfully approached Lu Long. For a soul master who uses a long weapon, being close by the soul master of the beast, it goes without saying that he will win or lose. Wang Sheng slapped Lu Long's face with a slap, and slapped the opponent directly into the air. His body rotated a few times in the air, and when he landed, he passed out. This. Except for Ao Tian, everyone was stunned. The situation turned so fast that Wang Sheng turned defeat into victory with one move. Who else? Wang Sheng was extremely excited, and shouted at old Xiao Xiao. Boss Xiao's face was gloomy, and he called a younger brother to play again. Tang San, are you convinced? Ao Tian smiled and looked at Tang San. He didn't feel ashamed of cheating on himself. At his level, he does everything according to his preferences, do whatever he wants, and ask for freedom. As for fairness, that is not something he needs to consider. How is it possible? He is obviously about to lose. Tang San murmured, his expression unbelievable. He suddenly looked at Ao Tian and said, "How do you know Wang Sheng will win?" "Because your eyes are not as good as mine." Tang San felt uncomfortable for a while, unable to speak. He even said this to Ao Tian just now, but now he was sent back intact. As he spoke, a scream sounded on the battlefield. The younger brother of the boss Xiao who had just played was also stunned by Wang Sheng's slap. "Damn, what medicine did Wang Sheng take today? So fierce! Excited exclamations sounded from the working students. Tang San was in a bad mood, so he had to look at Wang Sheng, trying to figure out why Wang Sheng suddenly became stronger. Purple light flickered across his eyes suddenly, and the purple magic pupil was activated, and every movement of Wang Sheng slowed down a lot in his eyes. At this time, the third person came up from Boss Xiao, and Wang Sheng was still fierce. Wang Sheng felt that he really seemed to have become a fierce tiger, with an endless flow of power in his body, and even if he was attacked by the opponent, the pain was very weak. This is, my spirit power should have broken through to level 10. As long as I absorb the spirit ring, I can become a spirit master. Wang Sheng was pleasantly surprised. He has a very ordinary talent. After studying at Notting College for almost 6 years, he has only cultivated his spirit power to level 9. Unexpectedly, his spirit power broke through to level 10 in the battle. Not all students in Notting College will eventually become soul masters. Very few can become soul masters after 6 years of study in the academy. If Wang Sheng can break through to the realm of soul master before graduation, his future will definitely be much brighter. Come again! Come again! Except for Ao Tian, everyone was more and more shocked. In the end, they were almost numb. Wang Sheng actually singled out the other 10 people alone, and he still has a high spirit, without showing a trace of weakness. How is this possible? Tang San murmured. He watched Wang Sheng's 10 battles, but he couldn't see why Wang Sheng was suddenly powerful. The king's sage was boiling, his eyes looked at Boss Xiao, and he laughed and said, "Boss Xiao, it's yours." Xiao Chenaya walked out with a gloomy expression. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com lost 10 games in a row. Today, it is really embarrassing to lose face to Grandma's house. Seeing this scene, Tang San said, "Wang Sheng, Boss Xiao has already broken through to a soul master. You are a realm away from him. If you can't beat him, let me come." He glanced at Ao Tian and Xiao Wu, saw that Ao Tian and Xiao Wu had no objection, and continued, "I have also broken through to the realm of soul master now." Boss Xiao was startled, his eyes fell on Tang San. Tang San's appearance is very strange. He didn't notice Tang San's presence in the cafeteria last time. There is a soul master among the engineering students. How can this be possible? Boss Xiao has studied at Notting College for 6 years, and has never seen any of the work students successfully break through to the realm of soul master. Now, Tang San broke through to the soul master, and suddenly made him feel a little tricky. I don't know what this kid's spirit is. Xiao Boss asked secretly. To the surprise of many people, Wang Sheng actually shook his head and said, "I can continue to fight." Having been bullied by Mr. Xiao for so many years, now that he finally has the opportunity to challenge the other party, Wang Sheng naturally didn't want to let it go. Even if he loses, he will not regret it. Boss Xiao took his gaze back from Tang San, looked at Wang Sheng in front of him, smiled cruelly, and said, "Wang Sheng, you are very courageous. Wang Sheng, let me come, you don't have a spirit ring yet, you can't beat him." Tang San said. Xiao Wu also worried, "Wang Sheng, you have done very well, let us take the rest." Wang Sheng's eyes are still stubborn. "Let him come, he may not lose." Ao Tian said. Tang San immediately wanted to refute, but when he thought of Ao Tian's divine prophecy before, he fell silent. Chapter 30, Dawn 3 and number 039, S challenge again. Ao Tian, are you sure? Xiao Wu looked at Ao Tian. "Trust me." Ao Tian only said 3 words. Xiao Wu nodded, and said, "Then let Wang Sheng fight again." Boss Xiao clenched his fists and sneered, "Although you have won 10 games in a row, but you dare to challenge me, I have to admire your courage. Stop talking nonsense, the pain you have inflicted on us all these years, I want to get it back today." As he said, Wang Sheng roared, and the tiger pattern on his body became a bit deeper. Dare you be so arrogant before you become a soul master? Xiao Chenyu sneered and released his martial soul. His martial spirit is a wolf, an 11th level war spirit master. After a person with a beast spirit breaks through a spirit master, he can possess the spirit, and his strength will be greatly enhanced. Boss Xiao's body swelled rapidly, his palms became larger, grey hair grew, his nails became very sharp, and a white spirit ring appeared on his body. Originally, the battle between soul masters required each other's name, spirit, and level, but Boss Xiao was too lazy to talk nonsense and launched an attack directly. With the spirit possessed, his speed and strength became extremely powerful, his body turned into a series of phantoms, and he came towards Wang Shengshan. Go to death, waste! The thick wolf claws patted Wang Sheng's chest. At this moment, Wang Sheng's hatred, anger, and power were all ignited, and then turned into a punch. As everyone watched, the palms of the fists collided, and then the boss screamed and flew out. His arm twisted at a weird angle, and under the severe pain, Wuhan couldn't hold it anymore. Boss! A group of younger brothers all rushed up, only to find that Xiao Chenyu had fainted to death. Wang Sheng sat down on the ground, exhausted like never before, as if exhausting all his vitality. Holy brother, you won! A group of work-study students rushed up excitedly. Wang Sheng's eyes went black and he was also unconscious. Xiao Wu walked to the front and announced loudly, "This duel, our work students have won. When Boss Xiao wakes up, you tell him that if we don't take a detour when we see us in the future, I will see once and fight once." There were more than 20 people on the opposite side. No one dared to pick up Xiao Wu. They carried Xiao Wu and fled in embarrassment. Xiao Wu looked at Wang Sheng who was unconscious, and said, "Send him to the school doctor." A group of work-study students hurriedly carried Wang Sheng away. Ao Tian, wait a minute. Tang San fell to the back and stopped Ao Tian, who was about to leave with Xiao Wu. What's wrong? Ao Tian asked back. Tang San showed a sense of war, and said, "I want to challenge you again. You only lost to me a few days ago. Now that you become a soul master, your confidence has greatly increased." Ao Tian asked with a smile. Tang San was said to have turned red. He is now a soul master, and Ao Tian is not yet a soul master. He was indeed a bit disgraceful when he proposed to fight. Just when Tang San wanted to give up the challenge, Ao Tian said, "I accept your challenge." Tang San nodded, not hypocritical, and immediately distanced himself from Ao Tian and stood still. Xiao Wu stood aside with interest. In her opinion, if Tang San hadn't obtained the spirit ring, it would definitely be Ao Tian Sheng. But now, Tang San has one more soul ability, and it's hard to tell the outcome. Tang San, Wuhan Lan Yinko, an 11th level One Ring Weapon Spirit Master. As he said, he raised his right hand, and a blue-silver grass grew out of his palm and quickly spread around it. A yellow spirit ring rose from under his feet, making his aura suddenly stronger. Ao Tian thought for a while, and said, "Ao Tian, Wuhan Jinlong, an 11th level War Spirit Master. Did you break through to a Soul Master?" Two surprised voices sounded at the same time, and both Tang San and Xiao Wu looked at Ao Tian in shock. "Did you also go to the Soul Hunting Forest?" Tang San asked immediately. "He has been in the academy these days." Xiao Wu answered Tang San's question. She looked at Ao Tian and asked, "Ao Tian, are you already a Soul Master before you came to the academy?" Hearing Xiao Wu's words, Tang San appeared in a daze. After the martial soul awakens, there are still 3 months before he leaves school. Ao Tian is also innately full of soul power, and it is entirely possible that he will become a soul master within this period of time. No wonder he was so much better than me in the previous competition. Tang San said inwardly. Ao Tian thought for a while, and felt that Xiao Wu inadvertently gave him a good explanation, so he nodded and said, "Yes." Tang San felt a lot better suddenly, and said, "Then release your martial soul." Ao Tian shook his head and said, "Do it, you can force my martial soul to speak." Arrogant. Tang San couldn't help being annoyed. Tang San had his own arrogance in his heart, the arrogance of being a disciple of the Tang sect, the arrogance of being a traverser, but he was deflated in Ao Tian's hands many times, which made him very uncomfortable. Then fight, blue-silver grass, twine. As soon as Tang San finished speaking, a dozen thick blue-silver grass sprang from the ground near Ao Tian, like poisonous snakes, fiercely entwining towards Ao Tian. Ao Tian remained motionless, letting the blue-silver grass wrap around his body. There are many sharp barbs on the vines of the blue-silver grass. Under tightening, they forcefully pierce Ao Tian's skin. These small spines carry the venom of the mandala snake, which has a paralyzing effect. Didn't even pierce in, Tang San was surprised. He can feel the state of blue-silver grass, even Ao Tian's skin can't be pierced. He flipped his left hand, and a pebble appeared, and he attacked Ao Tian with the hidden weapon technique. His palm kept waving, and countless pebbles hit Ao Tian like eyes. Tang San's attacking parts are very particular, all of them are acupuncture points and joints that make people lose their combat effectiveness. His profound heaven skill is running at full force, and the hidden weapon is also launched with the greatest strength. However, when hitting Ao Tian's body, these pebbles seem to hit the fine iron and burst into pieces. "It's over," Ao Tian said. He didn't care about the hidden weapon Tang San shot over, and Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com didn't care about the blue-silver grass entwined with him, and rushed towards Tang San. The blue-silver grass, which Tang San looked very tough, was easily torn apart by Ao Tian. Tang San was shocked, his footsteps moved, and the ghost shadow unfolded, preparing for a guerrilla battle with Ao Tian. Last time, Ao Tian's power and speed made Tang San remember deeply. Although he has now broken through to a soul master, he is still not sure about fighting Ao Tian in close combat. Unless use Clear Sky Hammer. However, he soon found that he had underestimated Ao Tian's movement speed. Although his ghost trail is subtle, he was caught up by Ao Tian in just a few breaths. Ao Tian's fist fell, and Tang San tried to resist, but could not defend Ao Tian's fist. Strong pain attacked Tang San's nerves. He gritted his teeth and resisted not screaming, but he snorted from time to time. Ao Tian's fist almost knocked Tang San into a doubtful life. It took several minutes before Ao Tian stopped. Tang San was sitting on the ground, unable to accept the gap between himself and Ao Tian. "Why are you so strong?" There was a bruise on his face, and the pain was unbearable. "I'm so strong, so when you challenge me in the future, you'd better think about it first," Ao Tian said. Tang San clenched his fists. "I will defeat you one day." Ao Tian smiled lightly and turned to leave. "Tang San, are you okay?" Xiao Wu asked concerned. Tang San shook his head, and said, "Some skin injuries are fine." "Then go back and have a rest, I'll leave first," Xiao Wu said. After finishing speaking, she chased after Ao Tian. "Teacher, can you really win your bet with Ao Tian?" Tang San couldn't help asking himself. Chapter 31, Ao Tian and number 039, Swahun status. Although the Nodding Spirit Master Academy explicitly prohibits students from fighting, some little overlords have a headache even for the teacher and the dean. Therefore, sometimes as long as it is not too serious, one eye is usually opened and one eye is closed. Basically every time after a fight, the injured are working students. The medical department of the college can provide free treatment. For so many years, there has been no serious disability incident. Some teachers even think that this kind of fighting can be regarded as a kind of practical training. But today, there has been the worst accident in years. Xiao Chinayu, the son of City Lord Nodding, was beaten to a broken arm and fell into a coma. Some of the students who had been with Xiao Chinayu on weekdays were also beaten with bruises and swollen faces, and several of them suffered internal injuries. But only one of the working students fell into a coma. If it was the kind of situation where only the working students were injured before, the college helped the working students after treatment, even if the work was over, and there was no need to comfort them. But now, the son of Lord Notting has been seriously injured by a fracture. Although the healing soul master in the academy can heal, it takes at least 10.5 days to recover. Some teachers worry that the city lord will put pressure on the work student. Although Notting College is not in charge of the city, the rights of the city owner can still affect the college. Teachers' worries belong to worries. How the college will deal with it depends on the decision of the college's senior management. After Wang Sheng and Xiao Chinayu were sent for treatment, they all woke up soon. Wang Sheng was a little weak, so he went straight back to the dormitory to rest, and asked for a leave in the afternoon. At the door of the medical affairs office, Xiao Chinayu, who had just woke up, was furious, clamoring that Wang Sheng would accept the sanctions of the school regulations. It's not that he can't afford to lose, but he can't accept losing to a working student who he has always regarded as a waste, and the other party hasn't even reached the realm of Spirit Master. This is simply a shame, and it will make him a laughingstock. I am afraid that in the future, many people will secretly laugh at him as a trash. What's your ghost name? Can't you not afford to lose? Xiao Wu blocked Xiao Chinayu and said tauntingly. Xiao Chinayu's expression was sullen and speechless. I would like to lose the gambling, and we will have to go around in the future. As for Wang Sheng, don't retaliate against him, he has us covered. Xiao Wu raised her chin and looked at Xiao Chinayu domineeringly. Why, are you still not convinced? Xiao Wu finished speaking, and released her martial soul. There was a red light on her body, and her eyes turned red. Both ears slowly grew longer, and white soft hairs grew, and her body was also pulled up a little higher. A yellow spirit ring rose from under her feet. My name is Xiao Wu, the boss of Kishi, Wuhuntu, the 12th level war spirit master. 100-year spirit ring. Xiao Chinayu couldn't help exclaiming. His first spirit ring was only a 10-year spirit ring. I didn't expect that the first spirit ring of the new boss, a working student, was actually a century-old spirit ring. Seeing the other person's dumbfounded appearance, Xiao Wu was a little proud, and said, Tang San, show him your martial soul. Tang San was bruised by Ao Tian before, and he also came to the medical office to experience a healing spirit master's treatment. At this time, he had returned to normal. Hearing Xiao Wu's words, he also released his martial soul. A yellow spirit ring appeared on Tang San, shaking Xiao Chinayu again. Ao Tian, where's yours? Xiao Wu looked at Ao Tian and motioned to Ao Tian to release his martial soul too, to shock this boss Xiao. She has been curious for a long time, and has always wanted to know what Ao Tian's martial spirit is like. Okay. Ao Tian thought, and his body began to change. After breaking through to the Soul Master, the beast spirit can possess his body, so this time he did not condense the golden dragon, but directly restored his true appearance. 2 silver-white mini dragon horns grew from his 2 foreheads, about 10 centimeters in length, and a prismatic golden dragon scale appeared in the center of his forehead. This is what he really looked like when he was transformed into a human form. The image without dragon horns before was because he hid the dragon horns in order to keep a low profile. A yellow spirit ring appeared on him. Other than that, there is no other change in his body. After the transformation is completed, his temperament is a little bit more eccentric. Ao Tian, why do you have 2 more horns? Xiao Wu felt very interesting. She reached out to touch Ao Tian's dragon horns, but was avoided by Ao Tian and pinched her ears instead. Rabbit's ears were extremely sensitive. After being held by Ao Tian, his face instantly turned red, and he hurriedly lifted his spirit state. Xiao Chinayu was already dumbfounded. 3 spirit masters appeared in the working students, and all of them were still 100-year-old spirit ring, so scared that his heart almost couldn't stand it. His father, City Lord Nodding, once told him that there are some terrifying forces in this world that you cannot provoke. If you meet some super genius, you must be cautious, otherwise, it is very likely to bring disaster to your family. Have you taken it? Xiao Wu looked at Xiao Chenyu triumphantly. Xiao Chenyu nodded honestly, and said, Boss Xiao Wu, I'll take it. You will have the final say in Nodding College in the future. Xiao Wu, pretending to be a profound waved his hand and said, in this case, then you should go back and rest quickly. Thank you, Boss Xiao Wu, for your kindness. Xiao Chenyu hurried away with his men. He swears that he will never mess with these working students again. Let's go eat. Xiao Wu took Ao Tian towards the cafeteria. Tang San did not keep up, but left the academy and headed to the Wuhan Hall. He has just become a soul master, and he has obtained the soul master information from the Wuhan Hall, and he receives his soul master badge and soul coin reward. In the middle of the night, Xiao Wu woke up from her practice, and when she opened her eyes, Wang Sheng and others were already asleep. The more mentally powerful a person is, the longer he can practice. She glanced at the other side and found that Tang San was still cultivating. It's such a perverted guy, he has practiced longer than me. She muttered. What she didn't know was that Tang San didn't cultivate through meditation. He has profound heavenly skills. www.readaloud.com. Cultivation does not consume much of his mental power, so he can maintain long-term cultivation. Xiao Wu turned to look at Ao Tian and found that Ao Tian was already asleep. A smirk suddenly appeared at the corner of her mouth, and she leaned on her parcel, looking at Ao Tian, who was close at hand. Reached out and pulled his long braid over, and fiddled with Ao Tian's face with the soft hair ends. Ao Tian's nose moved, and just about to sneeze, he endured it very quickly. Believe it or not, I cut your hair, he threatened. Xiao Wu was frightened and hurriedly retracted her braids, and said, Who made you so bad? You have secretly got me to your side these days and nights, who knows if you have done anything nasty to me? Ao Tian rolled his eyes silently, and said, Didn't you talk about it? You rolled over by yourself. I'm not interested in your little girl's film. I'm afraid you will defile me. How is it possible? Xiao Wu said with a look of disbelief, I always sleep peacefully, my mother told me. Ao Tian stared at Xiao Wu, and suddenly showed a smile that was not a smile, and said, Did you pretend to sleep on purpose and roll over and want to take the opportunity to eat my tofu? Bah, this girl will eat your tofu. Xiao Wu threw her teeth and claws towards Ao Tian. Sister Xiao Wu, can you make your affectionate voice a little lower? We are all very uncomfortable. Wang Sheng said abruptly. That is, we all just can't sleep. Someone agreed. Xiao Wu's face instantly turned into a red apple, and she retracted into her bed, cursing Ao Tian in a low voice. 1 academic year has passed, and the students of Nodding Soul Master Academy ushered in another long vacation. Chapter 32, Go to the Stardo Great Forest. During this school year, Ao Tian had a relaxed and happy time. When I want to go to class, I go to class. When I don't want to go to class, I don't go there. Sometimes I go back to Wuhan City to take a look at Bibidong. On the day of Jian Rongxiu's birthday, he even ran to Tiandu City and took Jian Rongxiu back to the Pope's palace. Xiao Wu also had a very leisurely life. As a 100,000-year-old soul beast, her talent is naturally not comparable to ordinary people. Even if she didn't practice much, her strength has been steadily improving. In the dormitory, the work-study students were packing their bags, and Tang San was packing his own things. It's a holiday tomorrow, and they are already back home. I have been in the college for almost a year, so how can I miss home? Especially Tang San was very worried about his father's bad life without him. He also bought a new casting hammer and took it back to his father. In the dormitory, only Aotian and Xiaowu did not pack their things. Aotian leaned comfortably on the bed, he had nothing to pack at all. Xiaowu also leaned on the bed, watching her roommates busy packing things, her eyes were a bit lonely. Aotian glanced at Xiaowu, and said with interest, "Why don't you pack your things, don't you plan to go home?" Xiaowu was a little sad, and said, "I might not go home, so I should just stay in the college." Hearing what she said, all the classmates looked over and wondered if something happened at Xiaowu's house. "Why don't you come back? You have been away from home for so long, don't you miss your mother?" Aotian asked. He knew that Xiaowu's mother hadn't died. When Bibidong was promoted to title Douluo, he personally helped Bibidong choose a more powerful soul beast, and the rabbit escaped. Xiaowu was a little entangled, and suddenly came to Aotian's ear, and whispered, "It takes several days to walk back to the Stardo Great Forest. I was lucky when I came and didn't meet the bad guys. But the man in black last time. It really scared me to break into the academy. I dare not go back." She feels that it is safer to stay in the academy. If you are seen by others along the way, there is only one dead end. However, she missed her mother very much again, so she was very tangled in her heart. Aotian joked, "You told me that, is it possible that you want me to take you home?" He did not hide his voice, and immediately attracted everyone's attention again. Hearing what Aotian said, there was a roar of laughter in the dormitory. "Sister Xiaowu, are you going to see your parents so soon?" someone joked. "What are you talking nonsense?" Xiaowu was anxious, her face turned red, and she reached out and twisted Aotian's arm. After a while, she calmed down and said, "You are only in the realm of a soul master now, you can't protect me at all." Aotian smiled and said, "Have you forgotten? I still have a big brother." Xiaowu's eyes lit up, and she was very excited. Aotian's eldest brother was able to beat a title Douluo away, indicating that the strength in title Douluo should be very strong, enough to protect her from returning to the Stardo Great Forest. No. She suddenly shook her head like a wavy drum. How could she bring a powerful title Douluo home? Doesn't it hurt my mother and Daming Erming? She felt that Aotian's eldest brother was not interested in her spirit bones, but not necessarily other 100,000-year spirit beasts. How could Aotian fail to see Xiaowu's worry, and said, "I can keep my elder brother out of it. He listens to me." "Really?" Xiaowu looked at Aotian, feeling a little moved. Aotian nodded, "Really, he has to do what I ask him to do. Let me think about it first." Xiaowu didn't immediately agree, she had to consider the risk of this matter. "Okay." Aotian didn't care. Xiaowu thought for a while, and suddenly his eyes lit up and asked, "Aotian, is your house far from here? Why don't I go to your house to play? It's about the same distance from your home." Aotian replied. He suddenly whispered, "My home is in Wuhan City, do you dare to go?" Xiaowu exclaimed, and quickly covered her mouth, shaking her head, "Then I won't go." Aotian smiled and said nothing. Wang Sheng suddenly stood up, patted his palms, attracted everyone's attention, and said, "I became a soul master this semester. My dad wrote to me a few days ago, saying that when I go back, I will celebrate with a drink in the village. Whoever wants to go, eat and shelter. I go. I am coming too." When I heard there was something to eat, several people couldn't help it. "Tang San, are you going?" Wang Sheng asked. Tang San shook his head. The village where Wang Sheng's family is located is quite far away from the Holy Soul village. He doesn't want to waste so much time. There are only a few months left in the bet between Master and Aotian. When school starts again, it will be the time when he and Aotian will compete. Therefore, he must seize all the time to cultivate. "Aotian, how many levels have you reached? How strong are you?" Tang San looked at Aotian who was leaning on the bed, and said inwardly. Since that time in Xiashanpo and Aotian, the two have never fought again. Since this semester, Tang San has never seen Aotian practice, nor has he seen Aotian make a move, so he doesn't know what realm Aotian has reached now. Aotian, Sister Xiao Wu, where are you? Wang Sheng looked at Aotian and Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu said, let me think about it. Aotian shook his head, don't go. Aotian's answer was in Wang Sheng's expectation, Yu reading www.yuuganshu.com, a rich man, how can he be regarded as a country banquet? At night, Xiao Wu couldn't fall asleep over and over again, and kept thinking about going home. Can Aotian really believe it? As she thought about it, her heart suddenly opened up. Aotian's elder brother is titled Douluo, even without her leading the way, he can still find the inside of the Star Do Great Forest. And brother Aotian still knows the identity of her soul beast. If she really wants to use her to threaten her family to give up resistance, then she can take her back even if she doesn't go back. So, no matter how she chooses, the ending will be the same. Then let him take me back, I believe him. Xiao Wu turned her head and glanced at Aotian. Over the past year, she has found that she has become accustomed to Aotian sleeping next to her. If one day Aotian suddenly disappeared, she thought, she should be alone for a long time. I don't know if I will squeeze beside him tonight. Xiao Wu thought shamefully. In this semester, she woke up on the side where Aotian was sleeping almost every morning. Happened more often, and she finally believed that she rolled over by herself when she fell asleep. This phenomenon is very strange. As long as she falls asleep, she will not roll in any direction, so she will move towards Aotian. Thinking about it, she closed her eyes with a blushing face, then she would suffer a bit. Anyway, the guy is so small and can't do anything bad. Early the next morning, Tang San, Wang Sheng, and others could not wait to leave. Have you thought about it? If I really don't need to send it, I will leave. Aotian looked at Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu smiled sweetly, and said, a long time ago you said you wanted to take me to see the secrets in the Star Do Great Forest? Let's go. Chapter 33, Xiaowu and number 039, S mother and number 039, S secret. Aren't you worried anymore? Aotian asked. I'm on your side now, is it useful to worry? Xiao Wu rolled her eyes. You are not stupid yet. Aotian smiled and rubbed her head vigorously. Don't mess up my hair. Xiao Wu complained, picked up her package and smashed it over. I don't have a soul guide, you can install it for me, she said. For Aotian to go out without carrying a package, she has long been envious. But it is a pity that there is no storage soul guide for sale in Notting City, otherwise, she would have to buy one even if she borrowed money. Human wisdom is really terrifying, and it can actually create such a magical thing. For their soul beasts, this is simply incredible. Aotian took the package from Xiao Wu, and moved his mind into his own space. At his level of cultivation, he can already use the laws of space to open up a portable space, which is why he disdains the use of those low-level soul guides. Not to mention the small space, it is not safe. Is there anything else? Aotian asked. Xiao Wu shook her head and said, nothing. Let's go then. Aotian went out first. Xiao Wu quickly followed, looking at the back of Aotian in front of him, thinking of Aotian going back with her, and seeing her mother. Somehow, she was a little nervous. The two left the academy, and Aotian asked, the first time you come to the human world, don't you bring something back with you? Xiao Wu's face was flushed, playing with her fingers, embarrassedly said, I have spent all my money. After learning that she went to the Wuhan Hall to register a soul master, she would receive a gold soul coin subsidy every month, and she ran to register long ago. In addition to the salary of 10 copper soul coins a day for working study students, under normal circumstances, she should be able to save a lot of money. But she doesn't have much idea about money, she doesn't know how to manage money, and she buys something interesting when she sees it, whether it's useful or not. Until now, not only did she fail to save money, she also owed Ao Tianyi's debt. Ao Tian took out a golden soul coin and threw it to her, saying, "This is the 60th golden soul coin you owe me." Xiao Wu stuck out her tongue and said, "I don't need to remind you, I remember." So rich, so stingy. An hour later, a luxury carriage drove out of Notting City towards the direction of the Douluo forest. Xiao Wu leaned on the carriage window, looking at the fast rewinding scenery outside, and sighed, "So fast, at this speed, we should be able to return to the Douluo forest in 4 or 5 days. I walked from the Douluo forest in the first place. Notting City, it took 8 days and I was exhausted." "Why did you run so far in the first place?" Ao Tian asked. Xiao Wu complained, "It's not your humans yet. There are too many human soul masters in the area near the Douluo Great Forest. It's too dangerous." "My mother said, go a little further." "What about your mother? Why don't you come out with you?" Ao Tian asked curiously. "It stands to reason that how can a mother be assured that her daughter will enter the human world alone? They are soul beasts, and they may not come back if they are not careful." Xiao Wu's mood suddenly fell, and said, "My mother also entered the human world to practice, and was later found out. Although she fled back to the Douluo Great Forest, she was also seriously injured. She is still not well." Ao Tian was suddenly injured, so it is no wonder that Xiao Wu will come out by herself. It seems that the existence of soul beasts in the human world is really perilous. The soul beast can only shrink in its own territory, and entering the human world is almost a 9-death life. But even if the tortoise is in his own territory, he still faces the fate of being killed by a human soul master and becoming a soul master's soul ring every day. Hearing the tragic situation of Xiao Wu's mother today, Ao Tian suddenly felt a little bit. Perhaps, the fate of the soul beast should not be so tragic. "Your mother was badly hurt?" Ao Tian asked. Xiao Wu nodded and said, "It's very heavy. She hadn't cultivated to the mature stage in the human world. I missed her, so I chose to transform into a human being and planned to find her, but Daming and Erming stopped me. Later, my mother. When I came back to see me, I found that I was also transformed, so I entered the human world again, wanting to quickly cultivate to title Douluo, and then take me out to practice. But I didn't expect. Not long after she went out again, she came back with serious injuries." As she talked, tears began to flicker in Xiao Wu's big eyes. "Don't worry, your mother will definitely recover." Ao Tian comforted, "Tell you a secret, in fact, I will help people heal." "Really?" Xiao Wu looked at Ao Tian with tears in her eyes, but before Ao Tian could speak, she shook her head and said, "How is that possible? You are not a soul healer, and even if you are a soul healer, you still it's just the realm of the soul master." Ao Tian believed in himself, "Don't worry, you will know when the time comes." Xiao Wu looked at Ao Tian suspiciously, and gradually had a glimmer of expectation in his heart. There were only Ao Tian and Xiao Wu on the carriage, and no coachman was hired, but the horse ran towards the Douluo forest as if it had wisdom. There are beds for rest in the luxurious carriage, and even a small toilet. Ao Tian doesn't need to go to the toilet. He eats food not because he is hungry, but because he is greedy. When food enters his body, it will be refined into nothingness by the energy in his body, and there will be no residue left. This toilet is only used by Xiao Wu. "Ao Tian, don't you really need to practice?" Xiao Wu asked. From knowing Ao Tian to now, she has never seen Ao Tian practice. As a 100,000-year soul beast, her talent is considered top among humans, but she also needs cultivation. "Didn't you have a bet with the master www.readaloud.com if you don't practice, how can you beat Tang San?" Xiao Wu asked. "Don't worry, you will know then." Aotian didn't care. The horse's speed was unexpectedly fast. In only 3 days, Aotian and Xiaowu had already approached the Stardo forest. There is a small town in front of us. We can rest there for 1 night and enter the forest tomorrow morning. Xiaowu pointed to the front. The Stardo forest at night would be many times more dangerous than during the day. Xiaowu felt that, given her and Aotian's strength, it would be better to enter again during the day. Xiaowu continued to explain, that small town is the closest human gathering point to the Stardo Great Forest. Many spirit masters who enter the Stardo Great Forest will rest and supply supplies there. After finishing speaking, she looked at Aotian and said, Aotian, your eldest brother. Aotian smiled and said, don't worry, I will let my brother go back tomorrow. Xiaowu nodded, relieved. No matter how much she believed in Aotian, she still did not dare to bring a title Douluo home. The small town is surrounded by high city walls, which are about 30 meters high. It is very close to the Stardo Great Forest, and a city wall is needed to defend against spirit beasts that might sneak attack at night. Aotian and Xiaowu got out of the carriage not far from the gate of the city, when the sky was already dark. Thank you. Aotian raised his hand, the horse lowered his head cleverly, and Ren Aotian stroked it. It closes its eyes and enjoys it very much. This is to reward you. Aotian said. A cloud of dragon energy containing a very thin trace of dragon blood entered the horse's body from his palm. The horse neighed in excitement, and both sides of its back spine began to agitate, as if something was about to come out of it. Chapter 34, The Mysterious Aotian. This horse was the one that Aotian used to drive from Wuhan City to Notting City a year ago. It is snow white in body, tall and strong, and it is a 1,000-mile horse specially selected by Aotian in Wuhan City. After Aotian sent a cloud of dragon energy containing dragon blood into its body quickly changed. Xiaowu exclaimed, Aotian, look at it, there seems to be something on the back of this horse to get out. Aotian waved his palm lightly, setting up an invisible barrier around it, hiding it. Not only did the horse's back change suddenly, but the white hair on the body also fell down, and then a layer of dense scales grew rapidly. With a puffy sound, the skin on the horse's back broke open, and the 2 white wings rushed out and stretched out to be a full 2 meters long. Aotian untied the rope of the carriage that was set on the horse. The horse crowed in excitement, and his voice changed a bit. It sounded a bit like a dragon. In Xiaowu's sluggish eyes, the horse spread its wings and flew up. It was still shaking at first, but quickly grasped the balance and hovered above the 2 of them. Aotian, you pinch me. Xiaowu murmured. What are you doing? Look if I am dreaming. Aotian stretched out his hand and squeezed Xiaowu's face vigorously. Oh, what are you doing so hard? Xiaowu cried out in pain, and the place where Aotian was pinched was red. She woke up and said in shock, how could this horse suddenly become like this? She was extremely convinced that this horse was just an ordinary horse before, and it was stronger at best. But now, his body exudes the breath of a soul beast. She actually witnessed the evolution of an ordinary horse into a soul beast. This was the first time she had seen this. Ordinary soul beasts are born from soul beasts, and it is extremely rare for ordinary animals to evolve into soul beasts. Aotian didn't answer Xiaowu's question. He looked up at the flying horse, as if appreciating the artwork he had created, and nodded in satisfaction. The horse fell down, walked slowly in front of Aotian, bent his limbs and knelt down. Aotian stroked its head, and said, you will be called Longma from now on. Ryoma hummed a few times, very happy that the master gave him a name. Can it be restored to its original appearance? Aotian asked. Ryoma stood up, his tall body shrank a little, the dragon scales on his body disappeared, and his wings retracted, and there was no trace. Very good, Aotian nodded in satisfaction, and nodded a few times with his fingers, one by one, Golden characters flew out of his fingertips, merged into Longma's body, and sealed the breath of its soul beast. Even if titled Douluo uses mental power detection, he can't find that this horse is a spirit beast. Xiao Wu stared at this scene blankly. If Ao Tian hadn't pinched her just now, and her face was still burning with pain, she would have thought it was an illusion. Also, what is the golden character that flew out of Ao Tian's fingertips just now? Why did the spirit beast breath on this horse suddenly disappear? Xiao Wu is very sensitive to the spirit beast's breath, but now, no matter how she feels it, she can't find the spirit beast's breath on Longma's body. She looked at Ao Tian dumbfounded, waiting for Ao Tian's answer. Ao Tian looked at her with a smile, and said, I made it evolve into a soul beast, and the spirit beast aura on it was also covered by me. How is it possible? How did you do it? Xiao Wu's eyes widened and her face was cute. A 7-year-old child with a cultivation base of only the soul master level can actually allow ordinary animals to evolve into soul beasts, and can also cover up the breath of soul beasts. It's a fantasy to say it out, and it's impossible for anyone to believe it. I won't tell you. Xiao Wu pursed her mouth and said, you don't treat me as a friend. You will know when you should know, and when you shouldn't, you will never know. Ao Tian said. With a movement of his mind, he received the dragon horse and the carriage into his space. Where is the dragon horse? Xiao Wu exclaimed. Tucked into my space. Ao Tian smiled, and withdrew from the enchantment, and walked to the small town in front of him. How is it possible? Isn't the soul guidance device that can only store dead objects? Xiao Wu chased up. Who told you that the storage soul guide can only store dead objects? Ao Tian glanced at Xiao Wu. He thought of the Ruyi 100 treasure bag of Douluo, which was the soul guidance device that could store living things. Even a human being can make such a soul guidance device. For him, it is even more easy. His space is almost no different from a world, but there are no creatures in it. Ao Tian is convinced that when his cultivation level breaks through to a higher level, maybe that space will evolve into a real world. Xiao Wu pursed her mouth very high, followed Ao Tian, did not speak any more. Her face was unhappy. Until now, she discovered that Ao Tian is very mysterious, and she understands that her knowledge of Ao Tian is only the tip of the iceberg. When approaching the gate of the city, Xiao Wu grabbed Ao Tian and asked in a low voice, can you help me cover up my spirit beast breath? She looked at Ao Tian expectantly. If her spirit beast aura could be hidden, she wouldn't be afraid of being discovered by human experts in the future. Let's go. Ao Tian stopped and helped Xiao Wu seal the spirit beast breath. Entering the Stardo Great Forest this time, you may encounter a strong human being. If you recognize Xiao Wu's identity, it will definitely cause bloodshed. Although Ao Tian is not afraid of trouble, Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com but hates trouble. Is this all right? Xiao Wu asked in surprise. The golden characters entered her body, as if a warm current flowed through her body, and finally gathered in her head and disappeared. Ao Tian nodded and smiled. From now on, even title Douluo will not be able to see your identity, but the effect can only last for more than a month. It's great! Xiao Wu cheered, and suddenly came up to give Ao Tian a kiss, but Ao Tian avoided him. What's your nerve? I just want to express my gratitude. The two entered the town. Although it was dark, the streets were extremely lively. The people who come and go are all soul masters, and Ao Tian discovered that there are many soul saints and contra-level soul masters here. He has been here before, but when he came last time, there were not so many strong people here. Xiao Wu's spirit beast aura was sealed. She seemed to have put down a heavy burden, and her whole person became relaxed and cheerful. Ao Tian, there is a soul guide shop there. Xiao Wu exclaimed excitedly and rushed in. She wanted to have her own soul guide a long time ago, but unfortunately, there is no such small place as Nodding City. Although this is only a small city, it is a place where a large number of soul masters are active. It is not surprising that there is a soul guide shop. Ao Tian shook his head and smiled, and followed in. Inside, a sweet-looking girl in her 20s is enthusiastically introducing the products in the store to Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu lay on the glass showcase that was taller than her eyes shining brightly at the exquisitely crafted female soul guides. Rings, necklaces, bracelets, belts. Chapter 35, A Town Where the Strong Gather. Ao Tian entered the store and stood beside Xiao Wu. The clerk girl's eyes fell on Ao Tian, her eyes lit up. Although Ao Tian's appearance and temperament have been much lessened than before, it is still rare. After watching for a long time, Xiao Wu finally photographed 2 bracelets of the same style, one large and one small. How much are these 2? Xiao Wu asked. The clerk smiled and said, "Children, the small one needs 200 gold soul coins, and the larger one needs 300 gold soul coins. If you buy 2, our store can give you a 5% discount, total 475 gold soul coin." The girl didn't mean to underestimate Xiao Wu and Ao Tian, her attitude was very enthusiastic. Being able to work here, she is a spirit master herself. Although she is not high in level, she can also feel the faint spirit power fluctuations in Xiao Wu's body. So expensive. Xiao Wu suddenly hesitated. She is now a poor and white, standard moonlight clan, and spent a few days after receiving the subsidy. Is close to 500 gold soul coins, can Ao Tian get it out? Xiao Wu still couldn't help turning her head to look at Ao Tian beside her. She knew that Ao Tian was very rich, and she had seen Ao Tian take out a pile of golden soul coins, but the 475 golden soul coins were already a huge sum of money. These soul guides were all excavated from some ancient relics. With the current soul master's technology, it is impossible to make new ones at all, so they are expensive. A soul master who is not strong, or a soul master who has no great power to rely on, can't afford it at all. Ao Tian. Xiao Wu called out. So many gold soul coins, selling you to me as a maid is not enough to pay back. Ao Tian quipped. Have you? I will definitely pay you back in the future. Seeing that Xiao Wu was about to act like a baby, Ao Tian had no choice but to agree. He couldn't stand Xiao Lori acting like a baby the most. Children, do you use gold soul coins or silver tickets to pay? There was a trace of excitement on the clerk girl's face. This is a big order, and she can get a lot of commissions. Sure enough, you can't underestimate anyone, she said inwardly. When Xiao Wu came in just now, the other salespersons in the store looked down upon the little girl, only her warm reception. Now I have reaped a good return. The other salesmen all looked over with envy, and the customers who were walking in the store also cast their gazes, looking at Ao Tian in amazement. Such a small child actually brought so much money? Ao Tian Dao, golden soul coin. He doesn't have any silver bills, just a lot of gold soul coins. Okay. The saleswoman brought a plate over. Ao Tian made a splash, and took out a lot of golden soul coins, the amount was just right. After counted, the female clerk wrapped the 2 bracelets and handed them to Xiao Wu. Little brother, be careful, there may be bad guys watching you. The female clerk kindly reminded me. I know. Ao Tian nodded. The wealth is not revealed, how can Ao Tian not feel the greedy gaze around him? Xiao Wu also heard the reminder, and immediately looked around vigilantly. Let's go. Ao Tian patted her head. After the 2 left, some of the customers who were in the store quickly put down the items in their hands and walked out. Xiao Wu hugged 2 bracelets, followed behind Ao Tian, her gaze scanning all around vigilantly. It's a pity that with her experience, she can't find those greedy people hiding in the dark. Seeing Xiao Wu's appearance of no silver 300 taels here, Ao Tian couldn't help but smile, and said, Are you doing this for fear that others might not know you are holding your baby? Xiao Wu was taken aback for a moment, and suddenly a little embarrassed. Isn't this too expensive? She murmured, her body gradually relaxed, and she no longer looked around. Is anyone really hitting our idea? She approached Aotian and asked quietly. Yes, there are a lot of people, they are all following us. Aotian smiled. Are you still smiling? Aren't you afraid of being robbed? Xiaowu said angrily. Did you forget my brother? Xiaowu patted his forehead and didn't worry anymore. Let's find a place to settle down first. Aotian Dao, leading Xiaowu to the most luxurious hotel in the town. He lived there when he came last time, and it was not bad. Suddenly, his brow furrowed, and he felt something was wrong. There were too many senior spirit masters in this small town. Divine sense spread, he even felt several breaths of tidal Douluo. Could something happen? Aotian listened intently, the countless conversations in the small town fell into his ears, and he quickly extracted useful information. Someone found a transformation spirit beast in the Stardo Great Forest that had not yet reached the maturity stage, and was injured. Its strength was probably around the Spirit Emperor level. After 2 days of fermentation, many senior spirit masters who heard the news rushed to it immediately. But no one has dared to enter easily, because that transforming soul beast was guarded by the overlord of the Stardo Great Forest, the Titan Great Ape. The group of adventurous spirit masters who discovered the transforming spirit beasts were mostly killed by the giant apes. Only a few escaped by chance, and this brought the news out. Now, the strong people in the town are gathering more and more, and even titled Douluo has come. Those titled Douluo are going to leave early tomorrow morning to hunt down the transformed 100,000-year soul beast in the Stardo Great Forest. If it were in the past, titled Douluo would not dare to provoke the majesty of the Titan Great Ape easily. But now, there is a morphing soul beast with only the Soul Emperor rank, the situation is different. They don't need to fight the Titan Great Ape to death, they just need to hold back and look for opportunities to kill the weak 100,000-year soul beast. The 100,000-year soul beast with only the strength of the Soul Emperor, to title Douluo, is just a matter of moving your fingers. Therefore, it attracted a large number of soul masters. UU reading www.ukansha.com. As long as the soul beast is killed, some 89th level soul masters can absorb the 100,000-year soul ring and advance to the title Douluo. Of course, there are very few soul masters who happen to stay at level 89. What most of the spirit masters are really interested in is the spirit bone on that spirit beast. As long as you can grab a soul bone, even if you don't use it yourself, it is a great fortune. To kill a 100,000-year soul beast with only the strength of the Soul Emperor, many soul masters can do it. It's not someone who is strong enough to get a soul bone. In that chaotic situation, everyone has a chance. This is the thinking of most soul masters. Should be Xiaowu's mother. Aotian said inwardly. He glanced at the excited Xiaowu looking around, and sighed that this little girl was really lucky. If he didn't come back with him, I'm afraid I would really lose my mother. After walking for more than 10 minutes, the two arrived at the most luxurious hotel in town. As soon as they entered the door, the two heard the waiters shout, "The last room, 10 gold soul coins. 10 golden soul coins, why don't you grab them?" Someone angered. "This is too expensive, is it really good for you to sit on the floor?" That is, the price of a gold soul coin that was originally not reached has been increased by a dozen times by you. The waiter smiled and said, "Sorry everyone, our hotel is the best hotel in town. If you think it's expensive, you can go out and turn left. The one over there is cheaper." It's really bad luck. A group of people left cursingly. Aotian came to the counter, threw out 10 golden soul coins, and said, "I want this room." Chapter 36, Secrets of the Stardo Great Forest. When the waiter saw the golden soul coin, he smiled openly and said, "Welcome, honorable guest, I will handle it for you right away." In the past 2 days, the number of soul masters in the small town has increased sharply, and these businesses can be said to have made a lot of money. The waiter quickly helped Aotian and Xiaowu go through the formalities. After a while, the waiter handed the key to Aotian and said enthusiastically, "Guest, your room is 309, do you need other services?" Aotian looked at Xiaowu, and said, "Bring me a copy of the best signature dishes in your hotel and deliver it to the room." "Okay, you go up and rest first, and the food will be ready soon." Aotian took Xiaowu upstairs. The waiter glanced at the greedy person peeping outside, shook his head and sighed, "It's a pity, a pity. He has worked here for many years, and he has seen more cannibalism." Although this place still belongs to the Tiandu Empire, the people who haunt it are spirit masters. There are very few ordinary people. Even the Tiandu Empire can't control this place. This is a grey area. In his opinion, the two children will soon be eaten with no bones left. What a pity, especially that cute little loli. Xiaowu followed Aotian, her little hands kept tugging at the corners of her clothes, and nervously said, "Aotian, do we really want to live in a room?" In the past few days when they were on the road, when they spent the night in the hotel, they used 2 rooms. After all, they were no longer in the college dormitory. There were only 2 of them. The thought of lonely men and widows living in the same room in the middle of the night makes Xiaowu unavoidably nervous. Although her human age is only a few years old, the soul beast is at least tens of thousands of years old. She has seen some things, although it is only a soul beast. Aotian didn't look back, and said, "We have lived in Kishi for almost a year, and we are still on the same bed. Why are you so shy? This is different." Xiaowu defended. "What's the difference?" Aotian glanced back at her and said, "Do you have any ideas about me? Bah, who has thoughts of you?" Xiaowu was full of disdain. Went up to the 3rd floor, Aotian opened the room. The decoration of the room is luxurious and comfortable, and all the facilities are extremely complete. Xiaowu stayed in the hotel several times with Aotian in the past few days. After entering the room, she couldn't help getting excited. This kind of experience, when I go back, she must talk to her mother. Not long after sitting down, the waiter started serving dishes. This speed made Aotian extremely satisfied. An hour later, Xiaowu clutched her bulging belly and fell on the bed, humming comfortably. Live in the best place and eat the best things. This kind of drunken life is about to make her infatuated. She knows very well that Aotian gave all of this to her, and she will pay it back in the future. "Don't you study the baby you bought?" Aotian smiled. "Yes." Xiaowu sat up excitedly, and took out 2 exquisite bracelets from her arms. The material of the bracelet is metal with gold and silver patterns carved on it, and it feels a bit cold to the touch. Xiaowu's eyes shined, and she couldn't put it down. "Is the big one bought for your mother?" Aotian asked. Xiaowu nodded, and said, "My mother used to be cautious in the human world. She didn't even have a soul guide." After playing for a while, she suddenly raised her head and asked, "How do I use this?" "Pour your soul power into the bracelet, and you can sense the existence of the space inside." Xiaowu nodded excitedly, and had mastered the technique after a few attempts. Unfortunately, these 2 bracelets have only 6 cubic meters of space for the small ones, and only 10 cubic meters for the larger ones. They are so expensive. Tang San's belt is 24 cubic meters. Xiaowu's face was painful, and now she owed Aotian more than 500 gold soul coins in total, and she did not know how long it would take to pay off. Aotian once studied this kind of storage soul guiding device, relying very much on a kind of ore called void stone. The larger the volume of the soul guiding device, the larger the space contained therein, and vice versa, the smaller. This is also caused by the refining technique being too rough and too dependent on materials. "Give me your bracelet." Aotian suddenly became interested in refining tools. Thinking of it, he hasn't refining equipment for more than 500 million years. At the beginning, he was the only one who could transform into a human form on this primordial planet. During the long lonely years, he pondered a lot of things. Refining tools, alchemy, various cultivation methods, these are all things contained in the dragon blood lineage. The more noble the blood, the more profound the inheritance it contains. What are you doing? Xiao Wu asked, but still passed the small bracelet. Ao Tian took the bracelet, and under the control of supernatural power, the bracelet flew in the air. He does not intend to re-refining, he will not change the shape of the bracelet, just want to increase the space inside. The makers of these soul guides need to rely on the amount of materials to determine the size of the space, he doesn't need it. Watching Ao Tian float the bracelet like performing a magic trick, Xiao Wu couldn't help but stare. Ao Tian moved his hands together, constantly pinching the magic tactics, and using the mysterious space law to continuously expand the space inside the bracelet. A few minutes later, he threw the bracelet to Xiao Wu and said, "Look again." Xiao Wu again poured her soul power into the bracelet with a dazed expression, her eyes widened suddenly in the next moment, and she blurted out, "Why is it so big? Don't you think it is small? I have expanded it to 100 cubic meters for you." www.readaloud.com Ao Tian said with a smile. "How did you do it?" Xiao Wu looked at Ao Tian in shock, and found that she couldn't understand Ao Tian more and more. Ao Tian did not answer her question, and took the big bracelet to expand the space. Xiao Wu's mind flashed, and she excitedly said, "If the space has increased so much, can the price increase more than 10 times, if we continue to buy the soul guidance device, expand the space and then sell it again, wouldn't it be very fast? Got rich. No wonder this guy is so rich." It turns out that Xiao Wu has such mysterious means. Xiao Wu thinks he understands the reason why Ao Tian is rich. Ao Tian tossed the bracelet back to Xiao Wu, and said, "I am not short of those golden soul coins. But I am missing." Xiao Wu closed her mouth as soon as she wanted to say it. This is Ao Tian's skill and not hers. Why should I serve her? Ao Tian, who on earth are you and how do you understand so many mysterious things? Xiao Wu couldn't help asking again. You don't care about this, you just need to know that I am omnipotent. Ao Tian said. Too stingy. Xiao Wu complained, took out her clothes, and said, I'm going to take a shower first. Ao Tian sat quietly on the bed, his spiritual thoughts spread towards the direction of the Stardo forest. He saw many soul beasts active in the dark night, and also saw a small lake in the forest. There was a small thatched house by the lake, and a beautiful woman was sitting at the door. Two giant spirit beasts as huge as a hill squatted obediently in front of her. Going deeper, there are some fierce beasts with more powerful auras hidden, most of them are sleeping. Some of them made Ao Tian feel a familiar aura, that was the aura of the Dragon Clan. Chapter 37, titled Elder Douluo. 17 years ago, when Ao Tian just woke up, it didn't take long to find these sleeping beasts in the Stardo Great Forest. But he has been tired of facing the beasts for countless years, so he has not paid attention to these guys. Moreover, in his induction, the strength of the dragons with the aura of the Dragon Clan was too weak. Accompanying Xiao Wu into the Stardo Great Forest this time, I became a little interested, and wanted to see how the Dragon Clan that appeared after him was different. He withdrew his mind and took a look around the hotel by the way. There were more guys squatting around, and the number increased to a dozen. Can take out more than 400 gold soul coins. In the eyes of those people, Ao Tian is completely a big fat sheep. Not long after, Xiao Wu came out from the shower. She is wearing pink soft pajamas, her face is red, and her skin is still hot. With the storage soul guide, she received the changed clothes directly inside. I'm done washing, she said, smiling cheerfully, jumped onto the bed, flew over, and hit the bed. Suddenly, she thought of Ao Tian next to her, and then stopped and asked, "Or, I'll sleep on the sofa tonight." She felt that it was a bit wrong to sleep alone with Ao Tian. "Stop talking nonsense," Ao Tian said, and stretched out his hand to gently press on her sleeping acupuncture point. Xiao Wu tilted his head and immediately passed out. Ao Tian threw her on the bed, pulled the quilt cover, then opened the door of the room and walked out. There are some things, he has to solve it. Went down to the first floor. The waiter was still at the counter before. Ao Tian didn't glance at him, and went straight out of the hotel. The waiter saw Ao Tian coming out, and just wanted to say something, but when the words came to his lips, Ao Tian left the hotel. It's a pity to find a dead end. Came out, the fat sheep came out unexpectedly. Under the dim street lamp on the street, a dozen pairs of eyes suddenly lit up, and it was hard to believe that the fat sheep would come out at this time. They couldn't figure out Ao Tian's identity before, and worried that Ao Tian had other partners in this small town, so they didn't do it. But later, it was discovered that Ao Tian actually opened a room with the little girl, which shows that the other party really only has 2 children. If the goal was not in the hotel, they would have done it a long time ago. Ao Tian didn't even look at these people, and went straight to the direction of Wuhan Hall. In this small town, the Wuhan Hall also set up a sub-temple, and several of the titled Douluo aura that Ao Tian sensed before were in this sub-temple. Obviously, the Spirit Hall also received the news of the transformation of a 100,000-year-old soul beast, so it sent a titled Douluo over. Ao Tian had to send these titled Douluo back. After all, with him, who else could kill Xiao Wu's mother? After walking for a few minutes, Ao Tian turned into a dark alley. When the dozen or so people arrived, he was already standing there quietly and waiting. "You are too slow," he said lightly. The dozen or so people wanted to take a look, they moved a distance apart and divided into 3 groups. Hearing what Ao Tian said, and seeing Ao Tian's calm and composed appearance, these people suddenly felt a weirdness. They were out of their mental power, and they looked around vigilantly to see if there was an ambush. But after sensing for a moment, they didn't find any soul master lying in ambush here. How did this kid discover them? I'm afraid of him. A big beard who walked out cursingly, Tong Ling stared at Ao Tian with big eyes, and said, "Little devil, hand over all the gold soul coins on your body. Uncle promises to let you go." "Big brother, didn't you just say that this kid is good looking and tender, should he have fun?" a straightforward little brother reminded. "Fart, is Lao Tzu such a perverted person?" Hearing the little brother revealing his secret, the big man who quickly denied it. The bosses of the other 2 groups sneered and rushed out at the same time, wanting to get Ao Tian first. The fool would be squeaky and crooked there. These 2 bosses actually both have a Soul Emperor level cultivation base. At the same time they rushed out, they had already handed in their hands and quickly approached Ao Tian. Their little brother also started fighting at the same time. Damn, they got ahead of him. The big man with cheeks yelled, "Wuhan released," and rushed forward. Of the 2 bosses rushing to Ao Tian, one of them was slightly weaker, and was bombarded and hit on the wall of the alley. The remaining man rushed to Ao Tian with a grin, and grabbed Ao Tian's head with 10 fingers like eagle claws. The head of a kid, he can easily squeeze and then flee with the corpse, it is not too simple. Ao Tian quietly watched these guys perform, and he really regarded him as a big fat sheep. This situation has been seen a lot when he accompanied Bibidong to the mainland. Basically, he was greedy for Bibidong's beauty. "It's over," Ao Tian said softly, but the voice echoed in everyone's ears. "What?" The boss who was about to squeeze Ao Tian's head was astonished. When he saw the cold smile on Ao Tian's face, his hair was suddenly horrified. Ao Tian raised his finger, and Void drew a cross at the guy who rushed towards him. Snorted, a large amount of blood sprayed, and the Soul Emperor powerhouse seemed to be cut into 4 pieces by an invisible blade in a 10 pattern. The stump twitched on the ground, and the blood of the blast fell on the other boss, leaving him stunned. Ao Tian's body was not stained with blood, looked at the second Soul Emperor, smiled and raised his finger. "Don't!" The man screamed, his scalp numb, his fear was extreme, and he backed away quickly. Ao Tian waved his finger mercilessly, and the power of the invisible space cut this person into several pieces. The other dozen people were all scared there. "Run away!" someone yelled. Ao Tian spins and jumps, his hands seem to be playing beautiful movements. When he left, only a pile of broken bodies remained in this alley. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. In the spirit hall of the small town, the three titled Douluo elders of the spirit hall, and some Contras and soul sage powerhouses sat together, discussing tomorrow's actions. At this moment, Ao Tian's figure appeared in the hall. The complexion of a group of strong soul masters changed, and suddenly stood up, and the spirits were released. "Who are you?" someone asked loudly. Ao Tian looked at Ju Douluo and Ghost Douluo who were in the forefront. Ju Douluo's bodies trembled, and they hurriedly stood up and said respectfully, "Mr. Ao, why are you here?" Ao Tian appeared as a young man at this time, and Ju Douluo and Gui Douluo recognized them at a glance. "Give them 10 more courage, and dare not sit down in front of Ao Tian. All the martial arts are put away." Ju Douluo shouted loudly. "Mr. Ao, please take a seat." Ju Douluo smiled brightly, and his body was almost bent to 90 degrees. Ao Tian walked to the top seat and sat down, and immediately a maid hurried up to pour tea. The hot tea poured into the cup, and Ao Tian looked at the beautiful maid in front of him and grabbed her hand. "The tea is full." He smiled. "Ah!" the girl exclaimed, only to realize that she was busy looking at Ao Tian, forgetting that she was still pouring tea. 2 red clouds flew up on her face, and then a look of panic appeared. "Please! My lord, please forgive me!" She shivered. Someone who even the elders must respect, how big is this identity, how can she not be frightened? Ao Tian waved his hand and said with a smile, "It's okay, get out." "Thank you, sir." The maid said gratefully, and withdrew respectfully. Ao Tian looked at the 3 elders and said, "I am here to give you an order." Chapter 38, The Strongest in Wuhan Hall. After Ao Tian sat down, Ju Douluo and others dared to sit down. After hearing Ao Tian's words, the 3 elders quickly sat upright. Ju Douluo asked, "What's your order, Mr. Ao?" "Ao Tian Dao, you don't need to worry about the 100,000-year soul beast in the Star Do Great Forest. Go back." Ju Douluo was taken aback, and said, "Okay." Although he was puzzled, he still dared not defy Ao Tian's orders. In the hearts of all the elders in the Wuhan Hall, Ao Tian's orders were equivalent to Bibi Dong's orders. This, in the hearts of all the elders, there is no doubt. Seeing the doubts on the faces of the 3 elders, Ao Tian smiled and asked, "Don't you ask why?" Ju Douluo said, "Mr. Ao, let us go back, there must be your reason." Ao Tian nodded and said, "The 100,000-year-old soul beast that transforms is covered by me, and the giant ape is also." "Understood, we will return to Wuhan City tomorrow morning." Ju Douluo said. Ao Tian gave an and asked, "The Pope asked you to come?" "No, His Majesty the Pope has recently been practicing in seclusion. I brought people here on my own initiative. I also asked Mr. Ao to forgive me." Ju Douluo stood up. Ao Tian raised his hand and pressed it down, and said, "Sit down." Ju Douluo felt relieved, sat down and asked, "Mr. Ao, there are quite a few soul masters who have come this time. Even the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect has masters here. Do you need us to drive them away?" "No need." Ao Tian said, "You go straight back." After finishing speaking, he stood up, "I'm leaving now." Ju Douluo quickly got up and said respectfully, "Gong send Mr. Ao." Ao Tian nodded slightly, and disappeared into the hall in a flash. The 3 elders of Chrysanthemum Douluo were completely relieved, and at the same time they held up the teacup and sipped the tea to suppress the shock. Elder Chrysanthemum, that adult just now? A Contra couldn't help but curiously asked. This is not something you can ask. Ghost Douluo, whose face was hidden in the cloak, yelled. Ju Douluo waved his hand and said, "It's okay, let me tell you that Mr. Ao is the #1 powerhouse in our Wuhan Hall. You will be respectful when you see Mr. Ao in the future, you know. Isn't the #1 in our Wuhan Hall a great consecration?" The Contra asked in astonishment. Ju Douluo sighed, and said, the grand worship of his old man was defeated, and Mr. Ao only used one finger to defeat the grand worship. There was a shocking inhalation sound in the hall. Ao Tian returned to the hotel. Xiao Wu was still asleep. Regarding her mother's affairs, Ao Tian didn't choose to tell her in advance, lest she would return back immediately in a noisy manner. In the early morning, a ray of sunlight came in from the window, and Ao Tian, who was half leaning on the sofa, opened his eyes. He just squinted a little, and it dawned. Xiao Wu is still asleep like a pig. Ao Tian came to the bed and squeezed the smooth face firmly. Xiao Wu woke up with a painful wow and bounced instinctively. It hurts me so much. She kept inhaling and rubbing her cheek. Her eyes fell on Ao Tian, who was sitting on the sofa not far away, and asked, "Did you pinch my face?" Ao Tian stood up and said with a smile, "I'm so far away from you, how can I pin you? You have a nightmare. Are you there?" Xiao Wu got out of bed with a puzzled expression on her face. "Hurry up and wash, we will leave immediately after breakfast. The Stardow forest will be very lively today," Ao Tian urged. "Lively? Is there something going to happen?" Xiao Wu asked as she walked. "You will know then." Oh. After eating the breakfast delivered by the waiter, the two left the hotel. On the main street, there are soul masters everywhere, walking mightily to the gate of the city near the Stardow Great Forest. How come there are so many soul masters? Xiao Wu was surprised. Many powerful soul masters did not hide their breath at all, and let them out to achieve the purpose of frightening others. Xiao Wu couldn't help swallowing, and asked, "Ao Tian, what happened?" She remembered that there were not so many soul masters on the street last night. Those spirit masters with aura outside, in her opinion, the strength is too strong, can easily pinch her to death. Ao Tian took her forward and said, "Someone found a soul beast in the Stardow Great Forest. The strength is only at the Soul Emperor level. These people are now going to the soul ring and soul of that soul beast." Bone. What you said is true. Xiao Wu rushed to Ao Tian, grabbing his arm and asking. Of course it is true. Ao Tian nodded and said, "Listen carefully, they are all talking." Xiao Wu pricked up her ears, and she heard those spirit masters talking about transforming spirit beasts. She whitened her face, pulled Ao Tian and left, and said anxiously, "We must go quickly, and we must go back as soon as possible." "Don't worry, your mother will be fine, isn't it protected by your friends Daming and Erming?" Ao Tian said. "How can you not be in a hurry? There are too many spirit masters, I'm afraid that Ming Erming will not be able to stop them." "Don't worry, I'll be there, it's okay," Ao Tian said, pulling Xiao Wu into an empty alley, and then let out Longma. Ao Tian turned on his horse, stretched out his hand to Xiao Wu, and said, "Come on." Xiao Wu stretched out her hand, was pulled up by Ao Tian, and sat in front of Ao Tian. "Longma, follow them." Ao Tian patted Longma's back lightly. Longma let out a neigh in excitement, and followed the huge team of soul masters in front of him. "Can you hurry up?" Xiao Wu said anxiously. "Then hurry up," Ao Tian ordered. Dragon Horse speeded up and quickly surpassed the horses of other spirit masters. Ao Tian comforted, "Don't worry, their horse is not as fast as mine." The Dragon Horse ran past, and the horses that the soul masters were riding on were shocked. "Damn, what kind of horse are those two little kids riding?" someone asked in shock. "The snow-white dragon horse is much taller than ordinary horses, and its limbs are strong, and it runs like the wind." Where Ryoma passed, almost everyone turned his back. "Snatch his horse," someone said with bright eyes. But before he acted, he was overturned by his horse. Several powerful soul masters leaped from horseback and jumped towards Ao Tian. However, just as they jumped into the air, they felt a strong force coming from the top of their heads, as if a huge palm fell from the sky. Bang bang bang! Just now, 4 or 5 people jumped up, but they all fell to the ground, bones and tendons broken, and they screamed in pain. The person in front of him who just wanted to make a move suddenly stopped, a little surprised, watching Ryoma running by. After exiting the city gate, the road widened, and the dragon horse ran wildly, easily surpassing those spirit masters. "How come there are so many soul masters?" Xiao Wu looked nervous, and the soul masters on the road could hardly see the end. "Some soul masters set off early in the morning, and they have entered the forest now," Ao Tian said. "Ryoma, hurry up," Xiao Wu said, touching Ryoma's head. The dragon horse accelerated again, as if it turned into lightning, shocking the soul master along the way. It was originally an hour's journey, and within half an hour, Ao Tian and Xiao Wu came to the outside of the Stardo forest. Many horses stayed outside the forest, and those spirit masters entered inside. The terrain in the forest is complicated and not suitable for horseback riding. Ao Tian pinched the horse's belly and said, "Go in." Chapter 39, Reunion. Ordinary horses cannot enter the Stardo Great Forest, but dragon horses that have evolved into soul beasts can. Longma led Ao Tian and Xiao Wu into the forest, walking on flat ground, with no slowdown in speed. But Ao Tian and Xiao Wu can still feel a bit more bumpy. There is already a soul master who has penetrated into the forest, and Ao Tian's divine consciousness can see that the two titled Douluos leading the way are in the front. After Longma entered the forest, he moved in another direction and separated from the soul master team in front. "Go here closer," Ao Tian explained. "How did you know?" Xiao Wu was curious. "I saw it." Ao Tian patted the horses and said, "Let's take off." Longma released their wings excitedly, and when they flew, Ao Tian and Xiao Wu never felt the bumps again. Back in the forest, the tension in Xiao Wu's heart suddenly relaxed a little. Ao Tian Dao, according to the speed of those people, they can arrive at least when it is dark, and it is not suitable to fight at night, so they will definitely find a relatively safe place to spend tonight, and they will act tomorrow. You don't have to worry about it. Xiao Wu nodded, knowing that she was too worried. At this time, the mood was not so tense, and the atmosphere suddenly became a little ambiguous. Feeling Ao Tian's warm legs caught on her body, Xiao Wu's pretty face became redder and red. But in this case, she can't say anything. Ao Tian didn't have as complicated thoughts as Xiao Wu. After all, he was just a little girl in front of him, in his opinion just pure and lovely. His gaze is constantly sweeping around. Riding a horse and flying in the forest is also a new experience, and it is a kind of fun. Anyway, he is not in a hurry, otherwise, he can reach Xiao Wu's mother with a single thought. Suddenly, he frowned, looked at Xiao Wu in front of him, and said, "What's the matter with you? Why is your body so hot?" Xiao Wu moved forward a bit, and whispered, I don't know." Ao Tian was a little speechless. He could see it, this little girl should be shy. The dragon horse was racing along the road, and whenever it started to get tired, Ao Tian would inject a trace of dragon energy into its body, and immediately let it live. All the spirit beasts in front of were scared away by the slight pressure released by Ao Tian, and finally approached the small lake where Xiao Wu's mother was at about 2 or 3 o'clock in the afternoon. In the small lake, a huge bull head came out of the water, and a thick body was swaying underwater. This is another unknown overlord in the Star Do Great Forest Sky Green Bull Python. Next to the lake, the Titan Great Ape with a hill-like body is sitting on the grass, looking down respectfully. In front of it, stood a beautiful woman with long hair and shawl. She looked about 30 years old and her name was Bunny. Auntie Bao, I think we should leave here first. Those nasty human soul masters have entered the forest and will find here at any time, said the Titan Great Ape. Its voice is low and deep, like a muffled thunder rolling. Sky Blue Bull Python said, Leave? Where can I go? The Star Do Great Forest is so big, you don't know the greed of those human soul masters. As long as you are in this forest, they will find it sooner or later. Brother, what do you say? Asked the Titan Great Ape. Tianqing Niu Python said coldly, Get ready to fight, we will kill as many as they come. If we want to kill Aunt Bao, we have to step on our corpse first. Then fight with them, all humans deserve to die. Its lantern-sized eyes flashed with crazy murderous intent. Baby Bunny sighed, I appreciate your kindness, but there are more human powers than our soul beasts. If many titled Douluos come this time, not only me, but you will be in danger. I think, let's leave the Star Do Great Forest, lest it hurt you. Aunt Bao, your injury is still not healed, and it will be very dangerous to enter the human world again. Sky Blue Bull Python hurriedly said. Baby Bunny said, You don't need to persuade you anymore. I watched you grow up. You are like my children. How can I put you in danger? Besides staying here, there will always be greedy soul masters coming. If you don't kill me, they won't stop. No matter how strong you are, you can't always protect me. Only by entering the human world to hide, I will have a line. Vitality. The Titan Giant Ape said anxiously, Aunt Bao, believe me, Big Brother and I can protect you. Once you enter the human world, if you are in danger and Big Brother and I are not by your side, who can protect you? Ming, Aunt Bao is right. The Sky Green Cow Python's voice became much lower and said, No matter how strong the two of us, we can't match so many red-eyed soul masters. Aunt Bao stayed here instead. It will be more dangerous. Baby Bunny looked at Daming with relief, and said, Just make the decision. The soul masters fled in the direction of the Heaven Do Empire a few days ago. They should be the soul masters of the Heaven Do Empire. You protect me from leaving from other directions. Good. The surface of the lake began to roll, and a monster with a cow-headed snake body and a length of more than 30 meters crawled out. The huge cow head is more than 4 meters in diameter, and it is covered with scales of almori, exuding an aura of oppression. Someone is approaching quickly. Daming said, and the bull's head slammed in one direction. That direction is the direction of the Heaven Do Empire. This is their place, usually no soul beast would dare to come in, so it must be a human soul master. Erming stood upright, its appearance resembled ape and chimpanzee, except for the cocky eyes, the whole body was pitch black. After stood up, its body was too majestic. The muscles protruding from the body were like small hills, which contained an unimaginable amount of violent violence. Tear them apart. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com. Ming roared. The beautiful woman and Baby Bunny stepped quickly behind Ming. Because the spirit beast aura on Xiaowu and Longma was covered by Ao Tian, Ming couldn't detect that the soul beast was approaching. Otherwise, it is estimated that they will be able to sense it soon after Xiaowu enters the forest. They stared wide-eyed, and saw a white phantom shuttle between the gaps in the forest, quickly approaching here. On the white phantom, there are two young figures. It's Sister Xiaowu. Daming said in surprise. Roar, roar. Ming let out an excited roar, slapped his chest hard. Daming, Ming. Xiaowu shouted excitedly. After Longma rushed to the edge of the small lake, she stood up and leaped forward. Daming's bull head lowered and Xiaowu connected to it. Xiaowu stroked Daming's head and exclaimed excitedly, Daming Erming, I miss you too much. Erming's head also came over, letting Xiaowu's small hands stroked, her huge eyes narrowed slightly, and her expression of enjoyment. Xiaowu. Xiaowu's mother and baby rabbit walked out from behind Erming. Mom! Xiaowu exclaimed in surprise, jumping off Daming's head and falling into her mother's arms. Daming and Erming's eyes fell on Aotian, with some doubts. How come there are human kids? Daming said. Such a small thing is not enough for me to stuff my teeth. Erming's head moved closer to Aotian, his mouth wide open, revealing a hideous appearance. Aotian immediately held his breath, unable to stand the strong bad breath, and slapped it. There was a loud bang. His palm did not touch the body of the Titan Great Ape, but the Titan Great Ape flew out and smashed into the lake. Chapter 40, Ancient Dragons. The sky green cow python was terrified instantly, with his mouth wide open, biting towards Aotian. At the same time, cold eyes shot out, and the surrounding space turned into a blue color, and everything became sluggish. This is its domain, which has a slowing effect. Here again, Aotian couldn't stand the mouths of these guys the most, and slapped it out again. The 30-meter-long sky blue bull python also has no resistance, like a small snake, being drawn into the lake and smashing into the sky. Xiaowu and her mother were there in a daze, and their heads stopped working for a while. The Titan giant ape rushed out of the water, roared angrily, and charged towards Aotian. Erming, stop! Two voices sounded at the same time. It was Xiaowu and Tianqing Niu Python who spoke. The Titan giant ape stopped in front of Aotian, but his big eyes still stared at Aotian angrily. The Azure Bull Python swam ashore and said, he didn't have any bad intentions. He just knocked us into the air and didn't hurt us. Moreover, he could knock us into the air without hurting us. His strength is above us. The huge face of the Titan Great Ape was taken aback, scratched his head, and said, is that true? Xiaowu let go of her mother, ran over, stopped in front of Aotian, and said, Aotian, what's the matter, how did you fly Daming Erming? That's it. Aotian smiled and waved his palm. That's not what I asked. Xiaowu was a little annoyed, and said, aren't you only the strength of a soul master? How can you shoot Fei Daming and Erming? Who said I only have the power of a soul master? As he said, Aotian transformed into a youthful appearance. You are big brother Aotian! Xiaowu exclaimed, covering her mouth, and couldn't help backing away. The first thought in her head was, it's miserable, and brought a title Douluo back. But she reacted immediately and asked, are you Aotian or Aotian brother? Aotian looked at the frightened look of this little girl, and smiled, Aotian is me, and brother Aotian is also me. How can you be two at the same time? Xiaowu still couldn't believe it. No matter what she thinks, she cannot understand the fact that a young man and a child are the same person. Xiaowu's mother came up, put her slender and soft hands on Xiaowu's head, and said softly, Xiaowu, don't you introduce your friends to your mother. Xiaowu's expression was complicated, and said, Mom, he is a titled Douluo. The little one was my classmate in the academy. The little one told me that the big one is his brother, but how could they be the same person? What? The sky green cow python and the giant ape came to Xiao, mother and daughter, and looked at Aotian vigilantly. Xiaowu's mother waved her hand and said, don't be so rude, this gentleman is not malicious. She looked at Aotian and said, Mr. Ao, right? Come in and have a cup of tea in the humble house. Aotian smiled and nodded. Xiaowu's mother took Xiaowu to the thatched cottage built by the lake. Aotian followed. The two big guys can't enter, they can only wait outside. Brother, what kind of strength do you think this human is? I didn't have any resistance at all in his slap just now. The Titan Great Ape asked quietly. I guess, he may be the legendary 99 titled Douluo, the top powerhouse among mankind. Sky Green Bull Python guessed. That's weird, a 99 level title Douluo, what's the purpose of approaching Sister Xiao Wu? It scratched its head, wondering. Don't think too much, Aunt Bao said that he has no malice, so there is no malice. The thatched cottage has complete furniture, but the workmanship is a bit rough. Ao Tian guessed that this was all made by Xiao Wu's mother. He looked at the young woman in front of him, her face was stunning, her body was slightly worse than Bibi Dong, but the two legs were extraordinarily straight and slender. Her temperament is very gentle, with a soft smile on her face, it is easy for people to feel good. She skillfully took out the tea cup, poured a cup of tea for Ao Tian, and said, "You humans like to treat guests with tea. I have lived in the human world for several years, and I also like drinking tea." There are a few chrysanthemums floating in the teacup, and a faint fragrance diffuses out. This is the chrysanthemum I planted behind the house. You can try it. Ao Tian took a sip from his teacup, and praised, "Not bad." Xiao Wu sat next to her mother and looked at Ao Tian with mixed emotions. She has accepted the fact that Ao Tian and Ao Tian are the same person, but she is very confused. What kind of attitude will she use to face Ao Tian in the future? After all, this one, but titled Douluo. Ao Tian, is this your true identity? Xiao Wu asked. Ao Tian shook his head, his body shrank, and returned to his 7-year-old appearance, and said, "This is my real body size. Just now it was just my law bodies." Dharmakaya? What is that? Xiao Wu was puzzled, even her mother was puzzled. As 100,000-year soul beasts, they have never heard of such a thing. You can understand it as a body condensed with soul power. Then you are really only 7 years old. Xiao Wu was even more puzzled. If this is Ao Tian's real body, who seems to be only 7 years old, how can he have such a strong strength? Ao Tian shook his head and said, "My age is much older than you." Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. How is it possible? Can human beings also live for 100,000 years? Xiao Wu didn't believe it. Xiao Wu's mother joked, "As far as I know, a powerful titled Douluo can live several hundred years old, and a peerless Douluo of level 99 should be able to live around 1,000 years at most." Mr. Ao, you said you are older than us. Big, aren't you human? You are right, I am indeed not a human being. Ao Tian smiled. Xiao Wu's eyes widened fiercely, and exclaimed, "Are you, like us, also transformed into a 100,000-year soul beast?" Ao Tian thought, 2 dragon horns suddenly grew on his forehead, and a golden dragon scale appeared in the center of his forehead. A faint coercion radiated from him, making Xiao Wu's mother and daughter look pale in an instant. Ao Tian narrowed his smile and said lightly, "I am not a human being, nor a soul beast, I am an ancient dragon." The bodies of the mother and daughter Xiaohe couldn't help trembling, even the sky green bull python and the giant ape outside were like this, it was difficult to withstand the pressure of Ao Tian. They face Ao Tian, as if the lowest level spirit beasts face them, as if looking up at a huge mountain. Seeing that Xiao Wu and her mother were about to insist on kneeling on the ground, Ao Tian finally withdrew the trace of pressure released. Xiao Wu's eyes were still full of deep terror, and her body was still trembling slightly. The kind of coercion just now was really terrifying, she seemed to be facing a god. Xiao Wu's mother pulled her to stand up together, bent over to salute, and said in panic, "I have seen seniors." This is the first time Ao Tian has revealed his identity in front of people other than Bibi Dong. This is also because they are soul beasts. Chapter 41, Long Way. I have seen seniors. Xiao Wu also shouted, feeling very complicated. I didn't expect that Ao Tian, who had lived with her for almost a year, was actually a senior who lived longer than them. The 2 big guys outside heard what Ao Tian said, and they were equally shocked. The Titan Great Ape suddenly grinned and said, "It turns out that it's not a human being. It's not a shame to lose to the predecessors. Sky Green Bull Python said, Aunt Bao shouldn't have to flee to the human world now. Sit down. Ao Tian raised his hand and pressed it down. Xiao Wu's mother took Xiao Wu to sit down, but she was still in a state of anxiety. I don't know what seniors are going to do in Stardew Forest. Xiao Wu's mother asked. Ao Tian glanced at Xiao Wu and said, the college is on holiday. Xiao Wu wanted to come back, but she didn't dare, so I sent her back. Xiao Wu's mother got up again and said gratefully, thank you senior for taking care of Xiao Wu, she didn't trouble you, right? Thinking of Xiao Wu always rubbing against him when he was sleeping, and always liked to borrow money from him, Ao Tian smiled and said, no trouble, just a bit naughty. You are naughty. Xiao Wu Jiao blushed and muttered with her head down. You are not allowed to talk to seniors like this. Xiao Wu's mother scolded. Ao Tian smiled and said, it's okay, she and I are also friends. Xiao Wu looked at Ao Tian, hesitated for a moment, and asked, Ao, senior, since you are so strong, why go to a junior spirit master academy? Experience the life of a human soul master. Ao Tian Dao. Xiao Wu curled her lips and said, no wonder you are so rich, you can turn the dragon horse into a soul beast, and you can conceal the soul beast aura on my body. At this point, her eyes suddenly lit up and said, Senior Ao, please help my mother and help her cover up the spirit beast breath on her body. Good. Ao Tian agreed. His hands were sealed, and the golden characters floated out and entered Xiao Wu's mother, sealing her spirit beast aura. Thank you, senior. Xiao Wu's mother said gratefully. Her own spirit beast aura disappeared, and she would not be afraid of being discovered by humans in the future, and she could raise her cultivation level in the human world with peace of mind. Ao Tian Dao, the seal I left in your body can only last for more than a month. After the seal is dissipated, title Douluo can still see your identity. Xiaohu's mother was taken aback, her face flashed with struggle, and after a while she knelt down and said, if seniors don't dislike it, I'm willing to follow seniors. The weak and the strong eat, this is even more vividly manifested in the spirit beasts, many weak spirit beasts will follow some powerful spirit beasts, this is normal. As a 100,000-year soul beast, she has now transformed into a human form, and she will definitely be able to cultivate to title Douluo in the future. But as a powerful ancient dragon clan, Ao Tian believes that such a strong person is worthy of her following. Ao Tian raised his palm slightly, and Xiao Wu's mother stood up uncontrollably. You don't have to follow me. For Xiao Wu's sake, you can come to me if you have any difficulties in the future. Xiaohu's mother quickly expressed her gratitude. But Ao, senior, there are still a large group of soul masters who want to kill my mother. Xiao Wu said. Ao Tian said, from now on, you can call me Ao Tian or Ao Gongzi. As for those soul masters, haven't I told you? With me, they can't kill your mother. Oh, thank you, Ao Tian. Xiao Wu's big eyes were shining, and she was moved. Ao Tian stood up and said, when your mother's affairs are resolved, I'm going to go deeper in the Stardew Forest and meet those sleeping guys. The secret of the Stardew Great Forest you said is that there are some powerful soul beasts sleeping deeper. Xiao Wu understood Ao Tian's meaning and asked in surprise. Ao Tian nodded, and said, yes, the spirit masters outside all say that the Titan Giant Ape is the overlord of the Stardew Great Forest, but in fact it is just a gatekeeper. Those guys sleeping deeper are the real masters of the Stardew Great Forest. How is it possible? Xiao Wu couldn't believe it, and said, if the Stardew Great Forest really has a more powerful soul beast, why don't we know it all? Ao Tian shook his head, because you are too weak, you don't have the qualifications to connect to them. Impossible. The Titan Great Ape shouted outside, Senior Ao, I don't believe it. Ao Tian said it was just a gatekeeper, so he was not happy. Anyway, it is also the overlord of the Stardew Great Forest, recognized by all soul beasts and human soul masters. How come to this Senior AO? It's just a gatekeeper. Sky Green Bull Python was also very unconvinced, but it had a calm temper and did not say anything. Ao Tian walked out of the house and looked at the Titan Great Ape standing in front of the house, blocking a large area of sunlight, and said, "Do you think you are very strong?" The Titan Giant Ape glanced at Tianqing Niubo, and said, "My eldest brother is a little stronger than me, Senior Ao, you are a little stronger than my eldest brother. Other than that, no one in this Stardo Great Forest can be stronger than me." As the overlord of the Stardo Great Forest, it naturally has its own arrogance. How could he admit that he was just a janitor? Ao Tian smiled and said, "Then I will show you the gap between you and me." The Titan Great Ape suddenly became a little excited. "Senior Ao wants to fight with me." Ao Tian shook his head www.readaloud.com and said, "No, I just want you to feel my pressure." The Titan Giant Ape was taken aback, and just about to say, "Senior Ao, you underestimate me too," a terrifying pressure has already enveloped him. This coercive force made it unable to move, and its legs bent down a little bit. The Titan Great Ape roared, and the whole body burst out, trying to stand up straight. Ao Tian put up a finger and said, "Go down." His voice fell, and with a bang, the huge mountain-like body of the Titan Great Ape hit the ground, throwing up dust on the ground. The Sky Green Cow Python made his scalp numb when he saw it, and it was thrilling. Although Ao Tian's coercive force did not target it, the kind of dragon power, just a trace of the leak, made it frightened. Ao Tian withdrew from the pressure and said, "I only used 1% of the pressure, and you can no longer bear it. Although the guys hidden in the Stardo Great Forest are not as good as me, they are also better than you. A lot stronger." Xiao Wu and her mother standing behind Ao Tian were stunned. They previously guessed that Ao Tian's strength was equivalent to a titled Douluo of level 99, even if he was stronger than the Titan Great Ape, his strength was limited. But now, the Titan Great Ape has no resistance just by coercion, and Ao Tian also said that he only used 1% of the coercion. Is he a god? At this moment, the four soul beasts simultaneously had this idea. The Titan Great Ape stood up, but his head was drooping, and he still had lingering fears. It was completely convinced, and he realized Ao Tian's terrifying strength. Ao Tian Dao, among the few guys hidden in the depths, each has a cultivation base of hundreds of thousands of years. If you want to see it, I can take you with you. Chapter 42, Repel the Soul Master. Of course, I want to see what those guys are capable of, said the Titan Great Ape. Although it already believed Ao Tian's words in his heart, the arrogance of being 100,000-year soul beast made it not easy to give in. Xiaohu's mother thoughtfully said, "I think, I know where they are." "Where?" Xiaowu looked up at her mother, with a curious look on her face. Xiaohu's mother said, "Have you forgotten? There is a puzzle in the more central part of the Stardo Great Forest. When we reach there, we can no longer move forward, and we can only step back and forth." Xiaowu exclaimed, "I remember, I used to go there to play when I was a kid, it was in that direction." She pointed in a direction and looked at Ao Tian. Ao Tian nodded, and said, "It's there." Xiaowu continued, "Later, I reached the 100,000-year soul beast cultivation base, and tried to explore there, but the range of the puzzle was too large, and I would return to the original place as I walked." The Titan Giant Ape also scratched his head and said, "That place is very strange. We thought it was fun when we were young, and we often go there. Unexpectedly, there is a powerful soul beast hidden inside. Then I have to take a closer look, what kind of soul beasts are inside?" Xiaowu said excitedly. Xiaohu's mother thought more and asked, "Senior Ao, since the spirit beasts you mentioned are so powerful, why have they never come out before? What are they for staying in?" Ao Tian did not answer her question, only said, "You will understand then." He looked at the Titan giant ape, and said, "Little monkey, there are many spirit masters who came in this time, and the two titled Douluos are leading the way. Go and solve them." "Senior Ao, my name is Erming, not Little Monkey," the Titan great ape corrected. "You are a little monkey in front of me," Ao Tian said. The Titan giant ape stood up straight, the huge body was more than 20 meters high. "Senior Ao, look, I am not young." As a Titan great ape, he was actually called a little monkey. It felt too embarrassed and had to prove itself. Ao Tian smiled slightly, and a huge divine mind whizzed out, sweeping through the spirit sea of the four soul beasts present. They suddenly widened their eyes, and they stared roundly, because their consciousness saw a huge golden dragon, which was huge in length and overwhelmingly powerful. Compared with the Shenlong, whether it is the Titan giant ape or the sky blue bull python, they are all a little soul beast. The Titan great ape swallowed hard, grunted loudly, and stuttered, "Ao, senior, that's..." Ao Tian smiled and said, "That is my body. Now, is there anything wrong with me calling you a little monkey?" "Very appropriate, very appropriate." It nodded repeatedly, convinced. It turns out that he is so powerful. Xiao Wu was shocked again. "Senior Ao, I will go to solve the group of soul masters immediately." The Titan great ape leaped forcefully and rushed into the sky, higher than the surrounding towering trees, and when it fell, its body was already covered by the trees. After a few jumps, it has moved away from here and rushed outside. Ming can do it by himself. Xiao Wu worried. Ao Tian Dao, the two titled Douluos, one is level 96, and the other is level 92. Sky Blue Niu Python knows Ming's strength best, saying, "With Ming's strength, one should be able to kill one." As for other soul masters below title Douluo, they can only be trampled to death by 1 foot. Xiao Wu immediately felt relieved. If Ao Tian and Xiao Wu didn't come back, with those two titled Douluo, plus a large number of high-level spirit masters, it was really possible to contain Ming Erming and kill Xiao Wu's mother. Now, Ao Tian has asked the 3 titled Douluo elders in the spirit hall to return, and Ming takes the initiative again, and the soul master who enters the Star Do Great Forest can only be defeated. It is normal for a human soul master to kill 100,000-year soul beast, and in Ao Tian's view, this is not wrong. But adventure has a price, and sometimes the price is life. "Ao Tian, I want to go and see," Xiao Wu said. "Mischief, so dangerous," Xiao Wu's mother scolded. Ao Tian suddenly thought of something, and smiled, "It's okay, I'll accompany her." He beckoned to the distance, and the dragon horse grazing by the lake ran over. Ao Tianfei got on the horse, and Xiao Wu jumped up and landed in front of Ao Tian, but this time, she sat forward a little bit. Ryoma spread its wings, rose up into the sky, and flew in the direction where the fighting had already broken out. "There is such a horse soul beast," Daming said in surprise. Xiao Wu's mother sighed, "I heard Xiao Wu said that this horse became a soul beast because of Senior Ao, and it does not seem weak. Senior Ao's strength is really unfathomable." Ao Tian and Xiao Wu came to the top of the battlefield. Looking down, there was chaos below. The trees several hundred meters in radius were all affected and fell one after another. Hundreds of soul masters madly released their soul skills and attacked the Titan Great Ape. However, most of these attacks fell on it, and most of them couldn't break through its defenses, just like tickling it. The Titan Giant Ape held a giant wood more than 20 meters long in both hands. Everyone who was hit vomited blood, and many died on the spot. Among them is an old man with white beard and hair. He is very burly. His limbs are unusually sturdy, and his body is covered with blue-purple scales. A strong electric current is lingering around him, and he burst out with a crackling sound. Each of his blows was accompanied by strong lightning, which fell on the Titan Great Ape and even paralyzed its body for a moment. Although this thunder and lightning is strong, but the Titan Great Ape's body is too large. After all, it can't paralyze its entire body. www.readaloud.com. The Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus family really deserves to be the best beast spirit in the world. Aotian smiled. Aotian guessed that the majestic old man below should be Yu Yuanzhen, the old lord of the Blue Lightning Overlord Longzong, and that is Yu Xiaogong's father. Blue Electric Overlord Dragon Sect is declining day by day, no longer the power of the year, and even has a tendency to drop to the top 3 positions. It's no wonder that the old sect master, the only title Douluo, will come in person. It's a bit sad to have to shoulder the burden of the entire sect at such an old age. The other title Douluo is very pitiful. It should be a wild title Douluo, or from a relatively small sect. At this time he is being chased and beaten by the Titan Great Ape. Although his attacks can cause damage to the Titan Great Ape, the damage is not fatal compared to that huge size. The Battle of the Soul Beast was violent. The Titan Great Ape completely ignored the injury, even ignored Yu Yuanzhen, and chased the 92nd level titled Douluo to fight. Finally, after a scream, the title Douluo was crushed by it. Those Soul Contras, Soul Sages, Soul Emperors, a large group of Soul Masters were scared to death, and fleeing like a shit. The remaining Yu Yuanzhen was stared at by the Titan Great Ape, and he suddenly sighed in his heart and had to retreat. In terms of strength, he can actually fight against the Titan Great Ape, but he is old after all. His stamina is not as good as the Titan Great Ape, and his defense is not as good as the Titan Great Ape. In the end, he will only lose. It's over, Aotian said. All the Soul Masters fled. After this lesson, it is estimated that there will be no more Soul Masters who dare to beat Xiaowu's mother. Ming, you are amazing. Xiaowu jumped off Longma excitedly, and was caught by the generous palm of the Titan Great Ape. Chapter 43, Core Zone. The Titan Giant Ape giggled a few times, and looked like a little brother in front of Xiaowu. Aotian knew that both spirit beasts of Ming and Ming liked Xiaowu. It's just that Xiaowu has already transformed, and if the two of them don't transform, there will never be a chance. Xiaowu landed on Ming's shoulder and said, "Let's go back, Senior Ao will take us into that mysterious zone." Ming roared in excitement, a little eager to try. Most of the spirit beasts are naturally warlike, and the Titan Giant Apes are even more mad fighting beasts. However, in the Stardo Great Forest, apart from the Azure Bull Python, no other spirit beasts can fight it. And the Azure Bull Python is the type that doesn't like fighting, which makes the Titan Great Ape very uncomfortable. Now, knowing that there are many more powerful soul beasts in the forest, how could it not be excited? Senior Ao, I can't fight, and those soul beasts will never be much better than me. Ming thought to himself. Back to the lake-thatched cottage, Xiaowu's mother suddenly felt distressed when she saw the scars on Ming's body. "Aunt Bao, it's okay, my skin is thick, and I soon recovered." Ming grinned. Aotian looked and found that the wounds on Ming's body were slowly squirming. If you look closely, you can see that new flesh and blood are beginning to grow. "This guy's talent is good," Aotian commented in his heart. "Aotian, didn't you say you want to take us there?" Xiaowu asked. "Let's go then," Aotian said. He sat on the back of the dragon horse, and walked to the core of the Stardo forest first. Xiaowu mother and daughter sat on Ming's shoulders, following Aotian. Daming twisted his huge body and followed at the back. They have walked this way many times. When they were young, Xiaowu and Daming were very curious about the puzzle there, and they used it as a place to play. Although they rarely go there since they grow up, they are still very familiar with this road. After walking for half an hour, Aotian suddenly stopped. "Further forward is the range of the maze," Xiaowu said. A stone forest appeared in front of them, and various bizarre-shaped boulders stood on the ground, dividing a wide road, combining them like a maze. However, the vertical extent of this stone forest is not very large, only less than a kilometer away, you can see the tall trees at the end, and the horizontal extent is much longer. Ao Tian clamped the horse's belly, and Longma moved on and walked into the stone forest. Xiao Wu hurriedly reminded, Ao Tian, this stone forest already has the effect of maze. Ao Tian didn't look back, and said, I know, you just follow. Xiao Wu is right, this stone forest does have a psychedelic effect. It's just that this formation is really crude in Ao Tian's eyes, and it's okay to bully those unseen spirit beasts and spirit masters, and it doesn't have any effect on him at all. He used to go from weak to invincible on this planet for thousands of years. Later, he was bored to study various alchemy, refining, formations. Finally, he couldn't bear the loneliness and fell into a deep sleep. His deep sleep is actually a kind of cultivation. When he wakes up, his cultivation is no longer known how many times stronger than before. Let's keep up. Xiao Wu urged from behind. Erming moved in with huge strides. The roads in this stone forest are spacious. Even though Erming's body is huge, he can still hold it. Xiao Wu said, when we were young, we couldn't even walk through this stone forest. We obviously walked inside, but we came out as we walked. She pointed to the towering trees at the end of the stone forest, and said, obviously we are watching the trees over there moving forward, but soon we will find that the scenes are the same in all directions. Look at Ao Tian. Xiao Wu's finger pointed around. At this time, the tall trees at the ends of the front, rear, left, and right directions became exactly the same. Xiao Wu said in frustration, we can't get in if we walk like this. It's estimated that we will return to the original point in a short time. Ao Tian smiled and did not speak. Xiao Wu continued, I know a way to get through this stone forest. Sister Xiao Wu caught a flying soul beast and asked the flying soul beast to take her over. Ming said. At that time, both De Ming and Ming were already very large, no flying soul beast could carry them, and only Xiao Wu could enter. Xiao Wu bowed her head and said dejectedly, but after passing this stone forest, I can't fly over the forest. There is a strange power there, and even the flying soul beast can't fly. So I walked into the forest. The situation is the same as that of Shilin, walking and coming out again. After, she looked at Ao Tian and asked, Ao Tian, can we really get in there? Ao Tian Dao, don't worry, you just follow me. Senior Ao is so knowledgeable, he must not be troubled here. Xiao Wu's mother said. In the eyes of Xiao Wu, the scene is the same on all sides. Ao Tian knows that this is just a blinding effect of the formation. In his eyes, the blindfold method has no effect. His interest is getting stronger and stronger. He didn't expect that there would actually be formations on this Douluo continent, although in his opinion it is very simple. Reading www.uuganshu.com, but it's already very impressive on the Douluo continent. The core area of the Star Do forest is much denser than other places. The lush foliage prevents the sunlight from coming down, and the dense forest is dark. But in the center of this dense forest, there is an area without trees. There is a lake here. The lake water is clear, clear to the bottom, and the rippling lake exudes the breath of life, which makes people feel refreshed. At this time, several people of various shapes were standing by the lake. Standing at the very center is a man in a black robe. He looks more than 40 years old, handsome and resolute, with a strand of golden hair hanging down one side of his face. On both sides of him, there are men and women, all eyes are on the lake in front of him. Beast God, how long are we going to stay here? A very strong figure asked, looking at the black man in the center. The man known as the Beast said, the Lord was injured too badly. It will take at least 10,000 years to wake up. 10,000 years and 10,000 years, hee, how many 10,000 years are there? I'm almost ill here. The majestic man was a little excited. Beast God said, guarding the Lord is the meaning of our existence. Only the Lord can lead our soul beasts to regain the supreme glory. Mr. Xiang, if you are unbearable, I can fight with you. Hit and hit it. Xiang Jun's huge dark golden pupils flashed with violence. Beast God, someone has come in. A woman in an emerald green dress said suddenly. The tyrannical aura on Mr. Xiang paused for a while, and then it rose wildly. It's a good come, just to relieve my boredom and fill my stomach. Chapter 44, Meet. Mr. Xiang, don't mess around. The beast scolded, his voice full of majesty and domineering. Jun Xiang's eyes were extremely sharp, but he didn't speak anymore. The huge mental power of several people extended outside, through the deep dense forest, appeared in the stone forest, and sensed Xiaowu several people. It's the little monkey back then, and the little snake with the bull's head. The woman in the green dress showed a smile. The beast god's majestic complexion eased a little, and said, they have grown into 100,000-year-old soul beast, and they have the potential to become one of us. As a soul beast, we should unite. Humans are our enemy. Among the few people present, some nodded slowly, agreeing with the statement of the beast god. Will you let them in this time? Asked the woman in the green dress. Beast god shook his head, and said, their strength is still weaker, and keeping them on the periphery can also deter those greedy human spirit masters. Let's wait for their strength to go further. The woman in the green dress nodded. On the other side of the beast god, a beautiful woman in purple clothes said, why are there two humans on the shoulders of the little monkey? When did they mix with humans? The complexion of everyone present suddenly changed slightly. The purple-clothed woman continued, I remember there were two rabbits with them, why haven't we seen them together now? Maybe already dead. The beast sighed, we guard here, occasionally fall asleep, and can't always pay attention to the outside situation. Then they are with humans now, shall we? Beast God shook his head, we still don't know how they are related to the two human women. Let's observe them for a while. If they are really bewitched by humans, then we need to guide them back to the right path. Hey, they don't seem to be affected by the big formation, they are about to leave the stone forest. The green-clothed woman said, her voice was a little surprised. It's good luck, as long as they take a wrong step, they will never pass the stone forest. Xiang Jun disdainfully said. If it weren't for the beast to stop him, he would have rushed out, so there was still a bit of resentment in his heart. As soon as he finished speaking, the beast said, they passed. His mental power sensed that Ming Erming and Xiaowu mother and daughter passed through the stone forest and appeared in front of the dense forest. As for Longma and Ao Tian, they didn't seem to be aware of them. Xiang Jundao, the stone forest is just the periphery of the puzzle. They are just lucky to pass. It is impossible to pass through the forest. Several people present nodded slightly, agreeing with Xiang Jun's statement. If the mental power is not super strong enough to not be affected by the big formation, it is impossible to enter here. A handsome young man exuding evil spirits said, I wanted to go back to sleep, now it's fun to watch these little guys get lost. Ao Tian stopped after walking out of the stone forest. Daming and Erming came out afterwards, their feelings were already shocked beyond the reach. Erming worshipped, Senior Ao, you are too good, why don't you accept me as a younger brother? Xiaowu's eyes were full of little stars, and said, Ao Tian, you are too good. Now, they already believe that Ao Tian is fully capable of bringing them inside. Let's go. Ao Tian said, moving on. In the core area, the beast gods were all stunned. Who is Senior Ao that the little monkey said? Who is Ao Tian that the little girl said? The green-skirt woman asked in confusion. Beast God frowned tightly and said, listen to them, Senior Ao and Ao Tian are the same person, and it is because of this Ao Tian that they were able to pass the stone forest. How is it possible? Why didn't my mental power notice the existence of this person? Xiang Jun looked disbelief. The woman in the green skirt said, there is a possibility that this person's mental power is far stronger than all of us. Mr. Xiang snorted and said, this is even more impossible. The beast god is already the strongest person on the Douluo continent, and his cultivation level is comparable to that of the demigod. Who can be stronger than him? Beast god frowned and said, "Don't be careless, this world is not only a continent. If there is really an unknown strong coming, maybe there will be a battle, and our secrets here must not be leaked." Beast god finished speaking, everyone was shocked, and immediately began to adjust their own state, ready to fight at any time. Their mental power is still observing Daming and Erming. Through the dialogue they heard, they are more and more sure that there must be a terrifying strong man who is guiding the way for Daming and Erming in the dark. Beast god's face was stern, and he said, "All of you will follow my instructions later. Don't do it privately if you don't have to." The rest of the people all nodded. They understood that if a powerful man with terrifying power really came and a big battle broke out here, it might destroy the big formation here and expose this place. Therefore, they have to determine who is coming and what their purpose is. "It's so dark here," Xiao Wu said. They were walking in the deep dense forest. The surrounding trees were amazingly tall. The height of the Titan Great Ape was less than half the height of these trees. The dense branches and leaves block the sunlight outside, and occasionally a little bit of bright light shines in. The ground is covered with litter, a thick layer of www.readaloud.com, and there is a smell of corruption in the darkness. There is no trace of soul beast activity here. Xiao Wu's mother said. They didn't see a soul beast, not even a plant-type soul beast. The silence and darkness finally made Xiao Wu unbearable, and asked, "Ao Tian, how long will it take to get out of here?" Ao Tian turned around and said, "Come on, the host here is already waiting for us." Several people continued to move forward, passing between several high mountains. Their sights suddenly opened up, and finally walked out of the dark and humid dense forest area. In front of them, 7 people of different shapes lined up. All their eyes fell on Ao Tian. Turned out to be a child? They were all surprised. All kinds of speculations before, they already think that the person who led Ming Erming in is a strong one. But now, the appearance of the opponent is really difficult to relate to the strong. Some of them couldn't help closing their eyes and using mental energy to observe Ao Tian. However, in their mental faculties, they did not find the existence of Ao Tian. But after opening his eyes, Ao Tian stood in front of them alive again. This makes their hearts more vigilant and jealous. Beast God showed a smile on his face and laughed loudly. "It's been a long time since no distinguished guests have come here. Welcome." Xiao Wu's eyes swept over these people, and suddenly they were a little confused. Ao Tian didn't mean that the people here are all soul beasts? Why are they all in human form? Xiao mother and daughter and Daming Erming did not dare to speak, because each of these people in front of them exudes a terrible aura, which makes their hearts tremble. Judging from the aura alone, the strength of these people in front of them is too terrifying, far surpassing the 100,000-year soul beast. Chapter 45, Tentative. The beast gods all exudes a powerful aura, their eyes fall on Ao Tian. Seeing that Ao Tian was not affected by their breath, his evaluation of Ao Tian once again improved. Ao Tian came to Malay, and he transformed into a youthful appearance. These guys are not close to him, he has no habit of looking up to others. Ao Tian's body is not considered burly, but his height is about 1 meter and 80 meters, and his muscles are not obvious, so he belongs to a slender body. Dressed in white clothes, coupled with that perfect face, the image is very eye-catching. He smiled and said, "Come uninvited, don't you mind?" "Don't mind, it's a monster," the beast gods are complaining, but they are afraid of Ao Tian's strength, they will not easily do it before they know the bottom of Ao Tian. Beast god smiled and said, "How come you mind if the distinguished guest comes here? Sit inside." He made a pleased gesture, and there was a tall wooden house near the forest behind. Erming put Xiao Wu and Xiao Wu's mother down, and said, "Senior Ao, my eldest brother and I are right here." Because of their size, they couldn't enter the wooden house. At this moment, they actually had an urge to transform themselves. Xiao Wu's mother pulled Xiao Wu to the side of Ao Tian. Ao Tian said that these guys are terrifying soul beasts. Xiao Wu's mother had to be careful, so she had to follow Ao Tian closely. Beast God's gaze fell on Daming and Ming, and he stayed for a while. After confirming that these 200,000-year-old soul beasts were not capable of doing damage outside, he led Ao Tian to the wooden house. "Brother, these guys are terrible, do you think they are really soul beasts?" Ming quietly transmitted to Daming. Daming said, "Senior Ao shouldn't lie to us, and the aura they exude is very similar to our soul beast. Then how are they in human form?" Ming wondered. In their view, if they want to have a human form, they can only choose to transform into a human being and practice in a human way. Kao Tian once said that these are soul beasts that are hundreds of thousands of years old, and they are not transformed into human beings. Daming thought for a while, and said, "Senior Ao also said that he is not a human, but doesn't he also have a human form? I guess that when the strength reaches a certain level, the soul beast can also change its form freely." Ming nodded and accepted Daming's guess. It suddenly turned to look at the lake that exudes the breath of life, its eyes lit up, and said, "Look, big brother, this lake is much more beautiful than yours, and it also exudes a strong breath of life." Daming was a little moved, and wanted to go down for a swim, but when he thought that this was his place, he endured it. "Let's stay here honestly, don't go anywhere," it exhorted. Beast God and a group of people led Ao Tian into the wooden house and sat down beside a long wooden table. Judging from the furnishings inside, this should be a meeting place. There are only 7 chairs beside the table. I probably never thought that someone would come here uninvited, so there are no extra chairs. Ao Tian took Xiao Wu to sit down, and motioned to her mother to sit down. On the side of Beast God, there were only 3 people standing beside him. "Beast Shendao, we don't like the human set, so there is no tea to entertain you. Please forgive me." "Ao Tiandao, it's okay, I'm not here to drink tea either." Beast God smiled and said, "My name is Dishan, and they all call me Beast God, I don't know what your excellency calls me." "Ao Tiandao, my name is Ao Tian." "Di Tiandao, our names all have a heavenly character, which is quite destined. Where does Mr. Ao come from? Why haven't you heard of your name?" "I had been asleep before, but I only woke up some time ago." Ao Tian replied. "Mr. Ao is not a human?" Di Tian asked in surprise. He didn't feel the same kind of breath in Ao Tian, he thought Ao Tian was a human being. Ao Tian shook his head and said, "No." Hearing Ao Tian's answer, the people of Dishan suddenly felt a little relaxed. What they worry most is that Ao Tian is a strong human being. Soul beasts and humans are natural enemies. If Ao Tian is a strong human, then it is almost impossible for him to be good. But now, they don't have this worry anymore. Dishan smiled and said, "It turns out that Mr. Ao is a spirit beast just like us." Ao Tian shook his head and said, "You are wrong, I am not a human being, nor a soul beast." He pointed to Xiao Wu, mother and daughter, and said, "They are the soul beasts." Dishan's expressions were slightly stunned, and their eyes fell on Xiao Wu mother and daughter. Mr. Ao joked, "Besides humans and soul beasts, are there other races of power in this world? Moreover, these 2 girls don't have the aura of soul beasts. How do you say they are soul beasts?" Di Tian asked. There are big men in this. Xiao Wu and mother and daughter have not dared to speak, sitting there quietly, a little nervous. They were very excited before they came, and wanted to meet the strong in the Soul Beast clan. But now, I don't have that expectation anymore. Facing Di Tian's question, Ao Tian didn't speak, and raised his hand and waved lightly. The seal on Xiao Wu's mother and daughter was lifted by him, and the spirit beast breath could not be concealed immediately. Dishan and several people were surprised, thinking in their hearts how Ao Tian could hide the spirit of Xiao Wu's mother and daughter. Even they themselves cannot completely hide the breath of a soul beast. www.readaloud.com Aotn continued, as for my identity, when I was invincible, you were not born yet. The majestic Xiang Jun standing behind Dishan sneered and said, it's a big tone, then dare to ask Senior Ao, how old are you this year? Dishan frowned and wanted to scold Xiang Jun, but after thinking about it, he could bear it up for the time being. This guy is the one who disobeys him the most. He has a stinky and hard temper, and it is really not good for disputes now. Aotien looked at Mr. Xiang, who was burly in stature, and said, a little bear is very proud. I was invincible 500 million years ago. I said you weren't born yet. Did you make a mistake? 500 million years? Haha, even the gods in the sky don't dare to say that they have lived for 500 million years. You can really blow. Jun Xiang and Aotien got on the bar, grabbing Aotien's age without letting go. I don't know if it was because of being reprimanded by Dishan before or because of something. He saw Aotien a little uncomfortable from the beginning. Aotien shook his head and smiled disdainfully. He was not going to argue with a little bear. What are you laughing at? Xiang Jun was furious and yelled violently. Mr. Xiang! Ditien was also angry. The chat atmosphere was pretty good. This Mr. Ao loves to brag, and it doesn't affect the enjoyment of the chat. As long as he talks, he can learn more about this Mr. Ao and what is the purpose of coming here. But now, Xiang Jun has aroused the smell of gunpowder in a few words. If this Mr. Ao is really strong, once a war breaks out here, the consequences will not be acceptable to them. May expose this place under the eyes of the enemy, and it will also affect the Lord's recovery. So facing Aotien, Ditien has always maintained sufficient caution. Chapter 46, Arrogant. Faced with Ditien's reprimand, Xiang Jun didn't refute, and he was quiet. Aotien chuckled and said, it's okay, I can't get angry with a little guy. You. Xiang Jun was furious, feeling that Aotien was targeting him. He was about to talk, but Ditien's aura had already enveloped him, so he could only shut his mouth. On the left side of Ditien, the woman in a green dress changed the subject and said with a smile, Mr. Ao, my name is Bridget. The two behind you should be the 100,000-year soul beast soft-bone rabbits in the Star-Do Great Forest. Her voice is very gentle and beautiful, her appearance is also very soft, and her smile is warm, giving people a very comfortable feeling. Yes, Senior. Xiao Wu's mother politely replied, this is my daughter Xiao Wu. It turned out to be Xiao Wu. When you were a kid, you used to play in the stone forest. Once you ran into the forest, it was a bit naughty. Bridget smiled. Xiao Wu was a little shy, her head lowered, her face slightly red. Seeing that the previously embarrassing atmosphere was eased by Bridget, Ditien was somewhat satisfied. He coughed slightly, and finally asked the question he most wanted to know, and said, I don't know what's the matter with Mr. Ao coming to us today. Aotien smiled and said, actually, it's nothing big, just a little curious about the identities of a few of you. He looked at Ditien, then at the beauty in purple clothes on the right side of Ditien, and a normal-looking man standing behind Ditien, and said, I feel the breath of the dragon in the three of you. Dishan's heart was stunned, but on the surface he was calm, and asked, Mr. Ao is interested in the identity of our dragon clan. Aotien Ao, yes, I just want to see what kind of capabilities the current dragon clan has. He looked outside the house, landed on the emerald green lake full of life, and said, you have stayed here for countless years, just to protect the one under the lake. A stone stirred up 1,000 waves. Aotien's last words made Dishan's complexion greatly changed, and they could no longer remain calm. Dishan stood up suddenly, stared sharply at Aotien, and said, Aotien, who are you? What is the purpose of coming here? Aotien also stood up and said, didn't I just say that, I am interested in you dragons, so I came. The Emperor Genius would not believe Ao Tian's words. He could see that he was a dragon, and he could also know that the Lord was sleeping under the lake. Dishan did not believe that the other party was only interested in the identity of the dragon. 9 out of 10, Ao Tian is the enemy of the Lord. Dishan's eyes were still sharp, and a war intent gradually ignited from him, and he asked, "Are you from the God realm?" Ao Tian shook his head and said, "No." "Then where did you learn these secrets?" Ditian's side was all ready to fight, but Ditian still suppressed the urge to kill Ao Tian immediately. He has to ask clearly, if Ao Tian is really from the God realm, then this battle is inevitable. But if Ao Tian is not from the God realm, then he must understand how Ao Tian knows these secrets, and he must completely eliminate the hidden dangers. Ao Tian didn't care about the hostility of the Dishan 7, and smiled relaxedly, "You hide here, you can hide from others, but you can't hide from my eyes." How could it be? Ditian didn't believe Ao Tian's words at all. They have a large array of guardians here, and only those enemies with terrifying strength can find here. Since you don't tell the truth, you have to fight. Ditian said, releasing his momentum with all his strength, and the whole wooden house was crumbling. The 6 people behind Ditian also all operate cultivation bases, ready to attack at any time. Ao Tian did not release any aura, his figure floated out, landed on the open space outside, and smiled, "After all, I am a guest. It would not be good to break the host's house." Dishan turned around and ordered, "Zig, watch these 4 little guys, don't let them slip away." Zig's strength is relatively low, but it is still very easy for her to control 400,000-year soul beasts, and 2 of them have been transformed. The beautiful woman in purple said, "Don't worry, leave it to me." Ditian and others rushed out of the house and landed in front of Ao Tian. Zig flashed herself in front of Xiaowu's mother and daughter, easily controlled the 2 of them, and brought them to Daming Erming's side. "You 4 stay together, don't try to escape." Zig changed her body was covered with a layer of purple-black scale armor. She is slender, her chest is round, her long purple-black hair draped over her back, her face is extremely delicate, even her pupils are deep purple, and there is a black scale on her forehead, exuding a demon-like atmosphere. Daming Erming felt the terrible aura of Zig, and felt a little frustrated. Xiaowu's mother quickly said, "Daming Erming, don't be impulsive, trust Senior Ao, we just look at it." Daming Erming suppressed the urge to do something, and turned to look at Ao Tian. At this time, Ao Tian has been surrounded by the 5 Dishans, and the remaining Bridget is a healing spirit beast, who can only stay on the sidelines to watch the battle. Dishan glanced at Xiaowu's side and said, "They came with you, don't you care about their lives?" Ao Tian smiled and said, "They are not in danger, why should I care?" Dishandao, lastly, I will give you a chance. If you tell me where you know the secret here, this battle may be avoided. Otherwise, we will try our best to kill you. This. Ao Tian shrugged and said helplessly, "I have told the truth, why do you just don't believe it? Since you don't do it, then I will do it first." The voice fell, and the 6 Dishan suddenly became vigilant. Ao Tian's white and slender arm patted lightly, and the handsome, evil-looking man standing on his left suddenly seemed to be hit by something. He spurted blood and flew out, shooting into the dark side. In the forest. "I am only interested in the dragons today," Ao Tian said lightly. Ao Tianyun inflicted a heavy blow on one person, causing Dishan's scalp to numb and their complexion changed drastically. "Do it!" Ditian shouted. Junxiang roared, his body shook, and he turned into a giant bear over 30 meters tall, larger than the Titan Great Ape, and exuding a dark golden luster. The other person turned into a black giant tree in the blink of an eye, with countless branches swaying, covered with extremely corrosive venom. There was another person who became a behemoth with 3 heads. It looked a bit like a lion. Each head was more than 1 meter in diameter. Its sharp and huge teeth exuded a golden luster. The last Emperor Tian turned into an extremely large black dragon, completely not under Mr. Xiang. He is covered with huge black scales, his limbs are extremely strong and powerful, his sharp claws seem to be able to tear everything apart, and his eyes are golden, exuding a monstrous atmosphere of terror. His appearance really looks a bit like a lizard, but it is a lizard with a hard dragon scale that has been magnified countless times. The dragon breath on his body is extremely strong, and the dragon's power exuding has affected the surrounding fierce beasts. Chapter 47, Dragon Claw. Jun Xiang roared and attacked first. Tear the sky claws! He roared and waved that sturdy arm that was more than 10 meters long. The huge bear claws whizzed down from top to bottom. The void was compressed and distorted, making a terrible sound like a muffled thunder. At the fingertips, the dark golden nails that stretched out exuded an extremely sharp aura. Wherever they passed, tiny cracks appeared in the space, which was powerful enough to shock people. On the other side, a three-headed monster with 3 heads, 3 scarlet demon mastiffs, and 3 mouths full of sharp teeth opened. A black flame spurted out, as if even a person's body and soul could burn. The 10,000 Demon King transformed into a weird giant tree, with countless thick branches swimming around like giant pythons, blocking all of Ao Tian's retreat. The venom seeps out, and even the hard soil below is quickly corroded and emerges. White smoke exudes a pungent and unpleasant smell. Tian, who had turned into the golden-eyed Black Dragon King, did not launch an attack, but guarded against Ao Tian's counterattack. The huge size of him and Jun Xiang could not attack at the same time. Now Jun Xiang, King Crimson, and King 10,000 monsters have cooperated perfectly, not leaving Ao Tian a retreat. Now that the battle has started, do your best. Tian must eliminate the enemy in front of him as soon as possible, and minimize the loss to this place. He was also weighing Ao Tian's strength in his heart. The one that Ao Tian slapped flying just now was the lowest ranked among them. If he were to be replaced, he would be able to do the same. In his opinion, the combined attack of the 3 of Xiang Jun is enough. He also wants to see what exactly Ao Tian is. Since he is not a human being, and he is not a soul beast, what is it? Xiaowu mother and daughter and Daming Erming standing in the distance were completely shocked. The extremely terrifying spirit beast breath made them fear, and their bodies were trembling. This is the suppression of high levels to low levels. They couldn't help thinking, can Ao Tian stop such a terrifying attack? But when they thought of Ao Tian's size infinitely larger than the soul beasts in front of them, they relaxed a little. According to common sense, the larger the size of the soul beast, the more terrifying its strength. Even if Ao Tian is not a soul beast, the truth should be the same. Why doesn't he attack yet? Nor is he defensive. Dishan people were puzzled. Seeing that the terrifying blow of Xiang Jun and the others was about to fall on Ao Tian, but Ao Tian still stood there calmly. Dead. Jun Xiang exuded crazy killing intent, trying to shoot Ao Tian into a pool of mud. Ao Tian looked up and smiled at the huge bear claw that was getting closer and covering the sky. There was a loud bang, and Jun Xiang's paws, like the top of the Taishan mountain, seemed to hit an invisible defense, and the palm of the huge mite stopped. The fire of the 3-headed red devil mastiff was also blocked by an invisible wall, unable to approach Ao Tian within 2 meters. When the 10,000 Demon King saw this, he immediately controlled the venom-filled branches to entangle. However, it was also impossible to get within 2 meters of Ao Tian, and the strongly corrosive venom could not exert any effect. No matter how hard Xiang Jun used, he couldn't make his paw drop by a cent. The power of space. Tian was shocked and couldn't help but blurt out. Can form a space barrier defense with the power of space. How deep is your understanding of the laws of space? Thinking of this, he couldn't help feeling a little numb in his scalp, and he felt uncontrollable fear in his heart. Time is king, space is respect. The deeper you understand these 2 laws, the more terrifying the power will be. Such a strong person is the least to provoke. Just as he was worried, Ao Tian said, I said you are little guys, is it wrong? You are still far behind, your strength is too weak, you can't even tickle me. Mr. Xiang kept roaring, feeling humiliated to the extreme. Ao Tian looked at this guy with the hottest and most extreme temper and snorted coldly. He slammed a punch, and in front of him, a huge dragon claw covered with golden dragon scales clenched into a fist, and the punch struck Xiang Jun's chest full of thick dark golden hair. Like a meteorite hitting the earth, Xiang Jun's chest collapsed, his bones broke, and blood spurted wildly. The huge body over 30 meters high rushed into the forest, overwhelming countless towering trees. How can be so powerful? The three-headed scarlet demon mastiff and the 10,000th demon king were frightened and wanted to escape immediately. Ao Tian waved his palm from left to right, and a golden dragon claw was condensed in front of the two fierce beasts, and they flew out, also seriously injured. Ao Tian didn't pay attention to these injured guys anymore, his divine power rushed into them, sealing their cultivation base. It was difficult to escape here. He looked at the last Emperor Tian and said, "It's time for you to take action. Let me see your methods." Dishan was sluggish there, and a turbulent wave was set off in his heart, and he was shocked. "Are you from the dragon race?" Ao Tian condensed dragon fist and dragon claw attack just now, exuding extremely pure dragon power. Even the patriarch of the Black Dragon clan felt suppressed. How could he not shock his mind? "If you win, I will tell you," Ao Tian said. "Okay, I will do my best," Di Tian said. He had already felt it with mental energy just now, and the partners who were seriously injured by Ao Tian were not life-threatening, and he was slightly relieved. And if Ao Tian is really a dragon, then it is very likely that what Ao Tian said before is true. The purpose of coming here is only to be interested in the identity of their dragon. The dragon god was invincible at the beginning, and Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com left a lot of blood. It is normal that a dragon clan powerhouse that Emperor Tian does not know suddenly appears, he thinks so. Therefore, his hostility towards Ao Tian has unknowingly reduced a bit. Bridget has rushed into the forest and began to treat those people. Zig, who was not far away, was stunned and muttered, "How is it possible?" As the demon dragon king of hell, although she is inferior to God's strength, she is not in the least in terms of the purity of her bloodline and her own potential. However, with her pure dragon blood, she still felt terrible suppression from Ao Tian's attack. The worry in Xiaowu's heart completely disappeared, and her chest stood up, and said, "There is nothing impossible, Ao Tian is powerful beyond your imagination." In her opinion, Ao Tian hasn't used his body yet, it's so powerful. If he restores his body, how strong would it be? Dishan stared at Ao Tian and said, "I will use the strongest trick. This trick is the supreme stunt of the dragon clan bestowed on me by the dragon god Dragon Claw. Come on." Ao Tian smiled and looked forward to it. What is the mystery of this supreme magical skill possessed by the dragon race, which is different from his appearance? Di Tian's momentum rose rapidly, and powerful fluctuations erupted from him, especially his right paw. The terrifying energy contained in his right paw made the surrounding void begin to tremble slightly. "This blow will reach the power of a demigod, you are careful," Di Tian reminded. Since Ao Tian might be a strong dragon clan, Di Tian's attitude has improved a lot. It would be even better if Ao Tian could be attracted to protect the Lord together. Ao Tian nodded and said, "Come on, let me see how strong the stunts passed down by your dragon god are." Chapter 48, Your blood is too weak. Di Tian's momentum increased extremely rapidly, reaching its peak in the blink of an eye. "Ao Tian, don't you use your body to fight?" he reminded. Ao Tian shook his head and said, "No." Dishan was a little unhappy, thinking that Ao Tian obviously looked down on him. He didn't say anything more. A terrifying claw was grabbed towards Ao Tian. With his more than 800,000 years of cultivation base, coupled with the dragon claw taught by the dragon god, the power is terrifying. The space in Douluo continent is still a bit fragile. Around the dragon god's claw, the space is constantly collapsing under the pressure of the overbearing power, and it is pressed towards Aotian. The mighty Longwei flooded this space, making everyone except Aotian tremble, and there was an involuntary urge to surrender. Aotian Shennian felt the energy fluctuation and power of Dishan, and then controlled his own power to the same level as Dishan. True dragon fighting technique. He snorted softly, and his white fists rose into the sky. This dragon clan's great killing technique has already been cultivated to the ultimate level by him. Even if it is performed in a human body, this punch is full of endless mystery. Aotian uses his body to fight against the black giant dragon that is more than 30 meters high. The small fist and the black giant claw contrast greatly, giving a strong visual impact. Everyone who saw this scene, the balance of victory in their hearts began to tilt towards the Emperor Sky involuntarily. Xiaowu hugged her mother's thigh tightly, her body trembling slightly, her big eyes full of worry. Emperor Tian's claw of the dragon was rolling, crushing the void constantly, but Aotian's punch was unremarkable, just like a weak punch of a thin human youth. No matter how you look at it, Aotian will undoubtedly lose. Only Aotian knew that the power of his fist was completely restrained, and there was no trace of it. Under everyone's gaze, one claw and one punch finally collided. Ditian's dragon claws and Aotian's fists were still there, there was no violent sound, no violent energy fluctuations. At this moment, it seemed that time had stopped. Everyone's eyes widened, staring at this weird scene in a daze. So that delicate fist blocked the black dragon giant claws? Who loses and who wins? Aotian's complexion was very calm, without a trace of fluctuation. Dishan was taken aback, but soon there was endless horror. How is it possible? He roared inwardly. Immediately, a clicking sound came and reached everyone's ears. Everyone looked dull at the huge black dragon claw, and the sound of clicking came from there. Dense cracks appeared on the black dragon scales on the dragon claws. With a bang, the dragon scales exploded and the flesh and blood splashed. The dragon's claw that was as huge as a small house completely shattered and disintegrated. Pale golden blood sprayed out from the fracture of the dragon's arm like a volcanic eruption. The blood was extremely hot, and it sprayed on the ground with a sizzling sound. Aotian stood below, the pale golden blood pouring down like a waterfall, and when it approached his body, it was automatically bounced away. His face was calm, and he slowly retracted his fist. "You lost," he said lightly. Aotian was a little disappointed in his heart. This is the supreme magical skill of the dragon clan handed down by the dragon god, and it is not even a bit behind his true dragon fighting skills. Although it may be the reason that Ditian did not understand enough, in his opinion, this dragon claw was still too rough. Ditian's huge body began to shrink, and finally turned into a human appearance. His face is handsome and resolute, and the pain in his arm makes his brows frown slightly. His palm was disconnected from his wrist and disappeared, looking very scary. The flesh and blood squirmed, trying to recover. However, the blood was still spraying wildly, and the wound contained extremely domineering power to prevent the wound from recovering. A lot of blood was lost, and Ditian's face gradually turned pale. The emerald swan Bridget rushed out of the forest, and the healing spirit fell on Ditian's arm. However, the effect is not obvious. This is not an ordinary wound. There is still the overbearing power of the real dragon fighting technique. Aotian kept his hand at the last moment, otherwise, the entire arm of Ditian might be gone. "Let me come." Aotian walked up. Zig rushed over from a distance and landed on Ditian's side, looking at Aotian with a pair of big purple eyes full of murderous intent. Dishan patted her shoulder with his left hand and said, "Let him come." When the power of Aotian's punch just broke out, Ditian experienced that kind of horror, which he could not resist at all. The terrifying power only destroyed his palm and stopped. He knew that Aotian had left his hand. Aotian came to Dishan and patted him on his shoulder. Divine power poured into his arm, expelling the remaining power from the wound. Although Ao Tian's divine power only flows in Di Tian's arms, it is enough to shock Di Tian. He has a feeling that this small part of energy injected by Ao Tian into his body, if it bursts out, is enough to tear his body to pieces. And the dragon power contained in this energy is extremely terrifying. The last time Emperor Heaven felt such a terrible dragon power, it was in the dragon god. You! He couldn't help exclaiming. Zig beside thought that Emperor Ao had been conspired by Ao Tian, and immediately let off his murderous aura, and patted Ao Tian with a palm. Don't! Dishan yelled out, but it was too late to stop. Ao Tian didn't care. The power of the law of space formed an invisible barrier, blocking Zig's attack. Zig took Di Tian back a few steps, looked at Di Tian suspiciously, and asked, "Are you okay?" Dishan shook his head and said, "You have misunderstood, Senior, he is healing for me." www.readaloud.com. Senior? Xiao Wu and several people, including Xiang Jun who walked out of the forest, were all surprised. Di Tian's attitude changed so quickly that he respectfully called Ao Tian his senior. Ao Tian smiled and nodded, and said, "Open your mouth." Although Di Tian was puzzled, he still opened his mouth slightly obediently. The skin of Ao Tian's palm cracked, a drop of golden blood oozing out, and then suspended. He did not suppress the coercion that this drop of blood exudes. The terrible long way made everyone feel that the entire sky was pressed on him, and couldn't help but want to kneel down. But at the same time, the breath emanating from this drop of golden blood made them feel extremely tempted, and they had an urge to swallow. "Your blood is still too weak," Ao Tian said. With a wave of his palm, the blood fell into Di Tian's mouth. He had a good impression of Di Tian. Although they were different in form, they were indeed of the same dragon clan. They were of the same kind in the true sense of Ao Tian, so he gave some opportunities at will. Di Tian's body instantly burst into golden light, an unprecedented terrifying coercion erupted from him, making Zig who had been supporting him unable to resist backing. The severed arm of his right hand grew rapidly, and it recovered in the blink of an eye. Dishan trembled and shouted excitedly, "Senior, my blood is evolving, and my cultivation base is skyrocketing. This drop of blood can at least increase my cultivation base for tens of thousands of years." Through this drop of blood, he finally confirmed Ao Tian's identity as a dragon. Everyone turned their heads unbelievably and looked at Ao Tian in shock. Ao Tian suddenly turned his head and looked at the emerald green lake. At this moment, the entire forest began to tremble violently, the earth cracked, the water in the lake disappeared quickly, and the bottom of the lake was exposed in a moment. Chapter 49, The Shock of Silver Dragon King Guyuina. It is already evening, and the afterglow of the setting sun shines on the heavens and the earth. The lake dries up, and the silt dries quickly, and then cracks are opened. A strong silver light rushes out of the cracks, dazzling more than the sun. Bang! The soil exploded, and a huge silver light burst out from the bottom of the lake. It was a huge claw, slapped heavily on the shore. This giant claw shone silver all over, covered with hexagonal scales, exuding a strange brilliance. A terrible coercion exudes, giving people an unparalleled sense of oppression. Dishan looked ecstatic, stepped forward, knelt on one knee, and shouted, "Welcome to the Lord." Bridget and the other 6 people were equally ecstatic, strode forward, knelt down on one knee, and shouted, "Welcome to the Lord." Xiao Wu's curious eyes fell on the giant silver claw. Although they were afraid of the pressure, they were curious about what kind of creature it was. Ao Tian was a little surprised. He had planned to see this sleeping man before. After all, he knew the identity of this man, and it could be said that he was the highest leader of the dragon clan in the Douluo world. However, the other party came out first. Ao Tian thought about it for a moment, and then he guessed the reason for the sudden awakening of the other party. With a bang, the entire mud at the bottom of the lake exploded, and a huge figure over 100 meters in length rose into the sky, and then slammed heavily on the ground. This is a silver dragon with double wings on its back. Its body size is several times larger than that of Dishan, but its muscles are not exaggerated, and its body curve is smooth and graceful. Dishan's eyes were frantic, and they looked up at the silver dragon in front of them, their bodies trembling with excitement. "Lord, you finally woke up," Dityen said excitedly. Yinlong lowered his huge head and looked at the Dishan people on the ground with two big eyes. The voice was clear and pleasant, but with majesty, he said, "I feel the powerful blood aura, and I have a foreboding that this blood force is right. My recovery is extremely beneficial." Her majestic gaze fell on Dityen, feeling the aura of Dityen still soaring, and asked, "Dityen, has your bloodline evolved?" "Yes, Lord." Dishan replied respectfully. Yinlong's huge head nodded, and said, "Very well, worthy of being a genius of our clan. It seems that the time for our rise has arrived." After speaking, her huge body began to shrink, and after a few breaths, a silver light flashed, and a stunning girl appeared in front of everyone. A long silver hair with lustrous luster fell from the back of his head like a waterfall, down to his ankles. White skin, purple eyes are clear and translucent, and on the purple eyes, long eyelashes are curled up, forming a pair of extremely beautiful eyes. The figure is not plump, but it is just right, giving people a feeling of ultimate perfection. With long and straight legs down, there are a pair of white jade-like feet standing on the dark ground without staining the slightest dust. The breeze is blowing, and the long silver hair is flying with the wind, forming a beautiful picture to the extreme in the sunset. It's just that her complexion is slightly pale, which makes people unable to help but feel a sense of pity. "What a beautiful sister, as good-looking as Ao Tian," Xiaowu murmured unconsciously. Silver Dragon King Guyuina said, "Get up." Dishan several people quickly stood up. Dishan glanced at Ao Tian, hesitated for a moment, and said, "Master, I didn't actually break through with my own ability." "Oh? How did you break through?" Guyuina's voice was as cold as an immortal, and a hint of surprise flashed in her purple eyes. Dishan turned sideways, looked at Ao Tian, and said, "It's the senior Ao. He easily defeated me. He also used a drop of blood to help me improve my bloodline and increase my cultivation." Guyuina's gaze fell on Ao Tian, and Ao Tian's face also made her startled a little, and asked, "Are you also a dragon?" "Also, only the blood of the strong dragon clan can enhance the blood of the Emperor Tian." Ao Tian nodded and said, "Yes." A trace of softness appeared in Guyuina's calm eyes, and said, "I can't imagine that there is a strong person like you in my dragon clan. Can improve the blood of the Emperor, and the strength must be above the Emperor. This is definitely a rare power for the dragon clan." Guyuina asked, "Would you like to follow me, seek justice for the Soul Beast clan, and create a world of freedom?" Although her voice is soft, she has strong self-confidence. The phrase "kill a piece of freedom for the Soul Beast" is even more exciting for the people of Dishan, and they can't wait to throw their heads and sprinkle blood to fight the enemy to the death. Ao Tian shook his head, and said calmly, "I don't want to." Guyuina was stunned. Ao Tian's answer was beyond her expectation, a look of doubt appeared on her face, and she asked, "Why?" "Because your strength is too weak," Ao Tian said, without mercy. Guyuina frowned and said, "It seems that you don't know who I am. I am the Silver Dragon King Guyuina, the CO Lord of Souls and Beasts. I can reach the king level in the heyday of strength, but I have been injured and have not recovered." Ao Tian smiled and said, "Even if you recover to the God King level, what about? You don't know how powerful the king is." Guyuina asked in confusion. "Lord," Dishan shouted in a low voice. Guyuina turned his gaze to Dityen, and said, "What's the matter?" Dishan glanced at Ao Tian nervously. Seeing that Ao Tian didn't react, he said, "I felt the powerful pressure of the dragon god in Senior Ao." Guyuina frowned her eyebrows slightly, did not speak. www.readaloud.com stood there quietly, like an ethereal fairy. She seemed to be thinking. It took a while before she slowly shook her head and said, "Impossible, unless I merge with the Golden Dragon King, otherwise as a descendant created by the Dragon God, no one can easily cultivate to the realm of the Dragon God." "Aotiendao, sorry, I am not the offspring created by the Dragon God you said, and my dragon clan is a little different from your dragon clan." "Impossible, the Dragon God is the ancestor of all dragons. Without the Dragon God, there would be no us," Yinlong Wang said. "Aotiendao, when I was invincible, the Dragon God you mentioned hadn't appeared yet." At this moment, not only Guyuina didn't believe it, but even Dishan, who had some respect for Aotien, didn't believe it anymore. What other dragons can be longer than the Dragon God? Aotien didn't explain much. He changed his body and returned to his physical appearance. The huge body snaked around the shore of the lake with a circumference of nearly a kilometer, and circled it several times. This is because he deliberately controlled the length of his body, otherwise he really couldn't put it down here. In the dark night, his body exudes dazzling golden light, with endless majesty. The huge dragon head has 2 dragon horns growing, and the dragon beards on both sides dance with the wind. Guyuina, Ditien, Zig, and the 3-headed scarlet demon mastiff with the blood of the dragon clan feel the coercion of Aotien the most. Except for Guyuina, who was struggling to support, the 3 of Dishan had already knelt to the ground. "Senior Ao is really different from us, so strong," Ditien said in shock. Guyuina trembled, resisting the pressure from Aotien. Suddenly, a flash of lightning flashed across her heart, and a bold guess emerged, blurting out, "Did you sleep under a volcano before?" Chapter 50, The Ancestor of the Dragon. Aotien transformed back into a human form and shook his head. "I am sleeping in the magma space of the Earth's core, but it is connected to some volcanoes." "What's wrong?" Aotien was a little confused. Although Guyuina was not right, it was almost the same. He didn't understand how the other party knew that he was sleeping in magma. Hearing Aotien's answer, a flush quickly appeared on Guyuina's pale face, which was caused by her excitement and ecstasy. Her heart was surging, and she quickly stepped forward, came to Aotien, bent over and said, "Guyuina has seen seniors." At this time, she, "Where is the majesty of the Dragon King?" in front of Aotien, is like a little girl next door facing her elder brother. Dishan and the others couldn't help but opened their mouths wide in shock, unable to believe their eyes. Shocked that Lord Dragon King should have such a well-behaved side, and also shocked at what Aotien came from. It is worth the Dragon King to lower his body like this. Aotien was puzzled, and asked, "Did you know me before?" Guyuina nodded, and said excitedly, "Dragon God has information about you in his memory." Aotien is even more puzzled. He didn't know the Dragon God before he fell asleep. How did the other party know about him? As if seeing Aotien's doubts, Guyuina stretched out her hand to pull Aotien, but she shrank back when she touched Aotien's arm, and said, "Sorry Senior Ao, I was excited. We went to the house and said bar." She made a please gesture. "Okay." Aotien Dang walked into the wooden house first. Guyuina followed behind her nervously and excitedly like a little maid. Ditien and others also followed. They already understood that Aotien was an ancient and powerful existence, but they were very curious about the relationship between Aotien and Dragon God. "Mom, let's go take a look too." Xiaowu shook her mother's hand. She has been with Aotien for so long, and now she finally has the opportunity to come into contact with Aotien's secrets. Why is she not moved? Xiaohu's mother picked her up and quickly followed. Although there are few seats in the wooden house, the space is very spacious. It may be that the soul beast has a large body and does not like the small space, so the wooden house has been built larger. In the house, only Aotien was sitting on the chair, and Guyuina was standing beside him. "Sit down and talk," Aotien said. Don't dare! Guyuina said. The dragon clan's rank and status are very strict. Now, she knows that Ao Tian is an extremely old predecessor, so naturally she dare not be rude. Let you sit down, just sit down. Ao Tian frowned slightly. Guyuina hurriedly sat down, and then with a movement of her mind, the whole wooden house instantly brightened up, as bright as day. She has the ability to control the elements, so it is not difficult to bloom in the dark night. Xiao Wu looked around, trying to find out where the light came from, but after searching, she didn't find the light source. Guyuina finally returned to the topic, saying, Senior Ao, you may not know, in fact, Lord Dragon God has a great relationship with you. Talk about it. Ao Tian suddenly became interested. Guyuina said, at the time, Lord Dragon God was still weak and fell into a volcano by chance. There, he felt a terrible pressure. He wanted to dive into the bottom of the magma to find out, but the more the magma became the more terrible the temperature went down. I had no choice but to give up. But soon, he discovered that the magma contained a strange power that could promote his rapid improvement. The Lord Dragon God retreated there for 100 years, and when he came out he was already invincible at the time. He also understood that what he had obtained was the inheritance of the Dragon Clan, so he used his own power to develop and strengthen the Dragon Clan. Later, his cultivation became stronger and stronger, even reaching above the king, but he never entered the volcano again, because he understood that there was a terrifying strong sleeping there, even with his peak strength. Need to look up to the strong. In his heart, he also regards the sleeping powerhouse in the volcano as the ancestor of the Dragon Clan. After Guyuina finished speaking, her expression admired, her big purple eyes stared at Ao Tian unblinkingly. The rest of the people were already shocked. It turned out that Senior Ao actually lived longer than Dragon God, and even the reason why Dragon God has such an achievement is because of the inheritance of Senior Ao. If they heard such remarks in the past, they would only sneer, and even for the majesty of the Dragon God, they would definitely punish those who said such remarks. But now, the Silver Dragon King said the matter himself, and they couldn't help but believe it. No wonder Senior Ao can beat them with a finger. It turns out Senior Ao's background is so scary, and his strength is still higher than the Dragon God they follow. Ditien and others were in awe, and their respect for Ao Tian was no less than that of Dragon God. Thinking of the tragic fate of the Soul Beast clan, unable to become a god, and being slaughtered by the strong human soul master, they couldn't help clenching their fists. If they don't resist, they are destined to perish. Now their Soul Beast clan has found an ancient power who is still the ancestor of the Dragon clan, and they suddenly have a backbone and a strong confidence. Senior Ao will definitely lead us to glory again. They thought to themselves. It turns out that this is the case. The dragons in the Douluo world were born because of me. Ao Tian was surprised. He was sleeping in the magma space, and he was also practicing. Every breakthrough of Gongfa will bring him a metamorphosis. It is not surprising that dragon blood is scattered in the magma. He also awakened several times in his deep sleep. It was because some creatures in the magma swallowed the dragon blood that had fallen in the magma during his transformation, but those creatures could not bear the dominance of dragon blood. Yuyuganshu.com exploded and died. Later, he didn't care about this kind of thing anymore. Unexpectedly, a creature would successfully absorb his dragon blood, complete the transformation, and even become the dragon in the world of Douluo. No wonder the dragons here are different from his appearance. It is estimated that the dragon at the beginning was really a large lizard, or a lizard-like creature. Ao Tian looked at Guyuina and Ditien in front of him, and suddenly felt a little more cordial. These are his descendants of the same race. So you are the true ancestor of our dragon clan. Guyuina said piously. She stood up and bowed down to Ao Tian, seeing. Ao Tian raised his hand. An irresistible force made Guyuina unable to bow down. He's not dead yet, how could he bear the kneeling of others casually? Guyuina suddenly looked sad, and said, "Old ancestor, Lord Dragon God was the master of the God realm at the beginning. He accepted humans magnanimously and allowed humans who had cultivated to a certain level to enter the God realm. Later, the Dragon God himself had some conditions, and the villain took the opportunity to clear the human powerhouses in the God realm, but the speed of human cultivation was too fast, and in turn killed the Dragon God who had problems with strength. There was nothing wrong with the resistance of human beings, but what they did later was so extreme that all the disobedient beasts were killed by them, and the rest were kept in captivity by them as pets. They also interfered with the law, so that the soul beasts of the lower realm would never have the chance to become gods. If they want to become gods, they must transform into human beings. The fate of the soul beast can only be hunted by humans and become their soul ring. If we don't resist, the soul beast will be completely extinct in tens of thousands of years." Guyuina looked at Aotian, her voice was sad, and said, "Ancestor, please lead us to a world of freedom." Chapter 51, Please Behave. Guyuina looked at Aotian expectantly, and the others in Dishan looked at Aotian expectantly. They hoped that Aotian can say something impassioned to boost morale, and then lead them to fight against humanity. With the help of such a senior who is stronger than the Dragon God, he can definitely take revenge and resolve the crisis of the soul beast easily. Aotian slowly shook his head in the eyes of everyone's expectation, and said, "Sorry, this is a grudge between you and human beings, it has nothing to do with me." He originally wanted to be at ease. Where would he lead the soul beasts to war with humans, or even destroy humans? Would he have nothing to do when he was full? And he wiped out mankind, how did he explain to Bibi Dong? Guyuina didn't expect Aotian to refuse, she was anxious, and said, "Old ancestor, you are our ancestor. Now that we are suppressed by humans, how can you not stand up?" She couldn't understand, nor did Dishan understand. Her kin was suppressed and almost wiped out by humans. How could this ancestor remain indifferent? "Don't call me ancestor," Aotian said, "the original dragon just absorbed the dragon blood that escaped from me when I was asleep, and gained the dragon clan inheritance, but what does it have to do with me? He was not my intention. Manufactured, why should I be responsible for you? In my opinion, your soul beasts are indeed pitiful, but in the human world I live in now, my love is also a human. If you want to exterminate humans, I am sorry, I cannot help you." Guyuina anxiously said, "Old ancestor. Don't call me ancestor. Senior Ao, you are not a human being. Why do you want to stand on the side of humans? Humans practice fast and have a higher probability of producing strong people than us. They can absorb 10,000 years of spirit ring, even 100,000 years after decades of cultivation. Soul ring. And the growth cycle of the soul beast is extremely long, and if this goes on, the soul beast will become extinct one day. Aot and Ao, I think the two races don't have to kill each other, maybe they can find a way to live together peacefully." Guyuina shook her head, "What else is there? Human beings cannot continue to practice without spirit rings. They are destined to slaughter our spirit beasts. Therefore, the only way for us to survive is to kill all human beings. At least we must all human spirit masters. Kill it all." Aotian stood up and said, "Sorry, I slept for hundreds of millions of years. Now I wake up and just want to enjoy life in this world. Don't involve me in the incidents of your race wars." In his opinion, a genocide is normal. He has been sleeping for 500 million years without knowing how many genocides have been. After finishing speaking, he looked at Xiao Wu and said, "Xiao Wu, let's go back." Guyuina was anxious, stood up quickly, and said, "Senior Ao, wait a minute." Aotian stopped. Guyuina looked back at the people in Dishan, and said, "You go out first, I want to chat with Senior Ao alone." Dishan and several people had to leave the wooden house. Aot and Ao, "Xiao Wu, you guys should go out first." After a while, only Guyuina and Aotian were left in the wooden house, and they both sat down. Guyuina asked, Senior Ao, since you don't want to help us, why do you come here to find us? Ao Tiandao, I have sensed your existence a long time ago, but I am a little interested in the identity of your dragon clan, so I just came to have a look. Guyuina bit her lip, her pale complexion suddenly showed a touching blush, she seemed to have made some decision, and said, Senior Ao, can you please shield someone outside? I have something to say to you in private. Ao Tian was a little confused about what Guyuina wanted to do, but she still arranged an enchantment casually. Well, now they can't see us, nor can they hear the voices here, what can you say? Ao Tian said. Guyuina stood up, Lianbu moved lightly, and came to Ao Tian. Her long shiny silver hair fell down to her ankles, and Ao Tian couldn't help taking a second look at her little white feet. He frowned, wondering what Guyuina wanted to do. Guyuina stood in front of Ao Tian, her pretty face getting redder and red, and even the exposed white and smooth skin on her body was filled with a faint blush. Her body also exudes a refreshing fragrance, which makes people want to take a deep breath. Ao Tian had to admit that Guyuina was the most immortal woman he had ever seen. Guyuina bit her red lip lightly, and the skirt condensed with soul power on her body gradually drifted away, presenting her perfect self in front of Ao Tian. Ao Tian finally realized the feeling of wanting to take a cold breath, his heartbeat slowly accelerated, and his heart suddenly throbbed. He forced himself to turn his head and said, Guyuina, what are you doing? Guyuina lowered her head, the blush on her cheek spread to the base of her ears, she did not dare to see Ao Tian. Senior Ao, I know that the needs of the dragon race are very large. The Lord Dragon God had 9 heirs at the beginning, and even Ditien had Bridget and Zig. If you don't dislike it, Guyuina is willing to be your woman. She trembled slightly all over, stretched out her trembling hand, trying to pull Ao Tian. Ao Tian pushed away Guyuina's hand and said, Guyuina, please respect yourself. Guyuina was a little bit lamented, and said, Why, am I not pretty enough? Ao Tian shook his head, still afraid to look at her directly, and said, No. Then why are you unwilling to accept me? I have a lover www.readaloud.com and feelings need to be cultivated. Ao Tian replied. Emotions? What is that? Guyuina was puzzled. Emotion is to like someone. Ao Tian explained. Oh, then I like you, and I don't mind if you have other women. Guyuina stared at Ao Tian with big beautiful eyes. The concept of the soul beast in this respect is very simple, and it is normal for a powerful soul beast to have multiple partners. In her opinion, Ao Tian is strong and handsome, making him the best candidate as a partner. And, if you become Ao Tian's woman, you may be able to persuade Ao Tian to help the soul beast clan. How could Ao Tian not understand Guyuina's sudden dedication? He doesn't think his charm is so big that a noble woman will give up her precious body when she meets for the first time. The main purpose of the other party is still for the future of the soul beast. Ao Tian had to admire Guyuina and sacrificed herself for the future of the soul beast. He sighed and said, Get on your clothes. If you want to be friends with me, you can, but it's not necessary. If you do this again, then I have to go. Guyuina felt anxious, and hurriedly stepped forward to hold Ao Tian. Ao Tian is full of evil fire in his body at this time, how dare to let her approach? He sighed helplessly, his figure disappeared suddenly, and he left here directly. The barrier is going to disappear soon, get dressed quickly. Ao Tian left a sentence echoed in Guyuina's ear. Guyuina was taken aback for a moment, and then a long skirt appeared on her again, but the blushing face would not be able to recover for a while. Senior Ao is gone. She murmured, her voice full of endless loneliness. Chapter 52, Guyuina and number 039, S decision. Outside the wooden house, Ditien and others found that the barrier disappeared and shouted, Lord! Guyuina hurriedly arranged her clothes, her face quickly returned to her original somewhat pale state under the spirit power running, and said lightly, "Come in." Dishan and others walked in and found that only Guyuina was left in the huge room. "Lord, where is Senior Ao? The horse we saw Senior Ao riding is gone." Dityen asked. Guyuina sighed and said, "Senior Ao is gone." Dityen was surprised, and quickly asked, "Then Senior Ao promised to help us?" Guyuina shook her head and said, "No." Dityen suddenly felt a huge loss, and said, "Why, Senior Ao is not a human being, why should he protect humanity so much? Lord, is there any hope for our soul beasts?" Zig looked at Guyuina. Guyuina sighed in her heart. She knew that if she didn't encourage these subordinates, she might break their faith. She smiled and said, "Don't worry, I will find a way to convince Senior Ao, even if Senior Ao is still unwilling to help us, then I will let him help me restore my strength. As long as my strength recovers, even if I can't destroy humanity, you will also have the power to protect yourself. Believe me, our future will be bright." Zig looked at Guyuina and said seriously, "Lord, I believe in you." "I believe you too," Dityen said. Xiangjun and others also all spoke out. Guyuina has always been their spiritual support. As long as Guyuina is still there, their beliefs will not collapse. Ao Tian actually left. Xiao Wu suddenly felt very disappointed, and her little face was also unhappy. "I don't know if there is any chance to see him in the future," she thought to herself. Guyuina looked at Xiao Wu, beckoned, and said softly, "Little sister, come over to sister." Xiao Wu didn't dare to go there, and looked up at her mother. "Go," Xiao Wu's mother said, and gave her a push. Xiao Wu nodded, feeling nervous, and walked towards Guyuina with small steps. From the conversations with everyone just now, she already knew that this beautiful-looking sister was the supreme leader of the soul beast. She herself is just a small 100,000-year-old incarnation soul beast, how can she be uneasy? "Lord, Lord!" Xiao Wu came to Guyuina, learning from Dityen and the others shouted. Looking at her cute and nervous look, Dityen and the others couldn't help but smile, and couldn't help but love the little girl more. Guyuina sat down, held Xiao Wu on her lap, and asked, "Xiao Wu, don't call me the Lord, call my sister. Can you tell my sister what is your relationship with Senior Ao?" "Sister. Sister, are I classmates with him?" Xiao Wu replied. "Classmate? What is that?" Guyuina was puzzled. She looked at Dishan and the others, and found that they were shaking their heads at the same time. Xiao Wu explained, "After the soul beasts are transformed into humans, they need to feel the breath of human beings in order to cultivate. So I entered a junior soul master academy, where I learned human knowledge. Ao Tian also went there to study, and I was in the same class as me." Guyuina nodded, and said, "Senior Ao should have awakened not long ago, and is not familiar with the human world, so I went there to study." Tian and the others also nodded slightly, agreeing with Guyuina's guess. "Then can you take your sister to find him?" Guyuina asked. Xiao Wu said, "He said he lives in Wuhan City." Dishan's expression changed, and he said, "Master, you can't go there." "Why?" Guyuina asked. Dishan said, "Wuhan City is the most powerful force on the Douluo continent now, with many titled Douluos, and the strongest has reached level 99, only a little worse than me. You are hurting now. You must not go there." Although Dishan and others stay here all year round, they occasionally understand the situation outside, knowing that Wuhan Hall is the most powerful soul master force at present. Guyuina said, "Don't worry, the day of a decisive battle with humans has not yet arrived." She looked at Xiao Wu and continued to ask, "Xiao Wu, where is your academy?" "In Nodding City." "Then you take your sister to Nodding City. School has not yet started, and there are more than 2 months of vacation." Xiao Wu said. "When school starts, will you take your sister to find Senior Ao?" Xiao Wu thought for a moment, and said, okay. Between humans and spirit beasts, she still chooses spirit beasts. I heard Guyuina talk about the tragic fate of the soul beast before, and she was deeply moved. In her heart, she actually hoped that Ao Tian could help Guyuina. Lord, do you really want to go to the human world? Did Tian worried? Guyuina said, Senior Ao is now our hope of rising, and we must not miss this opportunity. Then let us accompany you. Dishan asked. Guyuina's current strength is not even as good as him. If you encounter a human titled Douluo, it might be dangerous. Guyuina shook her head and said, no, if you enter the human world together, the goal will be even greater. If you accidentally reveal your identity, you may still attract the people from the gods. But your safety. Don't worry, it is not easy for the human title Douluo to take me down. www.readaloud.com. You stay here to practice, try not to expose it, and I will contact you when you need it. Dityan and others had no choice but to agree. Guyuina smiled and said, Xiao Wu, you can stay here to accompany your sister for more than 2 months. Okay. Xiao Wu likes Guyuina very much. This elder sister is very beautiful, which makes her have a good impression. Sister, can I ask you a question? Xiao Wu said. What do you want to know? Guyuina asked. Xiao Wu glanced at Daming and Erming outside the house, and said, my partners Daming and Erming want to have human forms like you, but they are unwilling to choose to transform into humans. Sister, can you help them? It's simple. Guyuina smiled, their strength is still a bit low, and when the strength becomes stronger, after breaking through 100,000 years of cultivation, they will have the ability to change their human form. Guyuina looked at Dityan and said, Dityan, these 2 little guys have good potential, so I will bring them to you. Don't worry, I will train them well. Dityan grinned. After Ao Tian left the core area of the Star-Do Great Forest, his figure appeared outside the forest. Beside him, still standing Ryoma. Really, do you want to use beauty to entice me to help the soul beast? Ao Tian curled his lips, unexpectedly Guyuina was such a person. It's not impossible to solve the problem of soul beasts and humans, but it's not easy. I'll talk about it when I get tired of it. Now that Xiao Wu has sent it back, the dragons inside have seen it, and there are more than 2 more on holiday. Moon, then go back to Wuhan City. Thinking of Bibi Dong, Ao Tian couldn't help but smile. Bibi Dong might also be waiting for him to go back. Chapter 53, Refined Pill. Thinking of Zhu Douluo saying that Bibi Dong was in retreat last night, Ao Tian rode on the dragon horse and headed for Wuhan City without any haste. He would return to Wuhan City to accompany Bibi Dong almost every month, so he wasn't very anxious. The Star-Do Great Forest was not far from Wuhan City, and he had already returned to Wuhan City a day later. After waiting for another 3 days, Bibi Dong, who was practicing in retreat, finally left. All the seniors above the elders of the Spirit Hall knew that Ao Tian was the #1 powerhouse in the Spirit Hall, and even Bibi Dong's position as the Pope was taken with his help. After Bibi Dong left Wuhan City with Ao Tian, Chihiroji announced Bibi Dong's apostasy and lifted his status as a saint. Later, Ao Tian defeated Qian Daoliu with a finger. Qian Daoliu Nian agreed with Bibi Dong as the Pope because Bibi Dong was a saint. To the high level of the Wuhan Hall is gratified that Bibi Dong, the Pope, is extremely conscientious. He has worked hard in his reign for several years, and managed the Wuhan Hall in an orderly manner, making the strength of the Wuhan Hall increasingly stronger. The plan to capture the 2 empires has also been put on the agenda. I believe it will not be long before the Wuhan Temple will be able to dominate the mainland and achieve a hegemony that will last forever. The door of Bibi Dong's exclusive training room opened, and a mature and moving figure came out. She stretched her waist vigorously to meet the morning sun, and the abundance of her chest made the maid standing by her side to greet her and could not help swallowing her saliva secretly, her face full of envy and longing. The golden sun shines on her delicate and flawless face, and there is no trace of blemish on her face without powder. Bibi Dong was in a very good mood. After 6 days of retreat, he finally broke through a small level and was one step closer to level 99. She stretched out her hands, and the maid woke up from her absence, and quickly put the Pope's robe on Bibi Dong. The moment he put on the Pope's robe, Bibi Dong, who was originally wearing a thin exercise suit and exuding a mature charm, instantly added a kind of majesty and nobility of a queen. At this time, there is one word to describe her, that is grace and luxury. "Serve me to bathe and change clothes," Bibi Dong said, raising his foot and heading back to his boudoir. Was in retreat for 6 days. Except for eating and drinking lazar, she had been practicing. She hadn't taken a bath for 6 days, and her body would inevitably feel a little uncomfortable. "Your Majesty, Mr. Ao is back." The maid followed in small steps and said softly. Bibi Dong stopped abruptly and turned to look at the maid. Her majestic aura disappeared for an instant, and her voice asked slightly quickly, "When did he come back?" "3 days ago." "Why don't you notify me?" Before Bibi Dong's voice had fallen, he ran out and ran to his boudoir. She knew in her heart that the maid did not inform her that it should be Ao Tian, so the words did not mean to blame. The maid looked at Bibi Dongfeng's fiery figure from behind, and couldn't help covering her mouth and snickering. Only Mr. Ao can make the Pope disregard her manners. At this time, in Bibi Dong's boudoir, Ao Tian, who looks like a child, is sitting cross-legged on a futon, and a fist-sized golden flame is floating in front of him. The flame was beating, and granular objects could be vaguely seen inside. A moment later, Ao Tian withdrew the flame, and the contents inside appeared. It was a dozen pale green pills, exuding a refreshing fragrance. He took the jade bottle and put away the pill. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. "I haven't made alchemy for many years, and the technique is a little rusty, otherwise there will be 2 more. Going to the Stardo Great Forest a few days ago, he found a lot of spirit grass, so he started thinking of alchemy." He stood up and put the jade bottle on the table aside. At this moment, he changed his expression and turned and looked out the door. With a bang, the door was pushed open hard, and a beautiful shadow rushed in and rushed towards Ao Tian. Ao Tian waved his palm lightly, closing the door first. He usually regains his true physical state in private. If anyone other than Bibi Dong is present, he will show up as a young man. People in the Hall of Martial Spirits thought that Mr. Ao was a young man in his 20s, but they didn't know that he was only 7 years old. Bibi Dong brought a strong fragrant breeze to Ao Tian, and hugged Ao Tian up, very hard. Ao Tian fell into the softness, smelling the strong smell of Bibi Dong, and he forcefully separated his head from Bibi Dong. "Do you want to smother me?" He glanced at Bibi Dong's figure. It seemed to be a little plump again, no wonder it almost made him feel suffocated. Ao Tian changed into a youth, with a look of disgust and said, "How many days have you not taken a bath? The smell on your body is so strong, you are not afraid of me disgusting." He couldn't help but think of his talk in his previous life, "Goddess doesn't need to go to the toilet, even farting is good." Bibi Dong didn't care at all, and said with a smile, "If you despise me, then you are not the man I love." She stepped forward and took Ao Tian's arm and said, "Go, serve me to take a shower." Ao Tian looked embarrassed and said, "This, isn't it?" Bibi Dong gave him a blank look and said, "It's not the first time, it's a fake." "Okay then." Almost an hour later, the 2 people walked out. Bibi Dong accidentally caught a glimpse of the jade bottle on the table, picked it up, and asked, "What is this?" She looked curiously at the round objects the size of peanuts, and found that she had never seen them before. "Is it candy?" She opened the bottle, and an alluring fragrance wafted out. "Well, it smells good." She turned her head and looked at Ao Tian with inquiring eyes. "You reading www.uuganshu.com. This is the beauty pill. Even if an ordinary person who does not practice takes one, he can stay young forever and stay in his best-looking state. He looked at a small wrinkle in the corner of Bibi Dong's eye, and smiled, if you eat it, you will return to the appearance of an 18-year-old girl. Really? Bibi Dong's eyes lit up and he poured one out, but when he was about to swallow it, he stopped again. She glanced at her proud figure, and worried, will the body return to the girly appearance? Don't worry, no, even if you are willing, I am not willing to. Ao Tian said. Bibi Dong no longer hesitated, and swallowed a pill in one mouthful. The pill melted in the mouth, and the power of the medicine spread in her body and acted on her skin. In just a few moments, her skin became smoother and more supple, as if she could pinch water out with a single pinch. The already very beautiful face has also undergone subtle changes. A few small crow's feet have disappeared, and the skin on the face has become more tender and firm, like a peeled egg. Bibi Dong walked quickly to the mirror, and he realized that his appearance was much younger, even better than when he was 17 or 18 years old, and his figure was still so arrogant. Bibi Dong was pleasantly surprised and took a bite on Ao Tian's face. Where did such a magical thing come from? I made it easily. Ao Tian replied, and immediately popularized Bibi Dong's knowledge of pill. Unexpectedly, there is such a magical knowledge in this world. Bibi Dong exclaimed. You man, I know more things. Ao Tian smiled. Then, he asked, do you want to bring Xiao Shui'er back to play for a few days? Chapter 54, Body Check. Bibi Dong shook his head and said, no, she has recently taken important actions in the Heaven Do Empire. What action? Ao Tian was curious. Replace the prince of the Heaven Do Empire. Bibi Dong said. Is that Sweki Ne? Yeah. Bibi Dong nodded and said, don't let her be distracted. Let's talk about it when she succeeds. Don't worry, she will definitely succeed. Ao Tian said. Bibi Dong looked at Ao Tian and complained, obviously you have the power to shock the world. As long as you are willing, the Heaven Do Empire and the Star Luo Empire will be ours. Ao Tian hugged her, and said, the process of hard work is meaningful, and it will be the most beautiful in the future. If everything is directly given to you, what else is there to pursue? Is like your cultivation level, I can directly improve it, but that will only help you, but there will be some harm. Bibi Dong Bai gave Ao Tian a glance, and said, you can always tell a lot of truth. She stood up, looked at the sunshine outside, and said, it's almost noon, let's go to eat. By the way, I accepted a disciple some time ago, do you know? Ao Tian shook his head. He knew the name of Bibi Dong's disciple, but he didn't know it was collected some time ago. Bibi Dong said, her name is Hulina, I order her to come and have a meal together. Ao Tian hugged Bibi Dong looking at the small but fleshy waist and walked towards the dining area. We too have dinner, what do we tell her to do? He asked. Can you please? Bibi Dong acted like a baby. Listening to Bibi Dong, Ao Tian trembled and almost got goosebumps. Well, you must have something to ask me. It has something to do with that Hulina. Bibi Dong smiled triumphantly, and said, you are still smart. Let's talk about anything after dinner. The two went out. Bibi Dong immediately let go of Ao Tian and kept a certain distance. As a queen, although she did not hide her relationship with Ao Tian, she still has to maintain her majesty. If someone sees her as a little bird and a lover, then her image of majesty and dignity will collapse. She beckoned to the maid who was standing respectfully not far away, and instructed the other party to ask Hulina to come over for dinner. After waiting for the maid to go away, she and Ao Tian went to the dining place. Not long after Ao Tian and Bibi Dong sat down at the dining table, a young girl walked in quickly. The girl has neat short hair. She looks like she is only 11 or 12 years old, but her body has grown to a large scale. There was a hint of tension on that delicate face, and a sense of charm radiated from her. Beauty is natural, and charming is natural. This kind of woman, even if she doesn't take the initiative to seduce, will naturally reveal her charm. Teacher! Hulina shouted nervously. She has been a teacher for a while, and has eaten with Bibi Dong several times, but she still can't help being nervous. Bibi Dong pointed to the opposite chair and smiled, "Sit down." Hulina sat down obediently, with big eyes secretly glanced at Ao Tian who was sitting next to Bibi Dong, and found that Ao Tian was smiling and looking at her. She looked back in shock. Her heartbeat speeds up slightly, and she secretly wondered how there is such a good-looking man in her heart. When she came in just now, she noticed the existence of Ao Tian. Ao Tian can be said to be the best-looking man she has ever seen, so she couldn't help taking a peek and was discovered by Ao Tian. She wondered what the identity of this good-looking man really was. He could sit with the teacher, and he seemed so close. Bibi Dong introduced, "Ao Tian, this is my new disciple Hulina. Lina, you can call him Mr. Ao, he is my love." After finishing speaking, Bibi Dong's pretty face couldn't help but blush, even though the senior leaders of the Wuhan Hall knew about her relationship with Ao Tian. But this is the first time to introduce Ao Tian in person, and it is inevitable that there is a hint of shame. Hulina was surprised, and quickly stood up and said, "I have seen Mr. Ao." At the same time, he glanced at Ao Tian again, and found that Ao Tian and Bibi Dong really matched each other, and their faces were perfect. She was surprised because it was the first time she knew that the teacher had a lover. This was a secret she hadn't touched before. Bibi Dong raised his hand and pressed it down, and said with a smile, "Sit down, don't be so restrained. From now on, facing Mr. Ao will be the same as facing me." "Good teacher." Hulina replied cleverly. "Let's eat." Bibi Dong said, worried that Hulina would not let go, so she personally served Hulina some food. "I ate a meal for almost an hour, and it was noon." Bibi Dong said, "Lina, go to the study with the teacher." Hulina let out an and followed Bibi Dong and Ao Tian respectfully. Although Bibi Dong didn't say anything about bringing Hulina to the study, Ao Tian had probably guessed it, and couldn't help but feel a little helpless. The three of them entered the study. Bibi Dong waved back the maid, and then said to Ao Tian, "Help her check her body." Hulina was shocked and looked at Bibi Dong blankly. Ao Tian couldn't laugh or cry, and said, "Is this not so good?" Bibi Dong glared at him, and said, "What's wrong? She is just a little girl, can you still think about it? Hurry up, after checking, help her tailor a set of practice exercises. Creating a technique out of thin air is very laborious. I don't know what your skills are." Bibi Dong threatened, "Do you want to sleep on the sofa tonight?" "Okay." Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Ao Tian was very helpless. Many years ago, he helped Bibi Dong to examine his body very carefully, and then created a technique based on Bibi Dong's physical condition and spirit power characteristics, which greatly increased Bibi Dong's cultivation speed. Unexpectedly, Bibi Dong would be arrested today to create exercises for Hulina. It is necessary to know that in his inheritance memory, there is only Dragon Clan in exercises, and his knowledge in exercises is somewhat lacking. It is not easy for him to create the most suitable exercises for a certain human being. But with his extremely high realm, he can still create it with great effort. He pointed to the bed Bibi Dong usually uses for nap in his office, and said to Hulina, "Lie down." Hulina's heartbeat gradually accelerated, her immature pretty face turned red, and she looked at Bibi Dong at a loss. How does she listen? This kind of physical examination is a bit unusual. You must know that her body has never been contacted by the opposite in recent years, except for her elder brother when she was a child. Now she is about to be touched by a strange man. Although it is the teacher's lover, she can't keep calm. "Go up, rest assured, it doesn't hurt, but it will be a little more comfortable," Bibi Dong said. She remembered that when Ao Tian checked her, she pinched almost her whole body, and the massage felt really comfortable. Hulina blushed, nodded lightly, climbed onto the small bed, lay down, waiting nervously for the man's arrival. This little girl is still shy. Bibi Dong laughed, pushed Ao Tian, and said, "Go." Ao Tian came to Hulina, stared at the 11 or 12-year-old girl, with a gentle smile, and said, "Don't be nervous, it won't hurt." Chapter 55, Guyuina. Seeing Ao Tian's smile as warm as the sun, Hulina nodded gently, and the nervous mood gradually relaxed. Ao Tian stretched out his hand to press on Hulina's shoulder, and his divine mind entered her body, analyzing her body and spirit power characteristics. In fact, if you want to create exercises for Hulina, the best way is to learn from the Fox clan's exercises. Unfortunately, Ao Tian doesn't have it, so he can only create it out of thin air. This is not something that can be accomplished overnight. It requires him to spend his mind to keep deducing, and he also needs to keep experimenting on Hulina. It is estimated that his 2-month vacation can only be spent on Hulina. Since Hulina is Bibi Dong's disciple, he is considered half of his disciple, so I still have to help. His divine power flows into Hulina's body from the palm of his hand, helping her open up the blocked meridians in her body. The meridians are unblocked during the mother's womb, but after birth, they will breathe in the filthy breath between the heavens and the earth, and the meridians will gradually become clogged. People with poorer cultivation talents will become more clogged. Through acquired practice, the blocked meridians will be reopened and the impurities in the meridians will be expelled. Hulina's cultivation talent is considered good on Douluo continent, but the blockage of the meridians in his body is still serious. Ao Tian controlled the power of his divine power, and easily crushed the impurities inside without harming Hulina's meridians and drained them into her intestines. If someone else, such as Tang San, wants to open a meridian, he must endure the intense pain that the meridian is almost torn apart. But those impurities in Hulina's body meridians were like tofu in front of Ao Tian's power. They were easily crushed, and Hulina didn't even feel the slightest pain. Bibi Dong walked over, looked at Hulina's blushing face, and asked, "How is it?" "It doesn't hurt yet." Hulina nodded slightly and said, "It doesn't hurt, but it feels warm." Ao Tian was very fast, and in just a few minutes he had already opened up the 8 meridians in Hulina's body. Even if he does not provide the exercises, Hulina's speed of meditation and practice will increase a lot in the future. Ao Tian retracted his hand and said, "It's okay, you can go back first. When I need you, I will call you over again." Hulina got out of bed and said, "Thank you." Although she didn't know what the exercises the teacher said was, she could guess that it should be for her good. And after Ao Tian cleared her meridians just now, she now feels warm, light and uncomfortable. Suddenly, her blushing face changed, she clutched her belly, and said, "Teacher, then I will go back first." Bibi Dong nodded slightly, "Go." Hulina couldn't stand it anymore, and left with small, hasty steps. After Hulina left, Bibi Dong looked at Ao Tian with a faint smile, and asked, "Why is it so easy to check Lina's body this time? I remember you almost touched my whole body at the beginning." Ao Tian's face was not red, and he was not breathing, and smiled, "Everyone's physical condition is different. You need to check carefully, and Hulina's is simpler." "Haha, really? Really, do you think I was taking the opportunity to eat your tofu?" In the next few days, Ao Tian will find Hulina to test the exercises every few days, to test the effect of the practice, in order to achieve a more perfect state. It took a month to finally complete the task Bibi Dong gave him. In Bibi Dong's office room, Ao Tian Gang sent Hulina away and pinched his eyebrows. He couldn't help but think of Hulina's fate in the original plot. He was defeated by Tang San in the Soul Master competition, so he eagerly entered the city of killing to improve his strength. There he met Tang San, who had an improved appearance and hidden his identity, and fell in love with Tang. 3. Later, because of a different position from Tang San, he suffered all the pain, and finally left with Qianrongxiu sadly and spent the rest of his life alone. Hu Lina is my half-disciple, how can I let people hurt her? Ao Tian said secretly. In his opinion, as long as Hu Lina wins Tang San, then Hu Lina will not be attracted to Tang San, and there will be no tragedy. Seeing Ao Tian rubbing his eyebrows, Bibi Dong walked over and said distressed, tired? I'll press it for you. Da-da-da-da-da. 2 months passed quickly, and Ao Tian rode a dragon horse to Notting City. His body hasn't grown up yet, and staying around Bibi Dong all day will feel bored. Going to Notting City to witness the development of the plot is a lot of fun in his opinion. When that small city appeared at the end of the road, Ao Tian smiled. I wonder if that little girl Xiaowu will go to Notting College. Ao Tian thought. In fact, his spiritual thoughts are enough to cover the entire planet, and wanting to know where Xiaowu is just a matter of thought. But knowing a lot of things in advance is no fun. He doesn't release his mind from time to time. Long Sheng always has to keep some surprises to be fun. He is not worried about Xiaowu's safety. Xiaowu has entered the core circle of the Star Do Great Forest and has met the top spirit beasts of the Silver Dragon King. If she wants to come out, the people like the Silver Dragon King shouldn't leave it alone. Thinking of this, Ao Tian had a premonition in his heart. Gu Yuina is very likely to take advantage of Xiaowu's opportunity to come to Notting College to find him. Thinking of that beautiful Gu Yuina www.readaloud.com, Ao Tian felt helpless. That woman regarded the mission of the Soul Beast clan more importantly than herself, but it was not so easy to pass. Perhaps, the opponent has already guarded him in Notting City at this moment. Da-da-da, Ao Tian rode a dragon horse into Notting City. He did not go to Notting College, but to the best hotel in town. The college won't start until tomorrow, so he has to find a place to stay well for the whole night. A handsome little boy, riding a white horse, attracted countless eyes along the way. Suddenly, Ao Tian frowned and pulled the rein to stop Longma. In front, 2 figures, one large and one small, ran over very fast, almost colliding with Ryoma. At a distance, someone shouted angrily, "Don't run, someone steals my purse and catches the thief." Ao Tian looked at the 2 fleeing figures with a weird face. The big one pulled the small one, and did not stop when passing by him. This turned out to be Gu Yuina and Xiao Wu, who stole someone else's money bag and were chased by someone from behind. A 100,000-year-old soul beast transformed, a dignified dragon king, the leader of the soul beast, would actually steal money from people. Xiao Wu was dragged by Gu Yuina to run, so fast that she almost floated. "Sister, wait a minute, I see Ryoma!" Xiao Wu exclaimed. "Where?" Gu Yuina stopped in an instant, said in surprise, and looked around, and soon saw the Ao Tian who was sitting on horseback and looking at them with a weird face. "Senior Ao!" Gu Yuina yelled, with surprise in her voice, and a slight grievance. Even though Ao Tian has changed her body shape, she still recognizes her temperament at a glance. Chapter 56, Too hard to advance and retreat. Gu Yuina heard Xiao Wu say that Ao Tian used a 7-year-old identity in the academy. That's why she can recognize Ao Tian so quickly. When Ao Tian arrived, Gu Yuina didn't run away anymore. Why should Senior Ao be here to worry? Senior Ao will never die, right? Seeing the Silver Dragon King, Ao Tian didn't want to pay attention, but when he found the pitiful appearance of the other party and Xiao Wu, his heart softened a little. Regardless of whether he admits it or not, the blood flowing in the opponent's body and him is indeed the same. At the moment when Gu Yuina and Xiao Wu stopped, the man shouting to catch the thief had already caught up. This is a fat man who looks about 40, with a big belly and a mustache on his lips. His appearance is really unflattering, and he exudes a sense of insignificance all the time. The clothes on this man are very gorgeous, with a jade robe, several emerald fingers on his fingers, and a pure gold necklace hanging on his neck, giving him a strong atmosphere of nouveau riche. No wonder Gu Yuina would pick this person. The middle-aged fat man panted heavily, staring at Guyuina closely. With that kind of look, he could not wait to strip off Guyuina's clothes, and then eat it bit by bit. "Return the purse to him," Ao Tian said. Guyuina was holding a purse in her hand, heavy. There should be a lot of gold soul coins in it. She hesitated. She finally got rich, so she just went back. Xiao Wu touched her, and whispered, "Sister, Ao Tian is very rich, let's return the money to someone else first." "Okay, then I will give it back to you." Guyuina threw the purse to the middle-aged person, but she frowned, and the fat man's gaze made her very uncomfortable. There are many such gazes in the crowd around. She understands that these human males must have taken a fancy to her beauty and body, and want to be with her. If it weren't in the human world, and worried that it would attract the attention of a human soul master, she would have eaten these nasty guys in one bite. After all, she has already planned to stay here, preparing for a long-term war of attrition with Ao Tian. Naturally, she doesn't want to be bothered. The middle-aged fat man took the purse, stared at Guyuina squintly, swallowed a few drools, and said, "I stole my purse, and I want to be okay when I come back." "Then what do you want to do?" Xiao Wu asked. "Hey, stealing money is against the law, and you must go to jail. But, if you can serve me for a while, I can't sue you." The fat man was talking and swallowing his saliva. The woman in front of him was so alluring, she looked like a fairy. If I can spend the spring evening with the fairy, I would be willing to let him lose his life by 10 years. Just when the fat man was thinking about things and waiting for Guyuina to get soft, a somewhat naive but domineering voice sounded, "Go." Ao Tian only said one word, but it was accompanied by a powerful spirit master aura, causing the people around him to shake their bodies, panicking and retreating. Soul Master, that is an extremely noble profession. It is even rarer in places like Notting City, and not everyone can afford it. Under this rolling word, the middle-aged fat man seemed to have suffered an invisible punch. He threw his body away and rolled on the ground for a few meters. At the same time, a terrible murderous aura enveloped him, causing him to burst into death, and his urine almost came out. This person no longer dared to hit Guyuina's idea, rushed into the crowd in a hurry, and escaped. Senior Ao is so domineering. Guyuina slapped her ass, then turned on her horse while Ao Tian was not paying attention, and sat behind Ao Tian. Feeling the limp behind, Ao Tian frowned and said, "What are you doing on my horse?" Guyuina did not answer Ao Tian's question, and shouted at Xiao Wu, "Xiao Wu, get on the horse." "Oh!" Xiao Wu replied, and jumped on his horse, and landed in front of Ao Tian. At this time, Ao Tian was flanked back and forth, and was in a dilemma. Guyuina's eyes flashed slyly, and she wanted to cry, "Senior Ao, you have lost the money I got. If you don't care, Xiao Wu and I will starve to death on the street. Can you bear to throw it away? Do you care about our 2 weak girls?" Ao Tian is speechless. Can the dignified Dragon King starve to death? But for the sake of spending a year in bed with Xiao Wu, he still couldn't bear to drive Guyuina away. He pinched his legs and lowered his belly. Ryoma continued to walk forward. Guyuina, who was sitting behind Ao Tian, raised the corners of her beautiful mouth slightly, revealing a triumphant smile. In the past 2 months, she carefully learned about Ao Tian from Xiao Wu, and finally summarized Ao Tian's weakness: eating soft but not hard. For example, he is very tolerant to Xiao Wu. As long as Xiao Wu acts like a baby, Ao Tian will generally agree to anything. Therefore, she decided to adopt a soft strategy in the future battle with Ao Tian. Whether or not you can get Senior Ao's people is not important. What is important is to let Senior Ao restore his cultivation base and give the spirit beast a promise. Ao Tian was squeezed in the middle by the softness of the front and back, and it was really uncomfortable, coupled with the inevitable bumps on the horseback, that feeling. Fortunately, Ryoma was very fast, and he arrived in front of the Notting Hotel in less than 10 minutes. After getting off the horse, Ao Tian heaved a sigh of relief. After handing the dragon horse to the hotel staff, he entered the hotel. Gu Yuina and Xiao Wu followed behind, looking at the magnificent hotel curiously. She and Xiao Wu had already set off from the Star Do Great Forest 10 days ago and came to Notting City. This kind of human luxury hotel and top service www.readaloud.com, she has never enjoyed it. Ao Tian is generous and generous. He opened 2 top-class rooms and ordered some signature dishes. Not long after, in Ao Tian's room, Gu Yuina ate the freshly served dishes with bright eyes, and praised again and again. One big and one small, 2 beauties turned into foodies, most of the delicious food entered their stomachs. After drinking and eating, Ao Tian began to ask Gu Yuina why she stole the money. Gu Yuina aggrieved, the human world is too complicated. You need money for food, money for housing, and money for clothes. We don't have that kind of money. She glanced at Xiao Wu, made her face blushing and lowered her head, and continued, later, the girl Xiao Wu suggested that I steal and select those who are wealthy. This is how she came to Notting City. Senior Ao, in order to find you, I have eaten all the hardships in the world. Gu Yuina tried to make herself look weaker, pretending to be a pitiful look. Anyway, in front of seniors like Senior Ao, hers is indeed only a little girl, and this is not a shame. Ao Tian was a little speechless, and the dignified Dragon King actually fell to the point of stealing money for a living. He couldn't help but look at Xiao Wu, thinking that this little girl came to Notting City for the first time, wouldn't she also steal it all the way? Gu Yuina worked so hard to find him, how could Ao Tian not understand that thought? He thought for a while, and said, it's not impossible that you want me to help the spirit beast. But you have to give me some time, and I will find a way to solve your spirit beast's problem. Gu Yuina said with joy, Senior is going to help us deal with humans. Ao Tian shook his head, I will use my own method. Chapter 57, Help Gu Yuina Heal. What method? Gu Yuina asked. As the leader of the soul beast, this is an issue she needs to care about. Ao Tian shook his head and said, I'll talk about it then, it's useless to tell you now. The reason why he decided to help the spirit beasts, apart from feeling that they are pitiful, the most important thing is that Ao Tian feels that he needs to train some obedient powerhouses. He can't stay in Douluo continent forever. When he gets tired of the life here, he may go to the God realm or explore the stars in the sky. Having a group of strong subordinates to follow makes him a lot easier. He felt that the mind of the soul beast was far less complicated than that of humans, and it would be better to cultivate the soul beast. Of course, there are humans with good talents, and he will not let it go, such as Hulina. For 100 years, Gu Yuina was lost in thought, and nodded after a moment. 100 years is not long for her, she can afford to wait. Senior Ao, I still have a ruthless please. Gu Yuina said. She was a little embarrassed, because there are too many things to ask Ao Tian for help. What else is there? Ao Tian asked. Can you help me heal my hidden injury? Gu Yuina asked expectantly. Her hidden injuries were extremely serious. They were left by the Dragon God when he fought the 5 God King human powerhouses. If she recovers by herself, it will take at least 20,000 years to recover. 20,000 years, she can't wait. What if Senior Ao didn't solve the problem of the soul beast? After waiting for another 20,000 years, the soul beast might really be extinct. Ao Tian said, let me take a look at your body. After speaking, he reacted. This sentence seemed to be somewhat ambiguous, but he didn't care too much. The spirit was released and entered Gu Yuina's body. Being probed into her body with divine consciousness, Gu Yuina felt a strange feeling in her heart. After a while, Ao Tian withdrew her mind, she hurriedly asked, how is it? Senior Ao, is my condition okay? Ao Tian shook his head, and said, it's hard to cure, you hurt the origin, unless, I use my blood to help you improve the purity of your blood, and then you can restore it. Essence? Gu Yuina's eyes lit up, as if Dragon God didn't have this treatment at the beginning. The Dragon God just absorbed the dragon blood emitted by Senior Ao during cultivation, and possessed the blood of the dragon clan, and then he cultivated step by step to become strong, and finally became a colorful dragon. If I absorb the blood of Senior Ao, will my future achievements surpass the Dragon God? Gu Yuina couldn't help feeling a little excited. Thinking of this, she looked at Ao Tian eagerly and said, Senior Ao, can you give me some blood? Then, before Ao Tian could answer, she continued, your great kindness, Gu Yuina will definitely not forget. Ao Tian didn't say much, pressing his palm on his chest, and ingested a drop of blood that exuded a rolling force. With a wave of his left hand, he placed an enchantment to prevent the movement here from being discovered. Then put a layer of defensive barrier on Xiao Wu's body, otherwise, this little girl might not be able to withstand the pressure of this drop of blood and pass out. Is this the blood of Senior Ao? Gu Yuina's eyes lit up, and this drop of blood also made her feel terrifying pressure. Essence and blood are condensed from blood essence. A drop of essence and blood is nothing to Ao Tian, but to Gu Yuina, it is a great opportunity. This drop of blood contains part of the dragon family's inheritance information, and Gu Yuina will naturally obtain it after fusion and absorption. Gu Yuina was injured after all, so Ao Tian had to seal part of the power of the essence and blood, and said, open your mouth. Gu Yuina opened her mouth obediently, Ao Tian flicked his finger, and the blood fell into Gu Yuina's mouth. You have dark wounds in your body. It takes a lot of time to refine your essence and blood. After the refining is complete, your dark wounds should be almost healed. If it still doesn't work, you can ask me for another drop. By the way, the essence and blood also contains part of the dragon family heritage, you can think about it and pass it on to Dishan and the others. Gu Yuina was moved in her heart, Senior Ao was going to improve the strength of their soul beasts. Thinking of this, Gu Yuina looked serious and said, Senior Ao, your great grace Gu Yuina has nothing to do with you. If you need it, Gu Yuina is willing to. Ao Tian stretched out her hand to interrupt her, and said, come on, you can go back to your forest tomorrow. If you grow up like this, you will have trouble if you stay in the human world. Gu Yuina blushed slightly, feeling that Ao Tian was complimenting her in disguise. Ao Tian waved his hand and said, you two go back to the room, I want to rest. Gu Yuina stood up, gave a bow, and took Xiao Wu to the next room. If Xiao Dong'er knows that there is a beauty who is no worse than her, she often wants to treat me like her, I don't know if she will be killed from Wuhan City. Gu Yuina took Xiao Wu back to the room, and sat on the bed happily, and began to refine and absorb Ao Tian's blood. Just started to absorb, she found that her blood was improving, and vaguely saw some very mysterious inheritance, her original hidden wounds were also recovering several times faster than before. Xiao Wu saw that Gu Yuina was so serious in healing her wounds, and did not bother, so she went to take a bath by herself. After she finished washing, she saw Gu Yuina still sitting there, she couldn't help but said, Sister Naer, you haven't bathed in a few days, don't you want to wash it? Xiao Wu found that Gu Yuina's body scent that had been good smelling was a little stronger, reading www.ifyuganshu.com sleeps with Gu Yuina, she will not fall asleep. Gu Yuina opened her eyes and got out of bed, still feeling a little bit unfulfilled in her heart. But she also understands that with the blood of Senior Ao, her recovery time will be greatly shortened, and she is not in a hurry. After taking a shower, Gu Yuina walked out with her long silver hair. Her long hair was much shorter than before, and she had just reached that slender waist, and her skin was so good that Xiao Wu was envious and jealous. Xiao Wu's eyes lit up and said, Sister Naer, I want to hold you to sleep tonight. Gu Yuina went to bed, tapped on Xiao Wu's forehead lightly, and said, You little Nizai, you are lustful at such a young age. Didn't you sleep with Senior Ao every night? Where is it? Xiao Wu flushed with shame, and got into the bed. You said this to me yourself. Gu Yuina smiled and patted Xiao Wu's small heart outside. Xiao Wu's voice came from the quilt, Sister Nair, you are so annoying. If you want to hug it too, then let it be for you. This is what you said. In the early morning, before going out, Xiao Wu took a piece of paper from her soul guide bracelet and handed it to Gu Yuina. Gu Yuina solemnly folded it and stuffed it into her arms. Then, they joined Ao Tian and went out of the hotel together. Ao Tian and Xiao Wu got on their horses, looked at Gu Yuina, and said, Don't you want to follow me? I'll give you this opportunity to go back and practice hard and let me see where you can go. After finishing speaking, he rode a dragon horse, holding Xiao Wu's waist with both hands, and headed to Notting College. Gu Yuina curled her lips in the same place, muttering to herself, the fool will go back. Chapter 58, Heartbeat Tang 3. Xiao Wu and Ao Tian entered the Notting Junior Soul Master Academy and went straight back to the dormitory. The opening ceremony will be held tomorrow, so they are all idle this day. There are 2 fewer people in the work-study dormitory. One is Wang Sheng, and the other is also 6 years old, who graduated with Wang Sheng. I heard from these work students who have already arrived that Wang Sheng's spirit power has increased by a small level during his holiday, and he is ready to go to the Intermediate Soul Master Academy. Ao Tian smiled and said nothing, that Wang Sheng was filled with spiritual energy by him, and his extremely poor talent had been improved invisibly, which was a rare opportunity. Xiao Chenaihu also graduated from Notting College, and I heard that he also went to the same intermediate college as Wang Shenkao. Ao Tian and Xiao Wu came early, and the work-study students who returned to the dormitory would rush to Xiao Wu to ask for peace, and respectfully call Xiao Wu sister. Xiao Wu's big eyes were bent into crescent shapes, and she stood there with a smile, enjoying the feeling of a big sister's head. Seeing this, Ao Tian took out the mattress and quilt, and said, Put it out. Xiao Wu suddenly squashed her mouth, and said unconvinced, Why do you want me to shop? Ao Tian looked at her slantingly and said, Then you can go to bed by yourself in the future. Oh, by the way, you don't have a quilt yet, you can go out and buy it now. Don't be like this. Xiao Wu jumped into bed quickly, laying out the mattress and bedding hard. Ao Tian was quite satisfied, and said, You owe me so much money. It is estimated that you will not be able to pay it back in a few years. Then you can work as a maid to help me. The money owed to me will be deducted from your salary. More than 500 gold soul coins, that can't kill me. Xiao Wu muttered softly. Will you do it? Ao Tian folded his arms and looked at her with a smile. Can't I do it? Xiao Wu said with a grimace. She quickly made the bed, patted the side of the bed, and said, Please sit down. The little maid adapts very quickly. Ao Tian sat down with satisfaction. Xiao Wu made a stubborn mouth toward the other side, and said, Do you remember your bet with the master? Today you are going to compete with Tang San, but this is too unfair. I really feel sorry for Tang San. Why don't you remember? Ao Tian said. This was first proposed by the master, and Ao Tian was a little unhappy with the other party's appearance that I was the most knowledgeable and authoritative, and then he took it. He was curious, under his pressure, would Tang San's cultivation speed increase by leaps and bounds? Why isn't he coming yet? I can't wait. Xiao Wu said. Ao Tian glanced at her and said, You are so bored that you want to watch the excitement. Xiao Wu spit out her pink tongue. At this moment, Tang San's voice sounded from outside, Gu Yuina, classmate Gu Yuina, this is Kishi. Ao Tian and Xiao Wu turned their heads and looked at the door at the same time. The first thing they saw was Tang San's smiling face. During the last semester, Tang San had always been very calm and spoke very little. Roommates like Ao Tian had never seen him smile so brilliantly. Tang San came in, turned around, and said enthusiastically, Come in. Outside the door, a little girl full of fairy spirit walked in. She has a pair of big purple eyes, a long silky silver hair draped behind her, her skin is tender, her temperament is as cold as an immortal, and she exudes an aura that no one should be near. She is still holding a set of work-study clothes. This turned out to be a scaled-down version of Guyuina. Ao Tian couldn't help but his eyes widened. He just heard Tang San calling classmate Guyuina, and thought he had heard it wrong. Unexpectedly, it is really Guyuina. The working students around him were like Ao Tian, their eyes widened, and many others couldn't help but swallow their saliva quietly. They were shocked when they saw Xiaowu for the first time. Now that they see this more beautiful girl, their mood can be described as stimulus. Their hearts are all beating faster, their faces are red and their ears are red, and they don't know where to put their hands. This is love at first sight, a feeling of throbbing heart. Thank you. Guyuina said, her voice was cold and there was no smile on her face. Tang San scratched his head, chuckled, and said, "You're welcome, we will be classmates in the future. It is okay to help each other." He looked at Guyuina, and he could see the color of wonder in his eyes. With his adult mind, he couldn't help being attracted by this little fairy. He warned himself several times, this is just a little girl, but just can't help but want to talk to each other, can't help but want to care about each other. 2 lives, I have never been in contact with the love of men and women, and suddenly throbbed. It was a very strange feeling. Tang San just finished speaking and found that Guyuina ignored him, but looked inside the dormitory. Suddenly, he saw the girl with a cold temperament in front of him, like an iceberg and snow lotus, and his face suddenly burst into a heart-stringing smile. Tang San looked dumbfounded. Suddenly, like a night of spring breeze, thousands of trees and pear blossoms bloomed. Tang San felt like this now, and was completely amazed. Then he saw Guyuina holding her school uniform and walking in quickly. When seeing Guyuina stop in front of Ao Tian's bed, Tang San's heart violently twitched, and a sad mood that he had never experienced before suddenly emerged. Ao Tian. Guyuina originally wanted to call Senior Ao, but when she thought that it would be inappropriate on such an occasion, she changed her name to Ao Tian. They actually knew each other. Tang San felt very uncomfortable. He walked back to his bed alone, making the bed carelessly while raising his ears, wanting to hear what Guyuina and Ao Tian were talking about. "Didn't you let you go home? Why did you come here?" Ao Tian asked. Facing Ao Tian's reproachful words, www.readaloud.com, Guyuina pursed her lips, and said, "Cultivating here is the same as cultivating at home, and I can often ask you questions about cultivation here. Are they a family? No, they have different surnames. They may have known each other since childhood, but Guyuina is obviously a little afraid of Ao Tian." Tang San quickly analyzed the relationship between Ao Tian and Guyuina in his heart. Ao Tian shook his head, and said, "Whatever you do, since you are here, then find a bed to rest." Tang San's heart moved, and his heartbeat gradually began to accelerate. The beds in the dormitory are distributed on both sides. On the side of Ao Tian and Xiaowu's beds are together, which is the end. On Tang San's side, Tang San's bed was the second to last, and there was an empty bed on his right. Tang San stopped his hands, stood up straight, smiled and said, "Guyuina, there is still a place here." Guyuina glanced back, then scanned other places, finally set her eyes on Xiaowu's bed. Holding her school uniform, she walked to Xiaowu's side, put her school uniform on the bed, and smiled, "Xiaowu, we will sleep together in the future." The smile on Tang San's face solidified, and the eyes of the surrounding students fell on him from time to time, making him feel extremely embarrassed. Guyuina actually didn't respond to him, and didn't even look at him. Tang San felt for the first time how uncomfortable it was to be treated as heir. He didn't understand why Guyuina felt so superior. Could it be because of her beauty? Watching Guyuina take off her shoes, climb onto Xiaowu's bed, and sit leaning between Xiaowu and Ao Tian, Tang San felt as if his heart was broken. The other male students in the dormitory also felt their hearts broken. Chapter 59, These two women are out of help. Looking at Guyuina who was sitting next to him, Ao Tian frowned and said, "Aren't there 3 empty beds over there? Why are they squeezed here?" Guyuina hadn't spoken yet. Xiaowu spoke first, and said, "Sister Nair wants to sleep with me, can't you? Are you afraid that we will you?" Xiaowu's sturdy words immediately stunned all the boys in the dormitory. Ao Tian pointed to the place where Guyuina was sitting, and said, "Since you sleep on the same bed, she has already crossed the boundary now." Xiaowu spit out her tongue at Ao Tian and said, "I have never seen such a stingy boy." Guyuina moved to Xiaowu's side, and said, "Xiaowu, don't say that like Ao. God." Tang San couldn't stand it anymore. He had always warned himself that Ao Tian was just a child, and that his appearance, money and everything were all clouds, but now he actually felt jealous towards Ao Tian. Why are they holding the golden key from birth, the looks favored by the heavens, the talent for cultivation? Why, they don't care so much about the ethereal girl like a fairy? This trace of jealousy just flashed past, and he was crushed in his heart. He understood that it is not right to be jealous of a child. This would affect his mood and affect his cultivation. Tang San stood up, walked to the end of Ao Tian's bed, looked at Ao Tian sitting on the head of the bed, and said, "Ao Tian, you made a bet with my teacher a year ago. The bet was that if my teacher wins, you must be his disciple. If you win, my teacher will admit that his theory is flawed. I have already said to my teacher that the battle between us will be in the afternoon." Ao Tian said, "It's fine for you to decide." The dormitory has been talking in whispers, and his expression is a little excited. I heard that Tang San has reached the 16th level, and he has been promoted to the 6th level in a year. What a peerless genius! Fuck, is Tang San so awesome? I knew I had a better relationship with him last semester. It's so powerful, this talent. I am afraid that Douluo continent can't find a few of them. Hearing other classmates' discussions, Tang San couldn't help but curled up slightly. In fact, after he absorbed the spirit ring, he jumped directly from level 10 to level 13. It's just that the only thing that happened was Master Matthew Nyo from the Spirit Hall. I know it only by myself and the teacher. Therefore, in the eyes of others, he has cultivated from level 10 to level 16 in a year, which can scare many people to death. Tang San looked at Ao Tian's face, wanting to see how Ao Tian would react, but to his disappointment, Ao Tian's expression did not change at all, and he didn't even glance at him. Tang San looked at Guyuina, who was not far from Ao Tian, and wanted to see if this girl who seemed to care nothing would be surprised after hearing his talent. However, he saw the girl looking at him murderously. Guyuina said coldly, "Who is your teacher?" Tang San just felt an icy breath coming. The weather seemed to have entered the cold winter all at once, and his body couldn't help but shudder. He was a little unclear, but he still replied, "Others call me a teacher to be a master." Guyuina's voice was cold, and said, "What master is also worthy of being Ao Tian's teacher? I will kill him now." After speaking, she stood up and was about to get out of bed. In her opinion, she wants to accept Senior Ao as a disciple. This is simply humiliating Senior Ao, so she can't forgive it. Tang San suddenly felt a little inexplicable. "You said you didn't deserve it. Why did you kill my teacher? Besides, you, a little girl, can kill a 29th level Great Spirit Master?" At this moment, he suddenly became a little disappointed in Guyuina. This girl was pretty and beautiful, and her temperament was unparalleled in the world, but she was arrogant and arrogant. The personality is similar to Ao Tian, Tang San thought. Seeing Guyuina stand up murderously, Ao Tian said lightly, "Sit down." Guyuina, who just wanted to get out of bed, stopped there, turned her head and said, that person is not worthy of being your teacher. I know. Then you still. Ao Tian said helplessly, just leave it alone. Oh. Guyu sat down again obediently. Since Senior Ao said so, she guessed that there must be something unusual about the person named Master, so that Senior Ao can bet with him. Tang San stood there, once again feeling the pain of being ignored. He turned around with anger and walked out of the dormitory door. Instead of getting angry with a few kids here, it's better to go to the teacher to read a few more books and gain some theoretical knowledge. In the afternoon, he would like to see what Ao Tian has made. Seeing Tang San leaving, Ao Tian shook his head and smiled, then looked at Guyuina, and said, "How did you meet Tang San?" "Tang San? Which one?" Guyuina looked puzzled. Xiao Wu snapped back, "It's the one who spoke just now. Didn't he introduce himself when he brought you over?" Guyuina thought for a while, and said, "It seems to have, but I didn't remember it. It's just a small character. I want me to remember the name, but I don't deserve it." Ao Tian was a little bit dumbfounded. The Dragon King spoke so naked, and fortunately Tang San was gone, otherwise he would have to be angry. Ao Tian Dao, he is indeed just a small person now, but without me, he will grow into a person who even you need to fear in the future. Guyuina was taken aback, and said, "Is his talent very good?" Ao Tian nodded, and said, "Enough to be in existence like the Shura." "God Shura?" Guyuina's pretty face showed killing intent. The dragon was split by the of Shura, and then the soul beast was defeated. Guyuina suddenly got up. www.readaloud.com. Where are you going? Ao Tian asked. "Go and kill that Tang San." "Xiao Wu. Don't go." Ao Tian said. "Why?" Guyuina wondered, shouldn't such a big threat be eliminated as soon as possible? "Because of me." "I understand." Guyuina sat down. She understood that she was carrying and messed up. With Senior Ao, what else should she worry about? The other boys in the dormitory looked at Guyuina, who was taken aback, and the crazy talk. They were all a little disappointed. Wouldn't this beautiful girl have a problem with her head? That's right. Ao Tian suddenly remembered a question and asked, "How did you enter Notting College?" "You need a martial arts certificate and a work-study quota to enter here, right?" Guyuina glanced at the other people in the dormitory. She looked a little guilty, and whispered, "Xiao Wu's idea led me to sneak into the martial soul hall and forged a proof." Ao Tian looked at Xiao Wu and said, "You can, Xiao Wu, take the Dragon King to steal, and go to the Wuhan Hall. Doing this kind of thing, you are so fat, what else would you dare not do?" Xiao Wu just wanted to quibble, but when she saw Ao Tian's eyes, she softened. "I know I was wrong, please punish me." Guyuina said, "Xiao Wu, you are not wrong. If you hadn't taught me this, we would have starved to death on the road, and I would not come in here. I can follow Ao Tian. Sister Nair, really?" Xiao Wu looked at Guyuina innocently. "Really?" Guyuina nodded solemnly. "Ao Tian. These two women are out of help." Chapter 60, Confident Master. At noon, Ao Tian took Xiao Wu and Guyuina to eat a lunch in the cafeteria, and after returning to the dormitory to take a nap, he was awakened by Tang San. "Ao Tian, the teacher is already waiting for us in the back mountain," Tang San said. With that said, he couldn't help but glance at Xiao Wu's side, and saw Xiao Wu and Guyuina sleeping together in their arms, one cute and lovely, one beautiful, but they are all the same as Ao Tian gay. Quilt. Guyuina has long silver hair scattered on the bed, and the sleeping fairy is equally charming. Tang San was looking at Guyuina. Ao Tian sat up and said, "That's your teacher, not my teacher." Tang San retracted his gaze. His heart said that it wouldn't be possible after a while, and said, "I'll be waiting for you in the back mountain." After finishing speaking, he glanced at Guyuina and found that Guyuina had also woke up, and only then left the dormitory. Ao Tian got out of bed, put on shoes. Gu Yuina and Xiao Wu moved quickly. Gu Yuina said, "I'll go too to see how sacred that master is." Xiao Wu said, "Sister Naer, I heard that the master has only the realm of a great soul master." Gu Yuina raised her eyebrows and said, "That's it? Want to be Ao Tian's teacher too?" Ao Tian didn't speak, put on his shoes and left the dormitory. Xiao Wu and Gu Yuina hurriedly followed. The other boys who are still in the dormitory are also following behind, wanting to see the excitement. They were extremely envious of Tang San's promotion to level 16 within a year. They were also working students, and the clothes they wore were also so shabby. Why are others so good? They also wanted to see if it was Tang San, a genius who won, or Ao Tian, a rich young man. The only battle they saw between Tang San and Ao Tian was when Tang San and Ao Tian first came to Kishi last year. At that time, Ao Tian easily defeated Tang San. Now, 1 year has passed, and Tang San has risen to the 6th level. Can he easily defeat Ao Tian? At the back mountain of the academy, the master has been waiting here for a long time. Beside him, there is another middle-aged man standing. He looks a little more handsome than the master. He wears a grey robe, his chin is slightly protruding, and a gentle smile is always on his face. He is the dean of the Norton Junior Soul Master Academy and a friend of the master. Dean looked at the hillside and said with a smile, "This place has become a special place for those little boys." Seeing that the master didn't pick him up, he didn't care, and continued, "That's called Ao Tian, who is really so talented. It makes you try hard to accept him as a disciple." The master finally nodded and said, "Although that kid's talent is not as good as that of the junior third, it is absolutely rare. He is born full of spirit power, plus a dragon-like beast spirit. If he doesn't go crookedly, he will definitely become a title in the future." Douluo. Hey, I can't believe that our academy can recruit such a genius disciple. Wait, what did you just say? This talent is not as good as your apprentice Tang San. Dean widened his eyes, and continued to ask, "Isn't your apprentice's martial arts Lan Yinko? Even if it is innately full of soul power, it can't be better than this one called Ao Tian, right? Who said Xiao San has only one Wuhan?" The master's mouth was smiling. Twin martial spirits. The dean couldn't help exclaiming. After taking a few deep breaths, he said, "Xiao Gang, you can receive such a disciple, it is a gift from heaven to you. As long as you cultivate it, in the future he will definitely be able to rectify your name." Master nodded slightly, didn't deny the dean's words, and justified himself. This was also a trace of selfishness he taught Tang San. "Can you tell me what his second spirit is?" the dean asked curiously. Master shook his head. "Little San's second martial arts spirit is not trivial, and cannot be revealed." He had already guessed who Tang San's father was. How could he dare to leak it out based on the relationship between Tang Hao and Wuhan Hall's power and water and fire? Even if the dean is his good friend, he can't say it. Dean shook his head and didn't force it. He said, "This Ao Tian is also good, you must accept him, and after you have a double Douluo, I will follow you, because they came out of my nodding college, haha." The master nodded and said, "Don't worry, I've checked the junior's cultivation base, he hasn't relaxed during the 2-month vacation, and his cultivation base has reached level 16. Hearing from him, Ao Tian did not practice once in the last semester. Yes, I think it should be only level 11. There is no suspense in today's battle." Dean frowned and said, "Have you ever practiced once? Is this Ao Tian so lazy?" Master said, "I heard Xiao San said that Ao Tian's family is very rich. It is normal for this kind of rich child to be lazy. Don't worry, when he becomes my disciple, I will take care of him." At this moment, Tang San quickly walked up from the foot of the hillside. Not far behind Tang San, Ao Tian walked slowly with Xiao Wu and Gu Yuina. Tang San walked quickly to the top of the hillside and shouted, teacher. Master nodded, looked down, paused slightly on Ao Tian, and then landed on Guyuina. That girl is Guyuina, right? The master asked. The dean nodded and said, yes, the spirit written on her martial arts certificate is Yinlong. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com, and she is also born full of spirit power. I happened to be at the academic affairs office when she signed up. It's a pity. She refuses to show us her martial arts spirit all the time. Master frowned and asked, Ao Tian is a golden dragon martial spirit, and this Guyuina is a silver dragon martial spirit, do they have any relationship? The dean laughed and said, it doesn't matter what their relationship is, you just accept them together. In this way, you will have 3 disciples with innate soul power. In this point, even the spirit hall can't compare to you. It's really gratifying. Master still frowned, and said, I always feel something is wrong. There is a golden dragon and a silver dragon, and I still know that they are all born with soul power. Don't you think there are too many coincidences? There is no need to think so much, when you accept them all as disciples, don't you understand? The dean said. Master nodded and said, that's right. Tang San said, teacher, don't worry, you will have 2 more disciples today. I will also have 1 more junior and another junior. He added in his heart. He raised his hand to touch his belt, and then felt the powerful soul power in his body, and his body began to exude a strong confidence. The last time he lost to Ao Tian, it was just that some of his methods could not be used. With sufficient preparation, no matter how powerful opponents are, they can only drink hate. The most feared thing in Tang sect is to defeat the strong with the weak, and win the more with the less. Besides, he doesn't think his current cultivation base is weaker than Ao Tian. Ao Tian calmly walked up to the top of the hillside. Xiao Wu and Guyuina stood on both sides of him, one position behind him, just like his 2 little maids. Behind them, following the other students in the work-study dormitory. Ao Tian, you are here. The master said with a smile. Ao Tian nodded and said, let's start.